Welcome. Live Tuesday, Truth Over Lies. It's gonna get crazy tonight. How you feeling, Mr. Walker?
Yes, sir. I am feeling fan freaking tastic per usual. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, El Nug Nugs and Le Bonquishas. Welcome to Cart Before the Horse, Truth Over Lies, in affiliation with the Bougie Negro Podcast, and also, as all you Negroes know, in association with Ain't No Fun Once the Rabbits Got the Gun Entertainment. What's going on with you this fine Truth Over Lies Tuesday?
In the big name of Jesus, you hear me?
Welcome in, you jive chickens. We got a crazy show, like I said, lined up. Y'all see the thumbnail in the title. We finna cook tonight.
Woo, it's going down. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, you jive chickens. Whether y'all can follow instructions or not, come all this fine December 9th, 2025. Me and Mr. X are still alive and feeling fine. Reporting to you, jive chickens, with Truth Over Lies. Tell you what, shout out to that intro. That last song sounded like CDT Beats. Was that the Bard CDT Beats? I've been asking for that.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think. Shout out to CT Beats. I don't think so.
It definitely sounds like his work. But yeah, listen here. Shout out to another episode of Truth Over Lies. Guaranteed to be jam-packed madness per usual. Batting 1,000 with the madness. Always get a little wonky.
So we're here for it. So we're going to be up here cooking tonight. We got a lot to talk about later tonight. You know, we're going to drop the link so y'all can get in on it. But we got a lot of stuff to talk about. And y'all can chime in, like you said, via the chat. We might drop the link a little premature to bring maybe 2 people up. But like I said, we got a lot to talk about. Yeah.
we gotta try to, herd y'all into the hot gates like the 100 can't let y'all all in at once, because yeah, it ends up going nowhere. A whole lot of emotion and a whole bunch of rabbit holes. But shout out to y'all. I'm here for it.
But sit back, because like I said, got a lot to discuss. Very entertaining and enlightening. This is where I cut my teeth at. So, we talking fatherless. Why ends are crashing out? Who's the most responsible?
Well, and understand me well, I shall never take accountability off the men. Nevertheless, I think it was earlier this year, that I heard someone say, you can't blame the person that was absent. I believe Kevin said that as well. I do believe, you can't blame the person that was absent. Now, we understand and acknowledge that we need fathers in the house. However, come on, sisters, you hold the key to Pandora's box, your box. Yeah, it's the sister's fault. It's y'all fault.
Well, there we go. So that's why we're going to have a discussion tonight. I think there's a couple things to dissect. We can get into, like you said, the blame conversation. But right now, we're talking responsibility. And we all know that falls back on us as men. So even if Bonquisha done crashed us into a building, they're going to say we responsible if we was in the car. So that's why we're here tonight. We're going to mine through it.
And we accept that, though. That's true. You have a car accident, man, woman, children get out. Not one person is going to sit there and assume it was the woman's fault. It's a guy there. What was you doing, guy? Rightfully so, man. That's why you gotta take control of your life.
That part. So, like I said, we're gonna get into it. It's a lot to discuss. Why ends are crashing out. That's on the forefront. Obviously, Bonquisha sprinkled into this, but it's the why ends that we need to pay attention to and try to find solutions. That's gonna be the net of it.
There we go, for sure. And I think we came up with the solutions, but it's much easier said than done. And as far as the why, shout out to the brother Media Man. He pointed out, the fact that this madness and violence been going on for a while, why the idea of, YNs ain't too much nothing new, for the most part. It's just, it looks a lot different.
There you go. Yeah, back in my day, we would have been considered YNs. It's just sad to see a lot of this stuff still going on with all the knowledge that we have. I mean, where are the failures at? There gotta be something going on that we can't figure this out.
Well, lack of communication. I know that's what it is. Lack of communication, lack of passing the torch, lack of passing down knowledge, not so common sense. These things, like, just that's what it is. Like, no communication, no fathers to pass down knowledge. Being a father, of four, I see how active I have to be. You always feel like you ain't doing enough, but I see how active I have to be. And we know what we come from in the guys and how active they were not. So it was plain and simple.
So here we are. Shout out to Lee Turner, come through gifting a membership.
Appreciate your brother Lee.
All right. And Frederick Howard coming through as well.
Appreciate your brother Frederick, always coming through, usually first.
Money.
And shout out to brother Ray gifting 5 memberships.
Appreciate your brother Ray. Thank you, sir.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Appreciate that, brother. So we're going to start here. All right. Right here. We got a lot to talk about. Hit the like button.
Uh-oh.
And now for a drive-through dust-up.
Police say 19-year-old McDonald's worker pulled a gun on a customer early Sunday morning. Local 10's Rush Lowe joins us live with the exclusive video.
Well, talk about this guy. Police say he must have been fed up because you have someone who's working at a McDonald's, cops say, and all of a sudden he gets into an argument with people at the drive-thru, and the next thing you know, there's a gun. It was quite the pickup order at this Miami Gardens McDonald's.
Good morning, sir. You were arrested for aggravated assault with a firearm.
According to police, Anthony Elliott was working as a cashier at the McDonald's. The people who ordered the food say cops were waiting for a long time. All right, this is a strange one. According to cops, you had the alleged victims. They ordered online. They came up to pick up their food, and all of a sudden, they say that the cashier was giving them, quote, attitude. The next thing you know, well, according to cops, the suspect pulled a gun on them.
Uh-oh. Young Gloctavius, he was working inside the McDonald's. I want y'all to get this understood. He was the employee. He was at work with the blicky on him. And the people pulled up in the drive, they done pissed him off, got to arguing. He inside working and pulled his strap out on them.
Not over no McDouble, cuz. Not over no McFlurry. You know what I mean? Not over no chicken monk nuggets, my dog. We ain't, no, absolute. What is this? Come on. I got to try to analyze it. I work fast food. I know that stress. I know it very well. Huh? Shout out to SpongeBob. I was a bad burger flipping mamma jamma. Now, like, what's going to sit there? Somebody say, I don't care. F you, ninja, blah, blah. Never you now you're like, I'm about to just ruin my life. that's how I process that. Not I'm gonna get you, sucker. That was a comedy. It's I'm about to ruin my life. No, I'm not. You know what? You got it. I go home, I play some Madden, I throw the controller or something, but you got it. I later struggle another day.
And that's for real. So they say he's 19 years old. Young man ain't even old enough to have a firearm permit, right? And then you got it at work. I'm sure there's policies that you can't have it on you at work. So they just crashing out.
Look at him. What Jay-Z say? 2 cuts in your eyebrow, trying to wild out, trying, and did.
So here we go. Boy.
According to cops, the suspect pulled a gun on them. What do you think about something like that?
I don't know. That sounds very weird.
Right? You go to McDonald's, you'll think you could get a side of fries, not a sidearm.
Yeah, that's weird.
Right out of the arrest report, he approached the car and pulled the gun from his waistband and pointed it at them in the car. They described the handgun as a silver handgun with a black grip.
Why would people argue about food?
We don't know the answer to that. What we do know, say cops, a silver handgun at the Golden Arches.
No contact with these alleged victims, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties, and you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victims, their home and school, and place of employment at all times. Do you understand the stay away order, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, this dude seemed like he a little bit slow. A lot of these people on the spectrum, mental health, we talked about that, not just with women, just in the community. You know, we gotta be, where your parents at?
How do we get to this point? Silver body, you know, black handle, sound like he had an old cattleman. He out there with that revolver. Let me find out. No, whipped out the old Smith and Wesson. Yeah, that's crazy work. I can't call it. Like, me and Miss X cannot stress it enough. Really can't. We really grew up in this environment. It's most unfortunate. But never ever I have thought about going to work. And I had some dark days at work, man. Growing up in the hood, yeah, I had dark days and never ever. And we was crash outs. We got stories for years, but yeah, it's not worth it. There was always a method to the madness, right? Like the crime, the punishment had to fit the crime. You come to the window, you know, fussing and cussing about some McDoubles. That don't call for me to pull out the cattleman. That don't make no sense.
Especially if you ain't gonna do nothing with it. So now you just look goofy. And we ain't trying to get y'all to do anything violent, but we're trying to let y'all know you only take it out during something serious. Y'all just be whipping it out like it's nothing.
That's illegal. Even if you have a permit to carry, you don't take that thing out or point at anything you don't intend to destroy. That is golden rule. Pulling out just to taunt, I've seen that go terribly wrong. It don't work out. Don't do it. It's freaking stupid and cowardly.
Oh, here we go. Shout out to Steven. Says men, Walker, great hoodie, bad face. Shout out.
Ooh, that's all right. You see it. That thing is cold. One thing is true, Stephen James. One thing is true.
Here we go.
This is a strange one. In the arrest report, it doesn't really go into detail what this argument was about. It just mentions that the patrons were waiting for a little bit of time, and the next thing you know, as I mentioned there in the story, the suspect allegedly comes out from the cashier and points a gun at them, now facing serious charges. We're live in Miami Gardens. I'm Rosh Lowe.
There you go. I mean, I'm sure he came out they probably in the drive-thru, granted, y'all broke and dusty, I come in here and I slap one of y'all, I'm gonna do this. And he came, you gonna do what? I mean, come on, Nug.
You know what? Here's my thing. Who told? Because I will say, I'm going to try to help y'all understand how this madness works. Whenever these ninja moments pop up, shout out to the Boondocks. You get tunnel vision. I will admit that I'm not excusing it. I'm helping y'all understand. You get tunnel vision. No, ninja, you broke. I'm going to catch you outside. I know where you live. You understand? You see what I'm saying? I ain't at work. I need to handle this. And then that's why I said, who told? Because if he told after popping off at the mouth like that, see, that's why there ain't no code no more. You supposed to, when law enforcement, well, what's going on? Nothing. We gonna handle it. Like you said you was gonna handle. I'm so triggered. But yeah, who told?
You go. So he's 19 years old. I would imagine the people inside, right? You the manager of the store. It's okay. You can't just have, so you can't even let it ride. If you're the manager of the store, you have to call the police. These people ride off and call corporate or something. Y'all can't act like y'all didn't report it. So it got to be some paperwork.
That's true. Just don't ultimately, God dang it. Like, don't, this is crash out evil behavior. Nothing good could ever come from this, no matter how you try to play it. Keep all types of toolies and things at home.
That part. And for that, Nug to the sub.
Yes, Ninja.
The passengers of the doomed Titanic sub spent their last moments in total darkness looking for bioluminescent creatures out of the small window and listening to their favorite music. The new details of the 5 passengers' final moments have been revealed by the wife and mum of the father-son duo.
Wade in the water, wade in the water, diamond wade in the water. Something's gonna trouble the water. You better wade in the water. Yeah, man.
Let's see here. I guess I kind of semi-crashed out at work. I got my first check. I think it was one of my last checks too. I got my first check working at Wendy's, and I worked for over 2 weeks. And I didn't understand that they hold that first check depending on when you come into the pay cycle. I got that first check, man. That thing was like, it wasn't no more than $10. You know, it was like $7. And I remember I was looking at it all defeated and broken. And one of my coworkers looking at his check is a couple hundred. He flicking it, you know what I mean? He like, yeah, pop, pop. Yeah, that's nice. And I remember I just had a moment. I said, Ninja, I'll follow you to the ATM and take your bread. And that's so you see what I'm saying? And I'm kind of admit it never happened. It never happened. But you know what I mean? I know that mindset. It's bad. It's all bad.
That part. So here we go. We talking YNs. Who's responsible? We're gonna pull this video up. Hit the like button.
Thank God for atonement.
Nowadays, a lot of people like to blame the YNs for how they behaving nowadays. But I'm gonna honestly tell y'all the truth. A lot of them, they don't know no better. And the real problem is them generation of men before us. You feel me? The generation of old. Them is the real problem. And let me explain why. Some people will look at society and like, damn, look at what it's become. But to be honest, to you men of old, y'all the ones that left us this situation. Y'all the ones left us with the grievances of our aunties or these women or y'all daughters and like that for us to deal with all this trauma and all this unmet love that they had out here because of y'all. And instead of you coming back to try to build and make it right, y'all went on and started a whole new family, didn't even think about the family that you once created. Well, a lot of you older had families across town and you wasn't being honorable by the first wife.
I'll say this, and this is why I was hitting on. You know, we can sit up here and blame. That's going to get us nowhere. The title is responsible. Sometimes it's men, right? Shout out to Baba T, Mr. Wilson. Yeah, y'all boomers. Y'all failed us. Y'all was out here doing God knows what, smoking God knows what. But here we are. We got to be responsible as the new generation ushering in the patriarchs. All right, if we want to lead, we can't sit around blaming.
There you go. And it's never that. There you go. Well said, Mr. X. It's never blame. It is just healing and productive to call it out. So, you know, we acknowledge that it's not our fault that we were led astray, led amok, bamboozled, hoodwinked. You know, at the very same time, we acknowledge it is our responsibility. So we accept that very difficult challenge. At the very same time, for the boomer brothers, it would be healing not to us so much, but to the generation of men after us that may wonder why we so damn wonky. You know what I mean? Like, hey, don't worry about them 80s babies. We were smoking rocks, all right? But they the curse breakers, so they doing their thing, but they a little war torn. So that's all. Just communication is powerful.
That part. So yeah, it got less to do with blame. Because my thing with blame is if you're blaming somebody, then you also expecting that person to fix it, right? If you blame your kids for spilling something, you're gonna expect them to clean it up. Or you see what I'm saying? Once we get into blame, if we blame Bonquisha for the bastard kids, we expect her to close her damn legs. But if we blaming the boomers, we think that they gonna come clean it up. Respectfully, Baba T and Mr. Wilson, it's over. They done passed the baton.
There you go. And it's never too late again to spread the knowledge how Baba T be coming up here, giving us a glimpse into past things that we weren't alive for. That's what's powerful. Lessons and teachings are being forgotten and lost in translation. We just got to communicate better. I'm stressing it.
That part. So it's on them to be responsible as well. That's the point of it. All right, Mr. Wilson and y'all, quit deflecting. Y'all got to take responsibility regardless of the times.
There you go. Regardless of how bad it hurt, huh? It wasn't hurt when you were smoking rocks. Was it, boy?
And then I understand sometimes y'all felt like happy wife, happy life, but at the same time, you a man. You supposed to set the on. I get it. A lot of y'all want to just pay bills and throw the money in the face. But guess what? Sometimes these women needed more than just the money. They needed for them to have a safe space. They needed to be able to communicate. They needed to be able to be vulnerable with you. But a lot of y'all dismiss that because you feel like, I'm the man. Do as I say. Do as I say. Do. And this, I'm a dictator. Man, you is weird as. And this is why the women nowadays, they don't be needing y'all money because y'all lead in a certain type of way, in a certain type of capacity. That's why it's kind of fucked up. So I blame you older because a lot of y'all washed up wasn't doing your job by us, even as us, as y'all sons, as y'all grandchildren, as y'all mothers, wives and daughters and like that. Y'all didn't do right. So when we come back and y'all talking about why society is the way it is, y'all is in charge first. You feel me? And like they always say, strong men create easy times, easy men create hard times. And y'all create a lot of hard times for us because some of y'all be in the streets, some of y'all's gonna be Pablo Escobar, and y'all got caught up on y'all own dope and y'all crackheads out here. Some of y'all couldn't deal with society and y'all was drunk and y'all was around here beating women back then. Like, come on now. So when y'all be trying to talk about the YNs, understand that you suck at.
Yeah, I get it. I get it, big dog. So you disappointed at the older generation, and I'm assuming that he's a millennial, right? I'm also a millennial. I'm what you call a geriatric millennial. Born in 1982, 80s babies, 90s raised me. And so I can't say that I experienced the same thing as him because I had a great father, but he's right and he's wrong. An older generation of men were simps. But then at the same time, that emotional connection stuff, you also have to factor in feminism and a lot of other things that played a role in the destruction of our households and society. Now, let me preface this by saying again, I don't come from that space. I don't come from a space where I had broken homes. I had a phenomenal father in my life. I have phenomenal uncles in my life. I was raised with 3 brothers and no sisters. And so I come from an era of strong men. You know what I'm saying? So raised in a church, a great space. And so I want to preface it by saying that I've observed a lot of people going through this. And also, I am the opposite of what you then experienced. So my results was a little bit different. My father worked. He took care of all of us. My mom pick and choose when she wanted to work and go to school after the children wind up getting old enough to go to school. And so I just had a phenomenal life. He interceded at times when I needed him to intercede and take me out of a certain school.
So there we go. You know, it's from a privileged position, especially in the hood. And that's how it's supposed to be. Unfortunately, we consider having both parents in the house to be privileged. It shouldn't be. We are trying to make it the norm, right? Hopefully for our children, but coming up, most of us did not have father in the house. That's just a fact.
Yeah, the vast majority, to the point where, yeah, if you did have, 2 parents in the house, it was so obvious to how much it's shown. Like, as far as just, how the kid carried themselves, you could always tell. And they came off rich. And this ain't just our podunk backwoods country projects town. No, there's just a lot of towns like that. That's why we up here. We know we are not that special. We ain't no one-off community. This is how it is.
That part. And shout out.
Money, 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 money.
Man, shout out to Richai with the 10 ball. He says, many of us boomer babies did not have fathers in the home for one reason or another, but it is up to me to break the cycle and move differently to make a difference.
That's it. That's all, man. Try to find as many answers as you can that you need to find your foundation and just move forward. Don't dwell in the past.
And that's what we need. So, yeah. Mr. Wilson, we need y'all in the house. We need y'all to make a difference, baby.
There you go. And y'all need to start doing the boomer crusades. Y'all need to just start walking around, get some type of nonprofit funding. Start walking around and old dark, dress and just walk around teaching. Just like the Moors, and you just roam the continent of the United States, and you just go around so you'll stop in Chicago in the projects. You would just teach and educate and just bleed out in front of everybody and tell your cracky tales. There you go. That'd be dope.
There you go. And EV, he says, truth over lies, salute Jupiter booties.
Jupiter booties.
Here we go.
And put me in other schools. So I'm very blessed, and I've always been incredibly thankful, as well as acknowledging and honoring my father and my parents for the job that they did and the life that they gave me, which they weren't rich at all by any means. They were absolutely going through it, but it was a good childhood because I had everything that I needed in order to be successful. Now, with that being said, I believe that he has a point. He's right and he's wrong. First of all, we're going to start with responsibility for the younger dudes. We can't keep making excuses because once you get old enough to be able to bust it down, you should be responsible for having children. Once you get old enough to be able to go out there and sell crack and make an informed decision and do the things that you're doing, these dudes are shooting up the stores and all of that. And I will also tell you that a lot of these dudes are coming from single parent households, from these single mother households.
Well, here we go. Like I said, two things is true. I think they should be held responsible for anything they do. But at the same time, there's a larger discussion. They ain't just wake up one day and start acting like that. So the parents have to be held accountable. That's how we're gonna move forward. We can't be like, oh, it's the kids, the parents ain't got nothing to do with it. Most times, if you go look at their parents, yeah, everybody needs to be held accountable.
I'm sitting here thinking back, whenever me and my cousins was involved in crash out behavior, early 90s, mid 90s. And what stopped them from being so openly violent and stop them from just committing crimes for no good reason? And it was shame. It was shame that even back in that day, back in the 90s, the hoodlums, the thugs, the gangsters, they feared it getting back to their grandma, because that's usually who we live with. They feared to get back to grandma that you was acting a fool. I remember the toughest of ninjas. So, but that ain't the same. Now, these ninjas going out, up in the toolie at the G station, come run home, come through the door, and they tossing grandma the toolie. We have gotten, you cannot have a person that has a moral compass that has no shame. And shame is gone. So it ain't just with the women dating, it's with the men too.
And shout out to Frederick with the fireball says, let's not forget, women laid down and had babies with toxic men and discarded them for butter biscuits and no accountability. That's the major problem.
I agree, brother. Yes, yeah.
Like that, straight. I agree, Frederick. So here we go.
Now, one of the things that he said was, it's the men and the older guys that, wasn't emotionally supportive that then forced a lot of these people. And now you had a lot of these guys and these daughters is broken and stuff because of that. Yep, I'll give you a little bit of that. But then at the same time, you also have to factor in that feminism played a hell of a role in convincing these women that they didn't need a man. And then more importantly, they went out there, got a bunch of student loans, crashed out, and then they taught their daughters how to slut it out. And nobody ever had a conversation about the fact that it wasn't just a father in a household. It was also the type of women that your mama and your grandmama chose. I will tell you this. It's a lot of dudes. And now we have the technology and the insight and the resources and the information and the conversations amongst men. It's a lot of guys from that generation whose kids wasn't theirs. It's a lot of guys that was in there as step crash dummies. It's a lot of dudes that went out there and tried to get with women that was already out here in these streets, but we didn't have these conversations back then. So I do believe that that generation was trash, but for different reasons. They had all of the opportunity in the world. They had the unions. They had the jobs that you can get without you having to go to college. They had the greatest opportunities of all time, and they failed. They failed miserably. And we can have a conversation about how they failed. But a lot of those guys, and of course, I'm not talking about everybody, but a lot of those guys, they failed miserably to meet the expectation of what a great man is supposed to be because they were so busy trying to get boxed. Now, there was also a generation of men that came
from. There you go. Two things is true. Like he says, some half truths. Yeah, they was trying to get boxed. But what generation are we talking about? Because the generation men we talking about, y'all was the men during the 80s, right? 70s, 80s, late 70s and 80s. So different timing. Now, if we talk about men of the, maybe this late 60s, early 70s, different timing. But it wasn't a lot of jobs with, like Mr. Wilson them said, they come up during the crack era, late 80s. These are the boomers. They the crack era men. Those are the men that was between 21 and 40 during the crack era, you know?
And I talked about it before. We kind of covered this. I understand the energy, right? Talking about chasing tail. A lot of folks, a lot of us moved from the South, Louisiana, Tennessee, Carolinas, all that. We moved up to industry. All of the steel mill towns. We come from an old, diminished steel mill town. And we moved up here to this industry and the juke joints, the party joints. In our town, man, everybody was hunching everybody. It was just one of the most toxic places on earth. So my theory is they moved from the South, from all of that toiling and laboring, you know the vibes. They came north to a better life, the city life. And they was just hunching, you know, and it's just like, I kind of understand, like, oh, we got some freedom. We in the big city, shiny lights, you know, and they couldn't contain themselves. Not excusing it, just trying to understand it.
And shout out to EV. Says, problem is, why Ann's mamas be doing the Kendrick cam?
Boop, boop, you got a booty, girl.
Money, 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 money.
And Rachai come back with a 10 ball. Says, nah, Mr. Walker, us boomers are grandparents. We need to reach our grandchildren. We need to be engaged in their lives to reach them and support their parents.
Okay. And yeah, I can dig it, man.
So yeah, I mean, the thing is, a lot of grandparents these days are either not alive or they are unresourceful. They can't even give knowledge back. So they don't have any finances, any resources, property, you know, no wills, nothing. You know, they just a headache and a hard time.
That's it. Shout out to my in-laws. I never experienced anything like it. Yeah, my in-laws showed me how elders are supposed to be: resourceful, educational, just is awesome. But yeah, we didn't come from that. I ain't got none of that on my side. That's for damn sure.
But shout out to Rachai. You are correct. That's why we up here trying to break curses.
Amen.
From the war. And so that was messed up. Crack epidemic and all of that stuff, whatever. But largely, to a large extent, those dudes failed miserably. And so we're not going to absolve them of that. Now, on the other end, again, I have to say welfare, feminism, and a lot of the different things that we see happening in the culture today, it was created by the women of yesteryear that chose these trash ass dudes to have a bunch of children with. And then the next generation of women took that same blueprint and then they did it even worse. And you want to know how I know it? Is because a lot of women nowadays are having conversations with older women online, grandmamas and great grandmamas, and they telling you, hey, leave that dude alone, leave this alone, go out there and slut it out. I wish I was a feminist. I wish I was independent. And that is still kicking ass and taking names of the women today. And so when he says stuff like, well, they got their own money and all of that. No, they don't. No, they don't. They fucked up. They fucked up. That's why you see them voting the way that they do. That's why you see a whole bunch of women complaining about the fact that food stamps is not popping. 42 million Americans is on food stamps and they worried about whether or not they're going to get their stuff in November. You're not going to sit here and tell me or try to convince me even a little bit that they doing phenomenal. And so this whole emotional support dog stuff, no, we need men to come back to being men. The problem from that generation is that those men were weak and they were feminized. And so they would go out there and do all of this weird shit and do all of this stuff and start.
Shout out to Baba T. Baba T was up here. He said he just now got from up under the gynocracy. 68 years old, Baba T. I mean, y'all was kind of weak. It's unfortunate. Compared to today's times, we can look back. And it's easy for us to look back, though. People try to look back on slavery and be like, oh, you know, said what they would and would not do. We all said, but it's easy to sit here and say that. But it's, you know, we can look back and judge.
There you go. If it ain't so easy to crawl bloody and main from up under the gynocracy, yeah, honestly, I couldn't imagine bondage. Shout out to our prisoner of war ancestors. But what was it? But yeah, it's only one way to climb from up under the gynocracy. And it is, you must be 100% independent. If you need your gynocratic mom, auntie, sisters, any of the women, all right, hyena women, you need them for anything. watch your kid while you work. I'm about to trigger somebody. Babysit, anything. Loan you $50 till Friday. That thumb always on you. Ain't no way around that. What does that mean? What does it look like? You can never tell anybody no. That's what it looks like. You lose the right to say no. Tell me I'm wrong.
That's the gynocracy.
Execute Order 66.
New families, but then at the same time, they let the girls that they was with run roughshod over them. And the reason that they was able to do all of that stuff also is because they had those jobs. They had the union jobs. They was hood rich. You know what I'm saying? And so, yes, I agree with them and I disagree with them, but there's some additional context that we have to add into this conversation that I don't think is being factored into it. And so we do need to take responsibility. And how long are we also going to take, are we going to continue to have this conversation and blame it entirely on the men without leveraging some responsibility on women? Because I looked at this guy's comments and all you seen was woman looking for an excuse to blame men. And so I don't think that this helps at all. And I respect his opinion. I respect his perspective because I think that he's right on some points, but I think that he's missing some context. And
So here we are. All right. It's a lot here. Like I said, we're going to have this discussion tonight. We just getting started. It's a lot to unpack. Obviously, we ain't going to be able to unpack everything, but we're going to talk about it.
I'm here for it. I cannot wait to hear what y'all got to say. I know it's getting fiery, man. I like this. I like these conversations. Let's find some solutions. I'm all about solutions. Y'all heard me. Climb from under the gynocracy. Stand on your own too. Shout out to 50 Cent. That Get Rich or Perish trying album that came out. I mean, I felt that. Like, name about getting rich. That ain't it. But reclaim your independence or perish in the attempt. Like, they don't leave any room for anything else because ain't no room.
And shout out to Frederick Howard with the 5-ball. He says, I was born in 1958. Mom was 4 for 4. We cannot divert this to men when women chose wrong. He says, children are weaker because of weak-raised people.
There you go. My mama's 6 for 6. Woo. The Bronco, where you at?
It's a two-way street. Can't only put it on the men, right? Or the women. But like you say, same thing. We all come for these 4 for 4, 6 from 6. But at the same time, I could sit here and say my daddy is a POS. So he does not get absolved. Absolutely not. Especially me as a man. I'm a grown man right now, and I carry a heavy burden as a father. So I will never absolve men from that.
And that, oh my goodness, you preaching, brother. That is the root of the judgment. I know how harshly I judge myself. You ain't exempt. You for sure. We judge others as harsh as we judge ourselves, as we should. That's how you don't be a hypocrite. Daggone right. Yeah, I'm hard on myself when it comes to this. I understand the responsibility. I can't look at you and realize that you abandoned yours. And come on, man. I see you, ninja.
Yeah, it's going to take some extreme atonement. I think the boomer men have to atone. What does that look like? Come into, what are we, Gen X or whatever the next generation is? Y'all need to come to us with gifts, bow, ask us what are the solutions and try to work with us. And really, like seriously, because boomer men can still be, got that pride and ego. No, y'all need to sit down.
There you go. Only way to break these curses is extreme discomfort and some pain, boomers. It's all right, but we can do it. We can do it.
So here we are. Shout out to EV. He says, right, Gav, the past 10 years, burying grandmas in their 50s.
This is what I wanted. Shout out to EV. It is not a theory. Understand something, man. Like, we are spiritual beings. There's a curse attached to not caring for God's children. Y'all grandmas passing away in y'all 50s. I was going to touch on this. They perishing at an earlier age. That is, my gosh, going at 50? At 50, we are supposed to work ourselves into some kind of life of leisure, some enjoyment, more leisure than toiling, and y'all kicking up daisies. There's a curse attached to not taking care of the kids. Acknowledge it. God dang it.
And speaking of curses and not taking care of kids, I'm going to pull this video up. Shout out to my guy, Brandon Jamal. All right, make sure y'all go subscribe to his channel. This the single mom brother.
He be wild.
Oh, he's hilarious. Here we go.
That could be the new norm in North Carolina. This morning, a Charlotte teen accused in a series of shootings into homes is now in jail on a $5.3 million bond. Officers first arrested Daquan Mills last month for a shooting on Redwood Drive. He was also charged for a second shooting while in custody.
Investigators say that's on top of 2 other prior arrests that Mills had for other charges. He's currently accused of crimes ranging from damage to property to shooting into an occupied dwelling. Now experts say that this could be in part due to the fatal stabbing of Irina Zarutska on the light rail this summer, which sparked national attention. The statewide anti-crime bill dubbed Irina's Law went into effect on.
Yo, we got to talk about these YNs, man. He's 18. All these charges for shooting at people. More than likely shooting at black people. We don't talk about the black on black crime. We deflect. We say, what about white on white crime? What about all the Latinos killing Latinos? Blah, blah, blah. And I know what you wokey wokes are going to say. They don't put the white people on the news to do stuff like this. They're only putting us on the news because, you know, it's all racist. It's not all racist. It's not all racist. The reason why.
Oh, here we are. Huh?
Here!
Stop it. Like I said, we're going to have a discussion today. All right. Young brother, 18 years old in Charlotte, is being held on a $5.3 million bond after he was charged for 16 shootings across the city. How you 18, you done shot 16 people? Man, listen.
Lock them up.
Man.
Lock them up.
That's all. At this point, can't do nothing with this young brother. I don't know. And shout out to the guy that's on the thumbnail tonight, right? Who is that? NBA Youngboy. That's his latest album cover. His latest album cover is this. The album is called Massa. Massa. M-A-S-A. Make America Slime Again. Yeah! Boom, so this is his album cover. The album is called Massa. We know who Massa is, right?
Do we know what slime means? Slime slang. I know that young thugger dude
It's
always
degeneracy, I would imagine.
Here we go. In slang, slime means a close friend, homie, or a trusted member of your crew, similar to bro or dude. Okay. Yeah, talking about young thugger. So I guess it's a friend, but also like slime you out. So yeah, debauchery, violence, madness, ultimately. But 16, listen here. When I say that there will be casualties, a young brother out here committing 16 of those, that's a casualty. Not just Bonquisha, falling to the wayside because her food stamps ran out. These are others. There's more examples of casualties. There's no saving them. It's over. The deed is done.
And the thing is, he should have been locked up after that first shooting. But the problem in our culture, no snitching. No snitching. You got to be the dumbest fool in the world if you still believe in no snitching in 2025, right? Because everybody would know who did what, but I ain't snitching. I don't know. At this point, it's just Stockholm syndrome. Because it ain't like if you go and snitch, ain't nobody going to do nothing. This ain't the mob. It ain't like if you do something, you got to go into witness protection. No, it's necessary to clean up the community. And if everybody was on board, then we can get some kind of, task force in our own community. Men like me and Mr. Walker that will protect y'all from these said men. Then you ain't got what, granted, the police is their barrier, but we also got to have our own barrier. So when y'all are snitching and y'all afraid, that's where our coalition come in and say, don't you worry about Daquan Mills. Don't worry about Daquan or what the hell he think. We go handle Daquan. Do what y'all need to do.
There you go. It ain't this snitching stuff. It don't make any sense anymore. That's gone. The honor amongst thieves is long gone. You understand? There was rules. Things actually made sense. But they no longer do. But if you are an innocent bystander, you can't snitch. There is no, you ain't a part, or you ain't affiliated with any crew, any slime. So you can't, like you said, clean up your community. Listen here, growing up in there, I would tell folks, get in my car, like, If you drop anything in this 1985 Dodge Diplomat, I'm telling, it's not mine. I got to go to school. Don't be dropping, leaving nothing in my car around me. None of that. Have some cojones. If y'all not in these street activities, ain't no such thing as snitching. Tell it, like I said, don't be what y'all afraid of. Oh, they're gonna retaliate, man. You better figure it out.
Yeah, there's no way. I'll say this: there's no way you pay taxes and you would adopt a no snitching mind state. That got to be some of the dumbest ish, and it's counterproductive. How would you pay taxes somewhere? Property taxes, school taxes, but you wouldn't snitch on somebody that's gonna bring the value of your property down. That's gonna bring the value of the school down. That's why y'all say, well, they ain't teaching the kids because it's all based on the property value. The taxes go into the school, but if there's not a tax base, the school is gonna be shitty. So, no snitching.
I'm so triggered, man. I feel as if folks in the hood that aren't even a part of any crew or any slime, they're afraid to say anything because they can't defend themselves. They're not to defend themselves. You know, I don't know what else it is, but yeah, you can't keep letting this go on. 16, $5 million bail. Everybody want to be King Von now. Shout out to the serial deleter. You muted, Mr. X.
Shout out to Rachai come back with the 10 ball. Says Gavin X, most of us boomers came from single parent households growing up during the 70s with drug gangs in the community, influenced by blaxploitation movies, PIMPs and hustlers.
Okay, I'm buying it. Accept it. I'm listening. My mom used to say that. Yeah, my mom said she used to have to take care of her siblings because my grandma, whoever was out doing the same thing at the juke joints, it's passed down with that's why I do like to refer to it as a generational curse. But somebody got to stop it. Somebody got to do something.
Yeah, there you go. So in this moment, the boomers need to show up to the next generation. Y'all need to bring us y'all resources and ask us how can y'all be of service to us. Bring y'all resources and let us. We got this.
I'm so triggered because I know what you're talking about. I went to my grandma with this. God rest her soul. There was a house in the family that was falling to pieces. And I said, and me and Miss X, we're general contractors. I said, Grandma, I said, sign the house over to me. You could trust me. You never gave you a reason not to. And we're going to get this thing right. We're going to turn this into something. Refuse to pass the baton. I'm coming from a pure place. And that's why I got the right. I'm like, y'all wrong. Y'all wrong. You got to pass those resources, man. Stop acting like folks gonna take it and scram and leave you on the side of the road. They might, but give it a chance.
That part. So here we go. Hit the like button.
Yo, we got to talk about these YNs, man. He's 18. All these charges for shooting at people. More than likely shooting at black people. We don't talk about the black on black crime. We deflect. We say, what about white on white crime? What about all the Latinos killing Latinos? Blah, blah, blah. And I know what you wokey wokes are going to say. They don't put the white people on the news to do stuff like this. They're only putting us on the news because, it's all racist. It's not all racist. It's not all racist. The reason why they look at us the way they look at us, the reason why black people can't go nowhere without getting stereotyped, it's not because of the stereotypes. It's because you people are proud of the stereotypes. And how do I know you're proud of the stereotypes? Look what you support. The entertainment you support is why they judge you. Let's start with the rappers. Y'all say it ain't no good rap. Do you know why y'all say it ain't no good rap? Because the things that y'all support are full of shit. Shit, you hear me? Non-lyrical shit. Now, I grew up listening to music that wasn't full of amazing substance, but at least there was some lyrics. It made you think. This shit, it just pollutes your mind. The biggest rapper right now, NBA Youngboy, he's not lyrical at all. He just makes threats and bitches on beats and makes sound effects. And he's the biggest rapper in the world right now because
that part. So we got to say down with the debauchery. I think the most hypocritical people, they come on in real life and on the internet and they'll say they're blackity black and all this stuff. And in the same breath, they will say they support Sexy Red and hip hop culture, the debauchery. Two things can't be true. How can you support what's destroying you? That's crazy.
You on one this evening. Every movement, every righteous movement has gotten hijacked. The blackity black movement, you couldn't tell me that was going to end up going astray, man. Blackity black, anything that is positive for black folks, not just because it's cool, because it's hip. That's what blackity black is. Blackity black now is get along with the get along. If it's hip, if it's cool, if the majority like it, do it. You know what I mean? Don't lose your black card. Make sure you're always invited to the cookout. If you don't vote Democratic, then you ain't black.
The hell with the cookout. The hell with Democrat. The hell with all of that, man.
I agree. That's what time they on. Blackity black's supposed to be real. That's why I got that black fist tattooed on my neck, man. It was dope. We positive, hidden colors, reparations, freedom or die. Come on. But no, it's like, you know what? Let's wear skinny jeans and slam the block. I'd rather not.
All of you people are autistic, apparently. I'm from Chicago, home of the drill music. But what is drill music actually? Drill music is we unalive people and brag about it, music. Now, growing up, we always had violent music, but there wasn't a catchy name for the subsection of serial killer music. They took serial killer music, black serial killer music, and gave it a name, drill music. Now, it'd be different if we just knew what's called drill music in the streets, but for it to be commercialized is pure evil. More importantly, you grown people just go along with it. It'd be different if it was just the kids, but it's you with adults, you grown ass adults, especially you people in Chicago. Especially you animals in Chicago. To this day, the general consensus around Chicago is free Lil Durk, and we're sad King Von was unalived in the line of duty. But let me tell you something. Every single rapper I ever listened to in my life said, if you touch me, my right hand man gonna blame you. That's why Lil Tim is walking around free. I'm pretty sure the judge was like, oh, you took out King Von? Man, get them handcuffs off him. Sir, are you okay? How are your wrists? This man some food. What you want to eat? You hungry? You want to pop? I'm sure the Cook County prosecutors put something on the grill. You hear me? They was like, man, this boy Von is gone. But
in the big name of Jesus, you hear me?
He say the dude that deleted King Von was named Tim. He out walking the streets. They say, we ain't gonna charge you. You did us a favor. You got him up out of here. What can we do? Let's get him up out. No charges. All right. And like you say, we talking about serial deleter music. That's what it is.
I was halfway convinced the world was coming to an end once these young men, damaged young men, started showing up to the funerals and slamming out the funerals.
He said King Von got deleted in the line of duty. I like that.
So it was their duty. That's what they was doing, huh? That's what they did on the daily. Slid on the ops. They literally was walking and how they would go do they dirt, they evil deeds, deleting women, children, and pets, and then go right to the studio, still smelling like gun smoke, and make a video. Yeah, I just hit that nigga 5 times with the blah, blah, blah. And it be true. Still smelling like the smoke still followed them. It's wicked. I thought it was over, but no, it ain't over. It's just starting.
So here we are.
The black community. Rest in peace to King Von. We miss you. Lil Durk, all he talks about is just serial killings in his music all the time. Free Lil Durk. Free Smirk. He ain't did nothing to nobody. And I love my community. Y'all will only listen to these rappers if you feel like they are about what they talk about. But when they get locked up, though, you like, it's just music.
And what's the deal with free? Should we say free anybody that's guilty of the damn crime? I mean, my God, that's another part of why we can't move forward. Because y'all want to free all the criminals. Hell no. Keep them locked up. The ones that ain't reformed and done did their time. Somebody just deleted somebody. They've been in prison for 2 weeks. And y'all talk about free them. No. Let's talk about this again about 20 years. Let's see if he reformed. can't free a man after a month of deleting somebody. Free him. No.
Absolutely not. You know, knowing how soft men can grow up to be, I take pride in say I used to be in rooms with monsters. No, don't free them ninjas. You ever heard them mother suckers reason? Huh? You ever heard a deleter, you know, tell you his thoughts and then you know he locked up? Free cuz. For what? For what? He allowed to get out and get you. We talking about. Yeah, some folks is monsters acknowledged. You know, some folks end up getting locked up for, you know, falling victims to, you know, the streets. You know, growing up almost was me, almost was Mr. X. Just got to make some money. Got to get it. Got no other options and exhausted all options. We understand that's that side too. But this ain't deep. They like what they doing. They like slamming on the ops.
Man. And shout out to Chai, the show sponsor, come back. He says, the sad part is none of those YNs, King Von, did not expect to live past 30.
Facts. Yeah, I know. I didn't expect to live past 25. Nobody ever talked about it.
Yeah, 21. Hell, I never thought I was gonna make it to 21.
Yeah. In college, I think it was my sophomore year, I had my one and only panic attack. I think I turned like 22, 23. And I was like, whoa. And it was super weird. It was embarrassing. I just didn't think. I'm always thinking about the future. But I didn't think. I'm like, oh, well, I'm still here. It's a messed up mentality, but yeah.
Yeah, just now starting to break it. Like you said, that was a real thing. Like you said, 21 and then 25. Say no way 25. Because by 25, most of your friends getting deleted. And then by 30, ain't no way in hell I'm gonna make it to 30. Because everybody damn near gone.
Done and done. Thank God for mercy.
Here we are. Almost 40, still ticking.
Woo!
What are you talking about? Say what you want to about Charlie Kirk. I didn't like probably 40% of the things that he said. I don't think George Floyd died of a fentanyl overdose. Even though the tox screen said he had fentanyl in his system, I believe he died from a knee on his neck. But if you're someone who looks at the tox screen that they gave you and said he died of a fentanyl overdose, I'm not going to argue with you. We have to agree to disagree. That being said, he said a bunch of things that I didn't like, but he was spot on about the black community when he talked about the murders all the time. He's like, look, listen to your music. Do you hear your music? There's no fathers in the household and the music is extremely violent. Of course y'all unalive each other. Of course. It's just simple math. But then people want to be like, well, no, it's systemic racism. No, it's not. It's the
well, two things is true. Why would you want to listen to that from him? That's always been my thing. Like I said, I had no clue who this guy was till he was deleted. You know, I don't want to hear nothing from him. He ain't got no dog in the fight, right? There's too many other spaces where you can get better information from. So just never made sense.
There you go. Yeah, please, we've said it before, you know, well, Mr. X has said it many times. Don't be out here what is it? Not entertaining, but patronize. You're patronizing these content creators you don't like by watching, hatefully commenting on their stuff. Just don't observe it. Soon as you see a bias, that's what I look for, a bias or ill intent. And there was bias and ill intent. Now there's no need to listen to any freaking thing you say at all. Yeah, that's it. But yeah, see Kirk. Man, it's funny how folks get sucked up. It's like rage baiting. I understand it, but I hate it.
And like, you know, Charleston called him out, said, where the videos of him calling out his own people? We'll wait. And not for a small clip. Say, look, I got 10 seconds, right? No, show the hours of this stuff.
Just like Pearly. See what I'm saying? Do y'all see how embarrassing it is to talk about other folks? How some folks want us to do it, not shine a light on our dark corners of our culture. No, you look dumb when you don't know what's going on in your own backyard. Shout out to Goofy Pearly.
lack of parenting. It's your mammy not keeping shit out of the house. She couldn't keep the dad around, or she got pregnant by a dude who wasn't shit, or the dad just didn't care about keeping the family together. Either way, the black community does not care about the family. You see, they're trying to turn America into what the black community is, because what they figured out about the black community is that if there's no family structure, they don't keep their money. Don't you know the black community spends So much money every year, billions of dollars just spending and spending and spending and spending. So if they get the rest of America like that, single mom households, broken homes, everybody just gonna be spending all the time, and we keep the American corporation going. That's one of the reasons why they blackballed Now You a Single Mom, because why would they want to promote a nuclear household? That is not what America is about anymore. The more fatherless households my community.
There you go. So yeah, I mean, two things is true. He stresses that they done blackballed him. They won't let him get on, but they will put on the NBA young boys and these people talking about deleting each other. But what you ain't gonna do is bring shame to single moms. All right. They said, whoa, you went too far.
I believe it. You know, we can never be hard on ourselves. At the very same time, yeah, I'm pretty sure the algorithm ain't going out its way to give us impressions either. We got the same message, do what's better. That doesn't fit the overall agenda. Actually, they blackball. That joint was a hit, man. Funny as heck, too. Like it was tasteful. That was dope. I hate that they hating on that, brother. Nevertheless, we can't complain about it. It is what it is. There's different levels to, you know, being a revolutionary. I've been saying, I ain't said in a while, the revolution may not be televised, but it will be podcasted. It's my belief.
That part.
Now you a single mom. Now you a single mom.
He was surfing on that car with the diapers.
And shout out to Mr. Clay with the 20 ball. He says, good evening, nephews. I'm 55 and from a single mom's. He says, I asked her how she and Pops hooked up. Her answer, I was bored and he was the ninja around the corner with a car. The more things change, the more things stay the same.
Man. Yeah, listen here. I asked my mom. I can't get a straight answer. Just a question mark. It's deep, man. You be like, for real? You know what? I don't think, Brother Clay, I don't think they expected us. And I told Mr. X this. I don't believe that generation expected us to get to this age with our common sense and be able to ask these questions. I swear, because they just be sitting there looking crazy. Shout out to you, brother.
I was gonna say, as a parent, think about it. Because you're like, man, I'm grown now. So I gotta hold you accountable, like you said, myself. And if I was moving wild, that would mean either you just don't care. Or like you say, you think your kids just ain't gonna grow up and have questions. What do y'all think?
Man. Ooh, I hit them all with questions. Respectfully, I shook souls once I got a hold of Kev and got myself together. Oh boy, I somehow the most righteous person in my family by far, by anybody's definition, became the black sheep simply because I had questions.
Seriously. And shout out to Divine. He says, we need today's new upcoming rappers to rap positively, like Common, Nas, Andre 3000, Kendrick, and J. Cole. They rap about the meaningful issues.
It won't get pushed. You know, it is like it's extremely unfortunate. The more positive the music, the less it's gonna get pushed. Shout out to Smooth Jazz, shout out to Brother Jay Tillman, shout out to R&B. These are perishing genres. Like they at least not rich. You would imagine, you know, all these artists used to be, or at least pursued to be rich back in the day. They're starving artists. Only the drill rappers get spins.
That part. So just like anything else, it's just like YouTube or anything else, right? You know, people say, hey, why don't people just sit up here and talk about marriage and, you know, this and that, about tilling the gardens and stuff. There's channels out there that do that. Most of y'all would never click on it.
There you go. I do. There you go. See what I mean? Tell out again. The algorithm shows us what we want to see. And it tells by how we respond to the content. And there you go. If everybody was on that kind of time, the algorithm ain't here. It's like, whatever you want, I will present to you. And I guess we tell them what we want.
That part. So here we are.
Continues to produce, the more people like this we're going to get. Hell, we call them YNs. What is a YN really? A YN is a young N-word who looks like he's up to no good. You see how we commercialize the negativity in my community? You see, every single society has violence, alcohol addiction, drug addiction, hypersexuality, prostitution, all the negative things. Every society has it. But my community has taken all the negative aspects of everybody else's society and made that my Black American culture. And I don't even argue with intellectual blacks when they say that's not our culture. Use a damn lie. Use a damn lie. The mainstream fuckery is Black entertainment. Hell, just look at the rise of I don't want to get in trouble on YouTube. Look at the rise of prostitute music. You know, prostitute. Look at the rise of prostitute music. There's so much prostitute music. Hell, we have let a woman become famous for being a former prostitute that makes disgusting songs. You know, Suki, it's to the point where the Black men in the industry will defend her when anybody says anything about her.
That's a good question. You know, do we believe that the majority of Black folks indulge in the debaucherous culture? You know, and that can be anything from the music to the television shows. If you sit around watching Love and Hip Hop and all that stuff, you are indulging. If you know what I mean, listening to Sexy Red and Glorilla and Meg and you know what I mean, there's so many things to where you're a part of the culture.
Oh no, I know what they're gonna say. No, this raunchy music been out way before them. They grandmas was listening to nasty music, and that's facts on facts on facts. But does that make it any better? Obviously, now with time we can see how this daggone debaucherous behavior is trending. I done heard those old, nasty songs. It was one sister. She was like the age of Patti LaBelle and them. And she was doing a concert and she was walking around in the front row grabbing meat. Like, so I get it. I understand it. Yeah, they've been doing this and y'all been nasty. But change, it's time for change. I know the detractors, but they've been doing this. Stop it.
Well, here's the question. When that woman was grabbing meat, did the majority of people shame the behavior, or did everybody cheer it on? You know, not just in the audience, just society, did the community cheer it on, or was that something that was frowned upon?
I'm definitely gonna say, because I'm gonna say it's frowned upon by the masses. All the nasty hooligans at the concert was kind of anticipating it. But yeah, and there you go. Shame. There you go. All we are observing is the decline of shame. We get it. Y'all want to be freak monsters within the corridors of y'all little funky bathhouse, whatever y'all doing. Been doing that. It's a club. Keep it to yourselves. But now it's just being broadcasted to the masses. Nobody's safe from the madness. Even the children.
It's wicked. And Rachad says all praises to Godzilla and the almighty algorithm.
Holy guacamole.
That's you can't talk about Suki. She's a former prostitute. She's a prostitute. She getting money, but the fact that can't nobody talk about her, the fact that people mentally feel the need to protect her. So that's just the music, the entertainment. Tyler Perry. The fact that you people still support Tyler Perry is the reason why nobody respects Black people.
That's part of it. So, see what I'm saying? The culture could be so many things, right? Some people could say, nah, I don't listen to Sexy Red. I don't watch Love and Hip Hop. But then it can start going deeper. Do you watch Tyler Perry movies? Do you eat Takis potato chips? All right. It could be little things, people. Understand any little stumble. All right.
It's true. The more thorough I become, the more judgmental I shall become. If I'm going to judge myself like this, I'm judging you too. Put down the Takis. Put down the soda pop. Come on, man. Let's start there. Please, please, please. Stop drinking soda. Start there. Look at folks sitting there like, you tripping, ninja. Just stop. It is liquid diabetes. Give me one benefit to drinking soda. Give me one. You can't. Give me one benefit to drinking soda or smoking a cigarette. I won't wait. There is zero benefits, zero positive effects, just all bad. Put the soda down.
That's what we're trying to say. Anything that's harmful, anything that we can, as a majority, deem harmful, not just because you might, say, no, they was doing this in the Bible. We ain't ask you what they was doing in the Bible. All right. We talk about today.
Yes. Yes, Verner's is soda. Put it down. All pop. If it got liquid sugar, real sugar, high fructose corn syrup, put it down.
Tyler Perry has the ability to make the most beautiful movies ever. I cried a little bit with that movie with Taraji. I think it was with Taraji. And they were the black women who did the thing with the male in World War II. It was a beautiful movie. It might have been World War I. I'm pretty sure it was World War II. Beautiful, beautiful movie. He goes from making crap like that to black divorce, love in the black, all this horrible, stereotypical black trauma-filled nonsense. And y'all support it because you love it, because that's your culture. That's your culture. NBA Youngboy, Sexy Red and Suki, and Tyler Perry. That's black culture. You remember a long time ago, y'all called Kanye a coon when someone said, Kanye, it seems like you turned your back on the culture. He said, you mean the culture that's obsessed with drugs and violence and riding in a foreign and got you obsessed with trying to F somebody else's B? 100%. I 1000% turn my back on the culture. Y'all called Kanye a coon for that. For simply wanting better. This is how messed up the culture is.
Man. God bless Yeezy. Like you said, we Yeezy fans from day one. Granted, our brother done made a lot of stumbles and fumbles, but, you know, I don't believe we should have turned our back on Yeezy. Yeezy is one of the most resourceful ninjas. I don't know.
F the police, that's how I treat them. We buy our way out of jail, but we can't buy freedom. We buy a lot of clothes, but we don't really need them. Things we buy to cover up what's inside because they made us hate ourselves and love their wealth. That's why Shorty's hollering where the ball is at. Come on, man. How could y'all ever forget? Y'all kill me, hate no Yeezy. Come on, man.
Yeah, that's all. He got that Kardashian Kudakata and drove him a little crazy. But, you know, we got to be able to reform Yeezy.
That's all. Understand the brother. It's been a lot with Yeezy. Yes, a lot. Understand his pain. There you go. He done said a lot as of lately. You know, I don't even want to repeat it. I don't even want to believe some of it's true. But yeah, just have mercy on the brother, please.
But he got to be willing to fork over resources. Yeezy, you done stumbled so far away. The only way to get your black card back, you got to go talk to the people. Got nothing to do with us. They trying to take ours too, Yeezy. So you got to go down to the black card office, go see the people, Jay Prince and them down there, and negotiate. You're going to have to hand over resources, and they will give you it back.
Yeah, Yeezy, it's too easy for you. Yeah, we ain't got enough. Yeah, Yeezy, you pull up. Yeah, you got it. Especially JP. If he there, it ain't gonna take much to satiate him. You know, $500 a dude, and you definitely still got millions. Yeah, it's levels to broke. Yeah, Yeezy still rich as the day is long.
Y'all call Kanye a stalker because he bought the house across the street from Kim Kardashian when he got a divorce. But y'all don't respect black fathers at all. He didn't buy the house across the street from his ex-wife. He bought the house across the street from his kids. But you idiots, you hard R's are just so used to the idea of black fathers being meaningless, you thought it was just about Kim. Heaven forbid a dad to be obsessed with his kids. Ain't it 4 of them?
Huh. So yeah, that was another thing. But like you say, it got to be about the Kudakata. So I remember when he bought the house across the street from Kim, and people, you know, 4 kids across the street. So nobody ever considered the fact that he was worried about his kids. Like, nah, you tried to stalk her. Like 4 of my kids live across the street. I'm here.
What he need to stalk her for? I mean, my 4 kids. Stop it. Let's stop. Please stop. He didn't got all he need to get up. Stop it, please. Like, let's just hate. Pure misandry. Pure uncut, unstepped on man hate. If he would have took his talents and went and moved to Greece or Rome and became a grape wine farmer and made cheeses like I would like to do, y'all would say, oh, look, he just abandoned them. That ninja said, you know what? Since I can, I will. I'm moving right across the street, straight close to my babies. Y'all talk about all the videos and pictures of the kids showing who was the better, more present parent. They don't talk about that. Yeah, stop it. Please stop. Shout to Ye.
That part. And shout out to Divine. He says, growing up in the 90s, the beginning of ratchet music started when Little Kim and Kaya came. He says, but you had Queen Latifah, Missy Elliott, and others who offset it.
There you go. Many. So you still had Sade out there still doing her thing, Soft Sisters, man. Sweetie Paz, Monica, what's the other one? Brandy. You still had Sweet Sisters.
Well, unfortunately, now it's the Hyena clan, but the children are in charge. Because once upon a time, some of the stuff was considered grown folks-ish. I still say that to kids to keep them in their damn place. It's grown folks stuff. Why are you looking at my phones? I'm watching grown folks-ish. All right. But no, like you say, Lil' Kim, My Neck, My Back, that was considered grown folks music. And if you got caught listening, you more than likely was getting in trouble. But nowadays, you got 3, 4, 5-year-old kids out here, singing the craziest lyrics to songs.
That's facts. Yeah, even in the early teens. Yeah, you couldn't be in the house listening to cursing music. Even with my mama Crystal. I used to lock my door listening to Eminem. I used to be mad as heck. Yeah, even then, that shame was still supposed to be present. They were trying to pass down that shame. They just didn't know how to do it. They say, hey, you don't do this. No, they turn that. They ain't gonna do nothing.
That part. And shout out to Hustler's Prophet. He come through the fireball, says, or philosopher. I always do that. He says, COINTELPRO was never dismantled. They will always find a ninja to do their dirty work.
COINTELPRO. Okay. Appreciate you, hustlers.
So yeah, that's been, that's what dropped crack off in the hood, they say.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've been seeing the video. They really did that just like in the middle of the night. That's what they said. They just drove up in vans, dropped off crates, and pulled off. And that was it. The rest was history.
Jesus. And shout out to Tyrone Dalton. This is Baba T.
Oh, it is. Yeah, it is Baba T.
He says this is protected by the red, black, and green.
I think that's the intro to a song, ain't it, Baba T? Who is that? Is that not Most Def? A KRS-One? I don't know. I think that's the beginning to a song. Let me know.
And yeah, we'll drop the link here later, Baba T. I'm sure you're gonna come up. And shout out to Air Force Rick. Says, hold on, we're supposed to reform Kanye, and this man's having combos with Nick Fuentes. And listen, I said before all this, like I said, I stopped keeping up with Kanye years ago. So that's another thing. I'd be ignorant to this stuff. Like you say, I stopped following Kanye 6, 7, 9, 10 years ago. But nonetheless, I'm saying before ninjas turned on Kanye long ago. I ain't talking about today. Yeah, it might be far too late. But yeah, when people were initially calling him crazy and stuff back in the day, I disagreed with it. I'm talking over 10 years ago.
Same here. Yes. Yeah, he just, when they start putting him on the meds, and whenever it seemed like that Kardashian sick witchcraft was getting into him, that part, it was whenever she was torturing him and everybody was piling on that time.
So yeah, that was my message to not. I think we are so quick to turn our backs on one another and try to take somebody's black card. And it's always premature, and it's normally somebody we can use. And then we stuck in these positions.
Come on, man. Shout out to Yeezy. Post hole.
Man. But nonetheless, here we are. We are talking about fatherless. YNs are crashing out. Who's most responsible? A lot of it's based on the fatherlessness in the homes.
Indeed it is. It's observable. It's observable reality. And I hate it. I resent it. I rebuke it, but it's still reality. You can tell a young man that was born or that was raised without his father in the house. You could tell by his glaring insecurities one way or another, constant attempts to overcompensate. That's why I say shout out to the brutish moms. They offset that. Amen. Shout out. Love you, mama.
That part. And T. Bogus says, once he was deemed crazy, He had to leave. Well, listen, I was deemed crazy by ninjas. I guess I'm kicked out too.
Yeah, the same. Yeah, crazy Gav, crazy Will. Yeah, people used to always call me crazy. I ain't crazy. I resent that, man.
That's how they get you. It's the sign language. You're crazy. Now we got a reason to throw you out the clan.
That's it. Who said it best? Brother Chappelle. You call somebody crazy, now you can dismiss them. You crazy. And listen to nothing else you say. You crazy. Shout out to Chappelle.
A judge has sentenced a 16-year-old to life in prison for the 2024 murder of a student inside Joppatown High School. Alexa Ashwell is live outside the Harford County Circuit Courthouse with reaction. Alexa. Maxine, defendant Jalen Prince has been sentenced to a total of 80 years in prison in connection to the murder of Warren Grant. Silence inside the courtroom here inside Harford County Circuit Court as a judge sentenced Jalen Prince for the murder of fellow Joppatown High School student 15-year-old Warren Grant. A total of 80 years. Count 1, first-degree murder, the judge sentencing Prince to life, suspending all but 75 years in prison. And count 2, use of a firearm and commission of a crime of violence, 20 years, suspend all but 5 years, to be served consecutively, meaning after the count 1 sentence, followed by 5 years supervised probation.
Y'all see this. This young brother, 16 years old. All right. They got to fighting in school. They were fighting in the bathroom, and he was getting his head went upside it, and he had a firearm. He shot the kid in the bathroom. And now he is facing 80 years. So he'd be out when he about 90. About 90 something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you ever see Prison Story? This is the scared straight moment. You was fight. Here it is, young men. We're gonna play this out for you so you don't have to live it out. Fighting in the bathroom, you get lumped up. Everybody camera phone out. Your pride overrides you. You reaching for the toolie. This is the fallout. 80 years. He's not going to fare well inside those walls at this young, tender age. He tender. There is no shame, no moral compass. He going with beast and ain't seen his offense. He's going to have to prove to them that he's this guy. You have to prove it. Everything, his manhood is at stake, quite literally.
So here we are. You know, I don't know how y'all be getting firearms in some of these places. Earlier tonight, the kid, 19 years old, he got his firearm at work at McDonald's. This kid is in school. That's why a lot of these schools anymore got metal detectors and stuff at the front of the school. And it's absolutely necessary. And I wouldn't want my kids in that school. You see what I'm saying? Especially my son in some school where, we got to shake y'all down in the morning. Like, this is ridiculous.
I thank God every day. May not have the funds and resources for fancy schmancy private schools, but thank God.
This is true, because some schools do it for, different reasons.
Yeah.
Right? For the white boys running up in there acting wild.
True.
But a lot of our schools ain't doing it for that, because that type of stuff don't happen in our schools. It's this. We doing it to each other. It's crazy.
There you go. I'm saying, like, everybody may not be able to do, fancy smancy private school, but thank God for my family and my wife. We're going to do the homeschooling. Yeah, because like you said, it's too much risk when you realize the treasure that these young humans that we bring into this world are. You learn that you got to protect them. Like I said, I know my limits. I can't be sending my babies to the wolves that I know are there. And then them coming home maimed, and because the environment is uncontrolled, now I got to go control the environment. Anybody got bail money for me?
You know what I'm saying? You got to go to school, metal detectors at the door, all the book bags got to be clear and see-through, K9s at the door, sheriffs everywhere. This is every day. It's like a damn prison.
What to say? Clear, that is. Clear bags. Never know. I'd rather the freak not exposed. Like I said, I understand finances is tight. Everybody can't do private school. If you can, homeschooling is doable. Look into it, folks. If you can, I'm telling you.
spending all but 75 years in prison. And count 2, use of a firearm and commission of a crime of violence, 20 years to spend all but 5 years to be served consecutively, meaning after the count 1 sentence, followed by 5 years supervised probation.
We're happy with the result. It's a substantial sentence.
The Harford County State's Attorney following the sentence.
We ask for short sentences for any violent crime, but most specifically, we just cannot have our children going to schools and not being safe, and we cannot tolerate gun violence in schools, and we will not tolerate that here, which is why, we asked for the sentence that we did in this case.
Back in May, a jury convicted Prince of the first-degree murder of Warren Grant back in September 2024. Investigators say an argument over a girl inside the bathroom ended with Prince pulling out a gun from his backpack and fatally shooting Grant. Inside court, victim impact statements were read from nearly a dozen family and friends of Grant, including his father. The state's attorney arguing Prince was not able to be rehabilitated, highlighting his record with the Harford County Public School System, at least 18 incidents, including assaults, and more than a dozen incidents at Charles Hickey School.
At Charles Hickey School. Who the hell is Charles Hickey? Yeah, nonetheless, they say this young man could not be reformed. All right, look at him, 16 years old. He already got the ice grill on. Ice grilling. All right. He like, look, they like, we can't let this ninja back out. They said, but he only 16. All right, we can lock him up for a couple years, maybe 10, 15. They say there's no way. Look, he's been doing this since he was 8 years old. He got all kinds of crimes. He's been assaulting kids all his life, they say. And nobody does. Who's most responsible for this young man crashing out?
Pretty sure his father's absent. Pretty sure of it. He's responsible now. Who's being held responsible? There you go. Who's being held? Not his mama. His mama ain't get sentenced a day. Not 1 minute in behind them cold bars. You got your life. He is. Shout out to my guidance counselor. I got suspended once and many times. And I'm sitting in the guidance counselor office. I'm feeling sorry for myself. And he gave me a hard reality. He said, Willie, I don't care what you got going on at home. I don't care you going to sleep hungry, you unloved, uncared for. Whenever you do something, the cops ain't gonna ask for your mama. They're gonna ask for you. And I was sitting there and I said, sure. Sometimes it's just words. I said, you right? I can't sit here and say, oh, I blame my mom. You can't do it. It's on you. So him, there it is.
That part. So shout out to Richai. He says, Gavin X, y'all be funny. Most of my classmates carried in high school in the 70s and few in middle school. And 68, Chicago Southside about that life.
That's wild as hell. That's wild.
Yeah. Like you said, it's different times now. Now they at the doors. These young guys are more reckless, I would say now.
Yeah, I know in our time, they didn't get a hold of toolies till like late 90s. You talking about 70s. I remember when they first got a hold of them. Yeah, that's golly, Richard. Yeah. 60s.
Nonetheless, ain't nothing new under the sun. I will say that. It's just, magnified. There's more people. That's what I was talking to Mr. Walker about the other day, Richard. So we can sit here and we must understand population numbers. So back in the 70s and 60s, there wasn't as many black people as there is today. We were probably about 17 million strong, 20 million strong. Now we 42, 43 million. So it's obviously everything's amplified. That's where we at.
And this Charles Hickey Junior High School, I guess it's saying it was originally built for housing juvenile offenders. So like maybe is it like a trouble school altogether? Like a what was our thing? Village Keepers. So again, pipeline work from the prison school to the prison.
Yeah, alternative schools.
That's it.
Yeah, it's an alternative learning. You can't learn with the regular kids. We got an alternative program. We're going to structure it sort of like prison because it's going to be a pipeline. I'm about to prep you for prison. Alternative school.
My goodness. Yeah.
I would love to see the prison rate of the young men and the pregnancy rate of the young women of the alternative school children. I'm trying to tell you, it got to be damn near 100%.
Damn near 100. 90, 95% minimum. It ain't dropping below 95. And anyone that is the exception, just show them to me. I guarantee the dots always connect.
Highlighting his record with the Harford County Public School System, at least 18 incidents, including assaults, and more than a dozen incidents at Charles Hickey School, run by DJS, before and after his murder trial.
He has this long-standing history of violence that we've seen in the school system. And then when we got the records and saw that he is still continuing this pattern of violence all the way up to the trial, after the trial, just that it wasn't stopping. And we heard in there that the defense mentioned all these programs that he's done, but it doesn't seem that those programs have helped.
Exactly. So he's inside, still fighting. Everybody got to feel this young man's pain. They say, look, they're trying to reform him, but he inside prison still assaulting people. You know, they saying he's going through programs, but he ain't changed. He done deleted another young brother, and he must be held accountable. It's too late, all right? We can say who's responsible. We can shift blame, but he got to eat these years. Good luck.
Look at the flowers, young man. It's going to be rough. He either going to be, and this was my understanding as a youngster. Young men, there is no in between. There ain't no going to these institutions. I'm cool. I'm just going to keep myself to myself and everybody leave me alone. Absolutely not. You will either become a monster or a victim. There is no in between. Monster or victim. He's a monster. It just is what it is. I got cousins like this, blood. They don't ever need to come home. Know them. They never did nothing to me. Was quite nice and kind to me, but I can still acknowledge what they done to other folks. Stay in there. Enjoy your stay.
And all these programs that he's done, but it doesn't seem that those programs have helped because he's still engaging in violent conduct.
The defense also reading statements from character witnesses, including Prince's former coaches and mother. His attorney maintaining he didn't intend to kill Grant and the gun went off. And he's since earned his GED and completed numerous programs. Prince also addressing the court, expressing his condolences to anyone affected. The judge calling Prince a significant risk to public safety, sentencing him to a total of 80 years. The state's attorney highlighting because Prince is a juvenile, he's not eligible for life without parole and will likely serve at least 40 years. And in court, Prince's attorney advising him he has 30 days to file an appeal, which she has done or will do on his behalf. Reporting live in Harford County.
So there you go. All right. Now that he's a juvenile, there's some benefits working in his favor. You know, they can't lock him up forever. He gonna do at least a 40 ball. So he'll be out before he's 60. Be about 55. You know, still something left.
You gotta survive.
There you go. How could I forget?
Yeah, yeah. Listen, I'm sorry, not sorry. His flesh may survive, but his mind, that's gone, baby. I mean, just from like you ain't no fighter. You gotta go in there and prove yourself. And like, do you understand? I understand, have an understanding of prison politics. They gonna try to scare you. And they ain't no try, they are. Y'all done heard these horror stories. Shout out to Wild Fleece Johnson. Like, I know, did you not hear his thing was truth that he talked about his situation? He went in young. Now he fleece. He went in young. He said, I ain't never been with a woman. He went in there and he said the big old bad mother suckers, they scared you and tricked you out your manhood. Yeah, you're gonna give it up. It's unfortunate, young men. Be scared straight. Be afraid. Be very, very afraid. Don't do it.
Seriously. And shout out to brother Gary, come through with a 20 ball. He says, Gavin X and Mr. Walker, thank you, brothers, for covering these difficult but important issues affecting our community.
There we go. Listen here. I guess it's our pleasure. Like Mr. X said, we got PhDs in this madness. You're welcome.
Yes. Like I said, this was us. We made it through the other side. It's like looking back, you know, we made it to the other side of the fence by the grace of God. But on the other side of that fence is all the remains of everything we know, you know, and it ain't pretty. We know what we're talking about.
That's it. That's why you get this passion, not emotion, passion. These are our cousins. This is my cousin. Might as well. I'm telling you, or 5 of them, not just one. See what I'm saying? This ain't one of them. There's 5 of them.
That part. And shout out to Frederick Howard. He says, we all saw the 1968 interviews with those young ladies.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did, Frederick.
And shout out to Brother Gary, the show sponsor, come back with 10 Truth Over Lies memberships.
Appreciate you, Brother Gary. Thank you, fine sir.
This Bentley that I park in the church is not just for me. It's for the church. It's for us.
Can we drive it?
No, God wouldn't want that in Jesus' name.
Amen, Pastor. Amen.
This Bentley that I park in the church is not just for me. It's for the church. It's for us.
It's for us. Watch me drive it. Appreciate you, Brother Gary.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
And shout out to G Honda over at the Steelmatic. He come through with a 5 ball, says, salute family. Notice how T-Money has invoked the deletion penalty in DC. They're trying to go federal with it along with lethal. Yeah.
Oh, wow. I'm surprised they ain't trying to bring back old Sparky. Old Trump trying to make America wild again.
And here we are. And speaking of that, shout out to Brother Postman. He been a member for a month. He says, we moving, man. Salute, Kings.
Salute to you, brother.
Oh, my.
And like I said, G Honda, speaking of T-Money, all right, here we go. We gonna take a trip down memory lane.
And you ain't black.
I don't know how y'all voted for this ninja.
And you ain't black.
But here we are. We was talking about the YNs. How quickly we forget where we at. Once upon a time, Sleepy Joe on the Congress floor.
Good, what you got, Joe?
Speaking about black folks, this was back in 1993.
Okay.
Take back the streets. It doesn't matter whether or not the person that is accosting your son or daughter or my son or daughter, my wife, your husband, my mother, your parents. It doesn't matter whether or not they were deprived as a youth. It doesn't matter or not whether or not they had no background that enabled them to become socialized into the fabric of society. It doesn't matter whether or not they're the victims of society. The end result is they're about to knock my mother on the head with a lead pipe, shoot my sister, beat up my wife, take on my sons. So I don't want to ask, what made them do this?
And you ain't black.
And y'all voted for this ninja like at a 90% clip. Every one of you ninjas should be smited. But here we are, nonetheless. Joe, he said, I don't care what you ninjas talking about. He called y'all super predators. He said y'all need to be locked the hell up. And they signed a crime bill and they locked y'all the hell up. This is Joe. And then, 20 years later, he walking around talking about, if you don't vote for me.
And you ain't black.
The same man who said he don't care about y'all struggles. He don't care about the crack epidemic. None of it. He don't give a damn. Y'all gonna beat his mom upside the head and rob his kids. Meanwhile, his son was the one out here smoking crack, selling crack. Hunter, come on, man.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
From the congregation, all y'all that voted for this ninja, y'all can't smell a liar and a thief and a wolf and a maimed sheep's carcass. He ain't even a sheep. He still bleed. He just like Leatherface. My goodness. Y'all gave this ninja, y'all took our black cards. We invited to the cookout, but y'all gave this ninja a black card. And he flat out in his youth, in his vigor, he said, I don't give a rat's behind what little Ron Tavius done been through. I don't care how much crack we dumped in front of his house, then give him nothing else to do but sell that crack to feed his family. Don't care. Lock him up. I don't care. And if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. And y'all did. Shame on y'all. Atone. Anybody that voted for this ninja tonight, go have some privacy tonight. Turn down the lights. Find your finest leather belt and just flog yourself. Just flog yourself. And every time you hit yourself, you know what I mean? Say an ancestor's name. Atone.
That part. So there we go. Hit the like button. Take it back.
The end result is they're about to knock my mother on the head with a lead pipe, shoot my sister, beat up my wife, take on my sons. So I don't want to ask what made them do this. They must be taken off the street. That's number one. There's a consensus on that. Unless we do something about that cadre of young people, tens of thousands of them, born out of wedlock, without parents, without supervision, without any structure.
Huh. Listen to this. Joe up here sounding like just pearly things. Holy hell. Back in 1993. So here we go. We got to clean up our damn house. Because right now, as we speak, they are in Congress whipping up a new bill. There's a new Joe Biden, whoever he is, one of these young congressmen, they whipping something up. There's a new crime bill. They are spouting these same stats. There's tens of thousands of them. Yeah, they are doing this. They doing that. And when they start charging these young men as adults, yeah, that young boy that couldn't serve his whole 80, he gonna have to do the whole 80. Stuff gonna get real. So here we are.
Without any conscience developing, because they literally, I yield myself 3 more minutes, because they literally have not been socialized. They literally have not had an opportunity. We should focus on them now.
Why haven't they, Joe? Joe.
I baptize you in the name of Jesus. Lord, have your way, Lord. Have your way, Lord. Have your way, Lord.
The mere fact that y'all voted for him, and then y'all tried to, and the mere fact that Barack Obama had this man as his vice president, and y'all voted for Obama twice, and the mere fact that y'all try to push Kamala Harris onto people when they all in bed with this ninja. No, thank you. And then y'all say whatever y'all want about T-Money. I don't vote for either side. But some people wear their stuff on their sleeves. These people are snakes. They've been lying to y'all. These are the wolves in sheep clothing, and y'all let them in the hen house.
You know, I remember when you played that clip. If you don't vote for me, you ain't black. And we had our dear long lost sister HQ up here. And I said, and I remember you played it and there was no reaction. And I had to raise the question. I said, have you ever seen that? She said, no, I haven't. And I'm like, and I just processed it. And I realized just the bias that we feed into. And during around this election, I was watching both news channels. The news channels that was bad was like Fox and CNN, whatever it was. You had the Dems and the Republicans, and I watched them both. And all they did was spew hate and madness. And I was like, and I realized as a goofy project child that this is all a charade. It's nothing here. And I got to see offenses on both sides, and I said, ain't nothing here for me or my people. But if you voted for this ninja and you never saw that, check your algorithm. You are jaded.
That part. And we got some super chats.
Money. Out to a chat coming through this evening. Says Hillary Clinton used the phrase super predator. Yes, she did. In a 1996 speech while advocating for her husband's anti-crime legislation. Bill Clinton built more prisons than any other U.S. president. Shout out to Bill. Y'all love Bill.
And Sleepy Joe was right in bed. They all was in bed. They all was in favor. You heard him. He said it's unanimous. He said we all feel this way.
Y'all voted for Bill Clinton because he could play the saxophone. Oh, wow.
Oh, we got to do better.
Appreciate you, Project Leroy. Says all that anti-black racism and that 1994 crime bill from Joe Biden that turned him into a vegetable, taking a dump in his defense in 2025. There you go. Yes, take that curse, baby.
That part. But the damage is done. He done affected millions of black lives. So he gonna die with a smile.
Yeah, unfortunately, and wealth.
Not been socialized. They literally have not had an opportunity. We should focus on them now. If we don't, they will, or a portion of them will, become the predators 15 years from now. And Madam President, we have predators on our streets.
So yes, Rich, that's what he called us. Maybe not put the super, or maybe he will. We'll let it keep going. But yeah, this is what they were calling our children. Me and Mr. Walker, back in 93, I was out. You know, we was the kids.
Yep.
He was saying we was gonna grow up and be that. But yeah, here we are. Fathers, husbands, Joe. Your prophecy was not fulfilled. So we gotta continue to raise awareness and shame, accountability. We will continue to do this because it's what's right.
Mm-hmm. What Gam say? God has the final say, my baby. Shout out to the Old Testament Gam speaking life. God got the last say. Yeah, I know the plans that the world has set out for me, for poor project babies like a Gavin X Mr. Walker and all our fallen brethren. But no, some of us made it through. And there's a responsibility. You know what I mean? There's a responsibility making it through, and you can look back and acknowledge that so many have fallen. Shout out to the project baby. Shout out to us 80s babies coming up in the 90s. I was just telling my wife we came through a lot. You know, we came through the analog, digital, and AI stage. You know what I mean? We pretty well rounded, you know, as a group. I take it. Even crack epidemic, war on crime, war on black folks. I take it.
So here we go. Hit the like button.
That society has, in fact, in part because of its neglect, created. Again, it does not mean because we created them that we somehow forgive them or do not take them out of society to protect my family and yours from them. They are beyond the pale, many of those people.
Beyond the pale. Y'all can't be saved. This is Joe Biden, the man you ninjas voted for.
And you ain't black.
It blows my mind. All right. Y'all beyond the pale. Y'all cannot be saved. All right. He said, so if he got to lock y'all up to save his family, so be it. And if he got to pardon his son, all right, from his crime, he'll do that too.
Beyond the pale, outside the bounds of acceptable behavior. We are outside the bounds of acceptable behavior, and the society that was the catalyst to us humans displaying this unacceptable behavior don't give a damn. Again, that's how could you vote for someone? This is the coon, huh? He out here say he don't give a care about y'all plight. He spits on it. He literally spit on it. You show him little crack babies and broken household. He said, Tui, I don't care. Vote for me, ninja. And he said, all right, because it's vote blue no matter who. All right.
It's amazing. Think of, I'm taking back a second. Listen to him.
Society has, in fact, in part because of its neglect, created. Again, it does not mean because we created them that we somehow forgive them or do not take them out of society.
He said them. If you just come in a room, who the hell is them? Ninjas. Black folks. All right? Not criminals. He's not talking about criminals of any race. He's talking about black people. And he's saying we are all pretty much criminals, and he need to lock us up. And the people in Congress, he convinced them. And they signed the crime bill. They start building prisons and locking ninjas up.
I can't stand sleep. Y'all never liked them. Walk around White House trying to be Joe Cool. God dang, y'all nicknamed him Joe Cool. It's just certain things that make me forget a mother sucker exists. I can't follow these folks. Him, Kirk, all of these goofies. Just forget they exist.
Seriously. So this is wicked. This is what Joe and them did. And look at Rainbow Kid. Joe never hurt my pockets, but Trump has. That's some of the dumbest ish I've ever seen in this chat. Y'all got to start making some sense. What are you talking about? Yeah,
there.
Is you black? Is you black, Rainbow Kid? My first question.
Shout out to brother Evie. Says thank God someone played this. Evie didn't vote Joe. All we know, brother, we know. Appreciate you, Project Leroy.
Got that one.
Shout out to Frederick Howard. Appreciate you. Says 92% of you women, you left your man because of Dontavius Jamal Trump. Now you starving, hoping for EBT. Losers. Don't hurt him, Frederick.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Appreciate you, EV, coming through this evening, brother. Says someone get Mr. Beans on the line. Hello, Beans. Beans, where you at?
So there we go. We'll be dropping the link here in a minute. I see y'all in the chat. Hopefully some of y'all clicked the link. All right. So this Sleepy Joe, this one, he was not so sleepy. This was woke Joe.
Yeah, he was full of vigor. He meant every word he said. No dementia.
To protect my family and yours from them. They are beyond the pale, many of those people. Beyond the pale. And it's a sad commentary on society. We have no choice but to take them out of society. And the truth is, we don't very well know how to rehabilitate them at that point. That's the sad truth. I'm the guy that said, rehabilitation, when it occurs, we don't understand it and notice it. And even when we notice it and we know it occurs, we don't know why. So you cannot make rehabilitation a condition for release. That's why in our system, there's the federal system, you serve 85% of your time.
Sleepy Joe. What'd he say, Mr. Walker?
He's holy.
They voted for him.
We get deep.
And you ain't black.
We voted for Joe 3 times. Not only when he was president, we voted when he was running with Obama. And y'all didn't hold nobody accountable. And like you said, this is where it falls back on our elders, because we was far too young back then. That's why we are here now. That's why we standing on business now like y'all should have been then. The old heads, boomers, y'all should have been calling these ninjas out. Ain't no way he slithered back through the cracks. And like how? How did?
Speaking of slither, Joe had a sharp serpent's tongue back in the day, baby. He said to heck with reform. My goodness, he spoke well. Wicked, crooked, but well. He said no reform. And I'm gonna tell you why. He said reform doesn't work. And when it does work, we don't know why it works or how it works. So we ain't reforming ish. Lock 'em up. No reform, no re-education, no type of, trying to fix the price, that we ain't doing that. F the problem. The problem is here. How we gonna fix it? Lock them up. He said no reform. Now see what I'm saying? This is the wicked part. Life ain't fair. We can't.
Go ahead.
We can't expect other folks to care about us. But if you can acknowledge, and he kind of halfway did acknowledge that there were some unfair, prejudice, hateful circumstances. But we ain't even going to try. We're not even going to try to reform, just lock them up, make them, cogs in the machine, and let's get some free and or cheap labor out of them.
Well, here's the thing. Right now, we are witnessing history repeat itself. So some people going to say, oh, well, they doing this, whatever you think. That's why it's so important for us to get our ish in order. History will repeat itself. Why would we sit here and watch it? Wouldn't you expect things like this to come from the party now? If they are who y'all say they are, we should expect it. This is why y'all need to get y'all affairs in order and quit accepting the debauchery and saying people like us, we the problem.
Don't be a casualty. How about that? We talk about casualties. None of us are exempt. That should go without saying, but I feel like I gotta say it. It's all of us. We all got to continue to put our best foot forward so we don't fall to the wayside. I don't care to be a third fiddle in my own movie. I think not. Come on, like Gav said, let's get our ish together in order. Whatever that looks like, you know what that looks like.
Of your time. It's a shame, but we don't. That's the sad truth. I'm the guy that said rehabilitation, when it occurs, we don't understand it and notice it. And even when we notice it and we know it occurs, we don't know why. So you cannot make rehabilitation a condition for release. That's why in our system, there's the federal system, you serve 85% of your time. It's a shame, but we don't know how to rehabilitate. But there is a consensus, and I will cease. A, we must make the streets safer. I don't care why someone is a malefactor in society. I don't care why someone...
Malefactor?
Oh! Who he talking about? G Honda?
Lock 'em up.
G Honda. Joe Biden been trying to lock you up for decades. He said you knock-knee malefactors. I don't care why your knees is knocking. We need them off the streets.
Lock 'em up.
Yo, let Joe speak about us. Crazy. Malefactor. That was one of our words of the day. Where we at? Let's revisit it. Evil coon. He says a malefactor, a person who commits a crime or some other wrong. You like malefactor. Also, my introduction to malefactor was actually a horror game, Silent Hill. The weird monsters, the nurses with the scalpels trying to chop you up, those are malefactors. So when I think of malefactor, I'm thinking, Hellraiser. Those are malefactors. I don't like it. I think he talking about like, hell, look how he got his hand. I don't like that. Like, what you doing? He's so for real. He said, I don't care. His hand gestures is wild. He do this, and this. He's serious. He said, you damn malefactors, get off my wife.
And let's think about this. This is why we say down with the whole, as black folks, that presidential political process don't serve y'all. Not to be separating families, not to be beefing with your own people about it, not to be taking sides over it. Because this Joe Biden right here, this is the same man that about 12 months ago, just last year, he was telling us how he is good and T-Money is bad. And he is so good when they are birds of a feather at best. So stop believing these people.
Nobody cares about the working poor nor the poor. I don't know. It's crazy I gotta say that. Nobody, Republican, Democrat, red, blue, man, woman, when it comes to power, influence, Congress, government, the working poor and poor, which most of us are, sorry to tell y'all, I don't care if you do got a little bins. Listen, maybe better figure it out. They do not care. And we done told y'all we are freaking political atheists. Don't care about your Republican or your Democrat. We just pointing out the truths.
But we don't know how to rehabilitate. But there is a consensus, and I will cease. A, we must make the streets safer. I don't care why someone is a malefactor in society. I don't care why someone is antisocial. I don't care why they become a sociopath. We have an obligation to cordon them off from the rest of society, try to help them, try to change their behavior. That's why we do in this bill. We have drug treatment and we have other treatments to try to deal with it. But they are in jail, away from my mother.
Lock 'em up. Lock 'em up.
And you ain't black.
This is Joe. Look, lock him up, away from my mother. My mother is 87 years old. And if one of these ninjas rob my mama, let me tell you, Congress, I'm going to turn into John Wick. Do y'all want me out here deleting folks? We'll lock them up.
If you don't vote for me, you ain't black. How was that not his political swan song? How was that not the last thing he ever said as a presidential candidate? And it just, like, when I saw that, I said, it's over. I said, ain't no way. Ain't nobody about to vote for him. I said, my folks about to ride in the street over that.
Ain't no way. Vote blue, no matter who. And that's where you was confused. You thought, nah, there's exemptions on the matter who. No, it ain't.
No matter who. No matter what they say, no matter what they stand for, no matter if they agree with or identify or respect our struggle, not vote for them. And we did. Kudos. Y'all did good. Solidarity for once, I guess.
Jeez. That's a real thing, though. Even your parents would tell you as a young man. They would sort of, which is sickening, because you ain't allowed to grow you up under the gynocracy. So you are not allowed to grow up as a man and have your own thoughts. you are told as a kid, once you start, we Democrats, and you better vote for this. When you they tell you, when your first time voting as a young man, your elders will tell you, when you get in there, just vote for all the Democrats. And, they tell you, don't do no research. Don't matter. Just vote for who the hell I'm telling you.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Yeah, I never listened. Just do it. No, can I teach me something? I'm not into following blindly. I ain't never been into that.
Your husband are antisocial. I don't care why they become a sociopath. We have an obligation to cordon them off from the rest of society, try to help them, try to change their behavior. That's why we do in this bill. We have drug treatment and we have other treatments to try to deal with it. But they are in jail, away from my mother, your husband, our families. But we would be absolutely stupid as a society if we didn't recognize the condition that nurtured those folks still exist.
Who created the conditions? Like I said, we can have that argument, sit up here and do all, we know the answers, right? Now we gonna blame, here we go with the blame. So now we know the answers. We're gonna spend all of our energy blaming white folks in hopes that they take accountability and fix our issues for us. We want to blame them so that they can take accountability and come fix our issues for us. Or do we get the knowledge to know who our enemies are, hold ourselves responsible, and clean up our act?
The latter, the more difficult of the choices. I get it. Huh? No pain, no gain. It's going to take sacrifice. It's going to take delayed gratification, something that a lot of us and a lot of our elders refuse to practice or can't. Delayed gratification. Don't be selfish. Sacrifice some of your life energy for the later generations. Let's start there at the least. But we'll see.
Wicked.
Appreciate your stuntman, Kareem. Says he's Senator of Delaware. Is this camera on me?
Yes. So this is Joe. All right. We definitely about to put Joe in the pit for sure.
Yeah. F you, Joe.
Fuck is you talking about?
This is Sparta!
You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to hide. You gotta count your blessings. You're sitting at the table. You hear me? Ooh, child, things will get brighter.
Ooh, will they? Will they get brighter in our lifetime? Maybe not, but someday. Gotta have faith, huh? Have faith that the grandbabies will have a more sane existence, or not. Who knows?
And like you say, crime has always been going on. So the problem is they take the minority, because he ain't sitting up there, like you say, we can say, oh, you ain't talking about white people, and y'all do this, y'all do that. He's speaking on the minority. So it's mostly white folks in the Congress, so they talking to each other, and they're with Joe, and he's speaking on a minority of issues. And I want to pull this video up. Stuff like this. Here we go.
The hunt is on for 3 armed men who attacked an Irvine business owner and robbed him at gunpoint.
It happened in a parking area as the man was leaving work.
Well, he tells our Michelle Gili they snatched his watch worth more than $500,000.
I honestly thought I'm going to die, yeah. But I thought they're going to shoot me anyway, so let's fight till the last minute.
An Irvine businessman says he was robbed of his $600,000 watch during a violent incident as he left his office on Main Street Wednesday evening. Because the suspects are on the loose, he's afraid to reveal his identity.
One was sitting on my face.
And they was having a hard time. It was 4 of them. They all about $130. And they try, they get, what's that, y'all? What's my people? $600,000 watch. So they had to drop on him. They like, look, this ninja be walking around. He probably was on Instagram showing his watch off. That's that
Richard Milley. That's that Richard Milley. Not the Milley. Yeah. Listen here, this frail thugs. He was definitely whipping them around, little old sawed off, buff little dude. Yeah, listen, respect to you, brother. I guess. He said, I felt like they was going to delete me anyway. I might as well go out swinging. Listen here. I salute any man that faces mortality. Salute to you.
This is wicked. Here we go.
Loose, he's afraid to reveal his identity.
One was sitting on my face. The other guy was hitting with a gun my head, my face. The guy with the black hoodie, he tried to do something with his gun. His gun got jammed. Like
this dude, he out here, Javier, Guatemala. He out here with his Louis Vuitton shirt, his Richard Mille watch. Dude, you are a mark. Let's talk about this. In 2025, as this year is ending and beyond, I would say, don't make yourself a mark. People are starving and hungry out here. You can't be Louis Vuitton. I mean, come on now. Put the designer stuff up unless you got security.
And here's my question is for why? Like, I understand grew up poor, still had, about Poe, but I get why with this designer stuff if you don't need it. You already got the Rolls Royce, the Bentley, Richard Mille. If it's a business expense, there you go. But it ain't a business expense for the vast majority. It's not. So, but I just, even if it is, shout out to Anton. That's what I'm referring to. A lot of stuff is business expense, but at what cost? Salute to him. He got robbed. Yeah, I agree, Miss X. I agree. Like, figure it out, or if you bought that life, you're like, I'm wearing mine. Fair. Wear something else too. Yeah, get you a Louis Vuitton tool.
twice. I already felt the car is coming to me. I knew something is fishy.
The victim says the three men were waiting in a parking garage. He opened the door to his Bentley and they surrounded him with guns drawn. He told me there's no question that they were after his exclusive Richard Mille Nadal watch. He'd posted a picture of the watch Sunday on social media.
Got him.
Stay off social media. Y'all doing this for clout. He posted this picture on Instagram as a thirst trap, thinking he gonna get some kudakata, and you end up getting robbed, looking down the barrel of a 45. You thought you see what I'm saying? Oh, I'm gonna post this watch. All the ladies gonna be in my DM. You know who else watching? Nug Nug and all them scammers, schemers, the low downs of society. And here we are, the thieves. They found you.
You don't understand. I'm hoping y'all understand. A lot of times, the only thing that's stopping these things from happening is the fact that these ninjas ain't clocked you yet. They don't know where you at. They don't know. But shout out to social media. You're always posting, and mother suckers start looking at patterns. Shout out to old school hip hop. They talked about this. You don't show folks your patterns. You always posting here at the golf course, and they just clocking you. They just watching, and then they got you for your watch. They knew where you was at. You posted that, yeah, leaving work, going live, leaving work, just closed a big business deal downtown, wherever. Got him.
So that part. So as society and the economy is getting worse, yeah, there's gonna be people out here looking for your stuff.
Don't do it.
I have a private Instagram. Sometimes, yeah, I'm posting here and there. I know it's wrong, but this could be part of it. It could be someone that knows me from my social networkings.
Irvine police are investigating why the man was targeted as they search for the robbers. They want people to follow a simple rule.
Yeah, with social media, we're all sharing the things in our daily lives, right? And they're kind of breadcrumbs. If you're showing your apartment, you're showing.
And that's why I say a lot of this stuff is the minority. But just like we were showing with Sleepy Joe, they take this stuff and it's propaganda. That's why we say just clean it all up. Accountability and shame across the board. Hold our children, nephews, cousins. Everybody must be held accountable. Because when they start propagating again and come up with a new crime bill, don't be sitting around looking crazy. Let's just clean up.
I agree. I tell you what, though, my spidey senses is tingling. This is a little weird. That brother got on white socks with black everything else. I'm getting a little suspicious. Huh? Is this a setup? What y'all said in the chat? Insurance fraud? I ain't never known no body, getting ready to go do dirt. You put on all black and you gonna put on some white socks. So you think you was Michael Jackson in the bad video? Like that don't what we doing? Nevertheless, it just caught my attention. That's we're all black, brother.
Oh yeah. And they're gonna try to project this across all young men. So your crime ain't gonna have to be this severe, right? You can just get caught with a bag of herb or a simple fist fight, or every little thing gonna be severe because of this. So let's just
And the fallout, the subsequent fallout. There you go, folks. Mad now. We're gonna go back to what was it? Getting 50 years for stealing a candy bar. That was that kind of time, right? Yep. 50 years is theft. We over it. All you stole was a candy bar, and you doing football numbers. That's wicked. But there we are. Just gotta be smart. Know what we up against. You see what I'm saying? If I think I'm gonna get a slap on the wrist, in a little trouble, a little fine, I ain't gonna pay for stealing the candy bar. I'm gonna do it. But if I know there's a strong probability I'm about to be in the hooskow for a mighty long time, I'll go hungry.
Rule. Yeah, with social media, we're all sharing the things in our daily lives, right? And they're kind of breadcrumbs. If you're showing your apartment, you're showing your place of business, your vehicle, they could leave thieves to you. So we are asking people to be considerate of what you're sharing on social media.
The victim is putting up $50,000 to the person who comes up with information for police, which leads to the arrest of the suspects and the return of the watch. In Irvine, Michelle Geely, CBS LA.
So clearly he got bread. So he putting up $50K just to get his $600,000 to Richard Milley. So, and this is Los Angeles. Shout out to Classy. There's an underworld out there for all stolen stuff. I mean, cars, because they right there. They can put that thing on a ship, and it's in another country, in China somewhere, being resold for pennies on a dollar.
There you go. Yeah, that's $600,000. Huh? What the clip say? Anything over half a K they call for kasha. That's for kasha right there. It's out of there. I don't know, unless criminals ain't as smart as they was yesteryear. If Nug is smart, he watching the news. He like, wait a minute. He like, hold up. We having a hard time unloading this. It's hot. I can't. Nug paranoid. He said, you know what? They offering $50K for the return though. And you go find you a little inconspicuous crackhead white boy, and then you send him home with the watch and say, bring that bread back, or else. There's a play. I don't advise, don't do that, but it's a play. Appreciate you, Nice. Always coming through. Says, woo, y'all cooking with fire bricks tonight. Appreciate you, Nice.
Appreciate that.
Shout out to Deep Thoughts on Life. How you doing? Says they had the drop on them. Appears so. Shout out to the brother Classy. Always good having you, man. Says that's exactly what he was doing, showing off for attention, and he got exactly what comes with buying that crap. All of the bad elements. There you go, brother Classy. Appreciate your deep thoughts on life. Says that much he better have a beacon on it. So where the Apple's AirTags at?
I mean, something that expensive should come with some type of internal GPS. I mean, come on now.
First
of all,
you're gonna mess with the movement, the Swiss movement.
Listen, this watch ain't worth I don't know. Don't get me started on it.
No, you right. No, somebody 50 Cent said it. He said, ain't nothing worth $1 million. Nothing. It really did, let alone five. This is supposed to be art. It's supposed to be, I forget the term. I forget, but it's supposed to be, very, very fancy. So you paying for the experience. You paying for the club you are getting invited into with that bull crap. But that's the thing. Are you even invited into the club?
Seriously. So here we are. We get ready to drop this link here in a minute. We got one last subject we gonna tackle before. And it's brother Mike Epps. Everybody tired. Mike Epps went on Jim Jones' podcast, and they spoke about men coming home from prison are the failures, and we shouldn't be celebrating them.
I agree 100%. I'm triggered, Mr. X. Like y'all know, we keep telling y'all this is our families. And that's part of my little bit of trauma, man, going off to college. And nobody sent me, from my family, sent me a dime. But if you got locked up, you know what I mean? You got a state penitentiary number. Oh, they stay sending $50 a week. Yeah, you a hero. I don't understand it. I guess because they got money. Yeah, the D boys come home, they got money, they take y'all on cruises and ish. But it is what it is. They heroes.
So here we are. We're gonna mine through this. Hit the like button.
Celebrating those journeys. Those are the wrong journeys to celebrate, young men. There's no reward for coming home after 30 years. You don't get no fucking care package, nigga. You are a failure. Get your ass out here and help these kids, nigga. Pay that back forward. You see what I'm saying? That's the reward. I got niggas all the time come straight home. If I don't do what they want me to do for them, I'm a sellout. I'm a sucker ass nigga. Right? I done did the whole bit with them. I done been to Walmart 100 times. J Payne.
No, here we go. There we go. The culture at this point, if you ain't going along to get along, they're going to take your black card. The thing is, the people who got the power to take the black card don't got the power in real life. They're almost powerless. One of their few powers is the ability to revoke your black card. All right. So they abuse it because it's pretty much all they got.
I get it, man. Like, I gotta step back. The guys come home from prison, I guess they have proved their masculinity. It's very toxic, Then, if they were D-boys or coming back out, it's a shame. Gam, aunties, sisters, all wait for you to come home. They all down bad later when they rent, and they literally anticipate you getting back on. They anticipate it. They look out for what they wait for the signs, and they never tell you to do anything else. I can't stand it, but I get it. They got the resources. The broke college kid, you're just that. You broke. You can't give me no rent money. But Nug Tavius can. Free him.
I mean, it's a wicked thought process, and a lot of this stem around the whole Max B, as y'all see. So, Max B brother just got out. Guess he did like 16 years. Everybody's celebrating. I guess him and Jim Jones got beef in real life. So, and they were speaking on it. Everybody was celebrating the guy coming home. Welcome home. What did he go to jail for? Not sure.
I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look it up now.
Yeah, so he came home after 16 years, and like I said, a lot of people celebrating, and this is normal in our community. I mean, granted, in a lot of community, I guess it's culturally, right? So I guess if you like a mobster or something and you Italian, I'm sure they're gonna celebrate you coming home. And granted, but
okay, here we go. Max B was in jail for his involvement in 2006 armed robbery that turned into a deletion. He was convicted in 2009, sentenced to 75 years, but later accepted a plea deal for aggravated in 2016 and reduced to 20 years. And he came home after serving 16 years.
And that's one thing about having money. So there's tens of thousands of Max B's in prison, but they don't have the money for a lawyer. They ain't got friends like French Montana and some of these guys that buy them lawyers, so they can't get out, right? So they can't, because laws are always changing and whatnot, and new evidence. So he locked up and laws has changed, and they said, look, his lawyer, we found the loophole, all right? Now we can get this reduced down to manslaughter. This was not as bad. You ain't do nothing but kill another ninja. We can let you out, And this is going on. Y'all know how many people are out on the streets that have deleted people in the hood? It's normal. People just walking around. They're like, yeah, he did his time. He deleted folks. And like I say, I think white folks is trying to raise the chaos levels. They just like, go ahead, let them out.
We got a new loophole, Max Bill. All right, new beautiful bill came out. Did a couple hours of research. I found a loophole. I think I can get y'all in a couple months now. So it's gonna cost you, 800 mil, 1.2. Hand that over. What did Ye tell us? We buy our way out of jail, but we can't buy freedom. Brother was preaching.
So there you go. I think they was excessive with the crime, but I guess he got he might have had priors and stuff like that can raise it. But typically the life of a black man is about 15 years in prison. That's all you pretty much gonna get. Especially if he ain't no law-abiding ninja. If it's just two street ninjas or whatever the case, you're gonna get about 15 years for a deletion. So that's all a life is worth.
Done seen it. Like Mr. X said, done seen many of the leaders walking the streets where we from. It is what it is.
Here we are. And like he said, we got to stop celebrating this stuff. And it's a rabbit hole.
And stop. What are y'all saying? Stop rewarding bad behavior. Why in the world? I can't keep asking the question I know the answer to, but I just hate the fact that we do reward that bad behavior. You've been locked up. You done spent the majority like my folks, a lot of them spend the majority of their life locked up. Folks that spend the majority of their life incarcerated by a long shot. Talking about like 75% of their life, and they celebrated, they loved, they respected.
Here's the thing. If you want to come back into the community, we will welcome you. All right. You first must have a plan, a written out plan. You got to have a business plan before you go to somebody and ask them for some money. Just, hey, I need a business plan. So we got to have community leaders. And if people like Max B's of the world want to come back in, present your business plan, and we going to monitor you. And we'll say if you can stay in our community or not. I don't care if they release you from prison. That don't mean we got to welcome you back here. So we'll keep an eye on you. And if you ain't holding up the conduct, we'll throw you out. You can go wherever else you can, whoever will accept you.
If we actually had a community, one that we had some ownership of, that would be a given. But we don't own enough. At least we don't take enough ownership. It's unfortunate. Shout out to Deep Thoughts. We appreciate you, OG. Says brush your shoulders while out your way with murderers is unsettling. I'm 66, never been locked up. Amen, brother. There you go. Appreciate your Deep Thoughts. Says locked up ninjas get the welcome home celebration. Make it make sense. I get a headache thinking about it. Like I said, I've been in college and broke, eating ramen noodles, and them niggas come home getting Nike tech suits. I don't. Is it jealousy? Shit.
Like I said, if you coming home to atone, the success rate is not there. So we can't. What are we celebrating? If we, you know what I mean. Most of the guys is coming home to either get locked back up and come out and keep doing goofy stuff. We can celebrate people after they come home, after they atone, after they show the work. Then we celebrate. We don't celebrate the moment you come out because a lot of folks wind up right back in 6 months.
And that's glory. Shout out to the ones that atone. Shout out to Cali Muscle. These folks, it's power in the atonement. Someone that lived a cookie cutter good life, there ain't much power in your journey. Respectfully, as humans, we really only value sacrifice and pain. But you make it through that and you atone and you become something great and legal and something that the kids can look up to. That is a much greater height than having a cookie cutter life. So just atone, strive for greatness.
And so Mike Epps was standing on business, and then the godnocracy got a hold of him, and then we get here.
I know they did.
What they want me to do for them, I'm a sellout. I'm a sucker-ass nigga.
Right.
I done did the whole bit with them. I done been to Walmart 100 times, Jay Payne and...
A few moments later.
What's up, y'all? It's your man, Mike Epps, man. I just want to get on here and clarify and clear a few things up. Number one, about the brothers coming home from prison being celebrated. I've always been a part of reform. I got brothers right now from my hometown that I'm trying to help come home. They've been in prison forever. I think you guys might have misunderstood what I was saying. I might have said it the wrong way, but what I was trying to say is we don't want to send kids mixed messages about coming home from prison, being celebrated, feeling like you got to go to prison and do 30, 40 years to be celebrated. I think you guys misunderstood that, misunderstood what I said. Wasn't saying that it was wrong to be celebrated, but we don't want to send a message to the kids saying prison is great, that you want to go home, go do 30 years and come home. You know, I don't think that's cool. So I'm sorry if.
Stand on it, Mike. Don't be apologizing. That's one thing about it. When y'all go, you know, they got to deal with much bigger people than us. I like to stand on what I say. Can you know, be corrected, like you say, but you didn't say nothing wrong, Mike. You believe what you believe. You only backpedaling because them sponsors and whatnot. And that's unfortunate.
It sounds like he didn't say enough, you know, because now he talking about they misunderstood. From the clip we saw, you didn't say nothing about because the kids look up to this. You was just saying, you know, I'm tired of these niggas come home being heroes. You just added that bit. There we go. The internet is not a safe place. The internet's not going to give us any kind of understanding nor the benefit of the doubt. Not at all. If you lucky, they'll take what you say at face value, but usually they're going to throw in a little stank if they want to in the first place. You got to be very clear about what you say. I do my best to do that as well. But don't leave room for misunderstanding or interpretation. Say everything. Say it all. It's wrong that we glorify this because the kids are watching. Now, Boquisha don't have a leg to stand on. She can't call you hater because you're showing that you care about the kids, which should be a coverall. Appreciate you, stuntman Kareem. Says backpedaling like prime time. You miss it. Sponsors. He said sorry. God dog, y'all gotta stop.
And shout out to Classy. He says, unfortunately, you know, he could lose out for telling the truth. And that's part of it. So most people like shut up and tell jokes. We don't want to hear the truth. We need less truth, more jokes. All right. Why don't y'all tell more jokes, less truth? Go up here. We like when you was Day. What baby D? 4537. Do. Yeah. We want to play and joke. Why are you so serious? We don't like being held accountable.
No, and that's fine. If you tell the truth, people are not going to like you. I forget the saying. I'm going to look it up. It comes with the territory. There you go. Nobody likes the truth. I acknowledge some of the best things that helped me grow, you know, came on the wind of words that stung. They want to hear that, but take it in and you grow. But a lot of folks don't want to take that on. I get it. I don't accept it, but I get it.
Anybody took it the wrong way and got offended, I love my brothers. I've been incarcerated myself. I understand what that is, but I might have said it the wrong way, but I mean well. And I love you, brothers. Free my brothers that's coming home. My man Derek, free.
And that's part of the problem. This is pandering. We all come from that. We are trying to save a generation. We are not trying to pander to grown-ass adults who done messed their life up. For whatever reason, whether it was systematic or whatever it was, we can't sit around pandering to 40, 50-year-old people getting released from prison. We got to worry about the young kids that are entering prison. And we're trying to stop them from entering. To hell with the people coming out. We're trying to stop these young men from entering and not make it look cool. So we got to do away with the whole prison culture.
I agree. I remember when I used to go to church, one of my elders was telling me to join the prison ministry. And I flat out told him, I respectfully, I don't have anything encouraging to tell a man behind bars. Because I know what I would be saying to myself behind bars. I can't give him something I wouldn't give myself. I would consider myself an absolute failure. Like Mike said, that's the conviction I would put on myself. So, but yeah, talk to the kids. Say to the babies, scare them straight so they don't wind up here. But he doing all this damn splaining. This looks so bad. Shout out to Mike Epps. I like him.
Like, you don't have to sit here and explain this stuff. That's what I'm saying. I don't have to sit here and every little, no. When you speaking with this much conviction, either you're going to believe it or not. If you don't believe it, get the hell out of here. But you don't got, no, because I'm from the streets. I used to delete people. Y'all better check my resume. You know, I was in the streets. I've been arrested. I know homeboys. We ain't got to do all that. Ain't going to do it. Ain't going to do it.
Mike, you didn't get the memo, huh? Once you make it out of the gutter muck, Now you can't speak with conviction on our problems. We learned too. You know, shoot, we still got 1 foot and a pinky toe in the gutter muck. And folks still will call you a coon if they don't feel like you can still identify with their struggle. Not that you did once, not that you was shoulder to shoulder in the struggle with them. They don't care. You cannot speak on it without repercussion. You got to be willing to accept that repercussion. And that comes in the form of lost money. Yeah, you gonna tell the truth, you're gonna miss out on funds. Mr. X said it. If we want to come up here and make a ton of money, we would just pander. But the fact that we have a balanced message, call it down the middle, yeah, this stuff ain't gonna get pushed, and it's fine. It's perfectly fine. Soul is intact, baby.
The thing is, you know, Mike, right now, they're going to drag you in front of the Black Card Committee. So there's a committee of folks, and you got to go before the Black Card Committee and plead your case. They say, Ninja, you've been accused of something. And now you got to sit there. No, y'all must understand. I'm a real ninja. Listen, I'm from the street. Listen, my cousins is locked up, and, you know, I'm a real ninja. We've been deleting people. You know, no, we ain't about the trauma bond. That's what y'all want to do. Y'all want a trauma bond and make sure. No, we know we all pretty much understand our plight.
Fair. Trauma bonding is a big thing, you know, in the Black community. A lot of bonds are built via trauma, but no.
Prove yourself.
The
Black Card. What gunpowder smell like? What crack cocaine smell like when it's being cooked on the stove? Oh, you don't know? Hand over your Black Card, Ninja.
There you go. You see what I'm saying? That's why I laugh when folks talk about taking our Black Card. Do y'all know what crack smell like? I do. It make the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Yeah. But nevertheless, the Black Card Committee is not going to understand anything. You will get on your knees and you will grovel. That's how you get your Black Card back. As he about did. I like Mike. I do. But he got on his knees and he said, I'm sorry. I'm cool. Free Pookie and them. God, that was egregious, Mike. You should have just said everything you need to say in that first deal with Joe Schmo and just got it done. But you came here doing splaining, brother. And like Gav said, now this didn't help. Now you're just getting drugged. They're like, good boy. Good boy.
I mean well, and I love you, brothers.
God dang it.
Free my brothers that's coming home. My man Derek, free all the guys that's coming home, man. And about the food stamp thing. The food stamp thing was misunderstood too. What I was saying is that we need to break the cycle of being on food stamps. There's 3 generations of people that have been on food stamps. Of grandmother, mother, and daughter. That's crazy. We gotta do better. We gotta.
Yeah, but you can't speak on it. So yeah, he said the stuff about the food stamps. Now he backpedaling because the Black Card Committee on them. Stay the hell with it. If they trying to take it, let it go. It ain't meant to have, Mike. If you telling the truth, it's gonna get your Black Card taken. Let it be.
I can't remember what job I was at. I think I was working at the Water Authority, and my brothers, shout out to them, bro. They took my Black Card. I said something or did something. And I remember I said, oh, yeah. And I found a card. And I said, you ever see Gambit? I said, you remember Gambit of X-Men? I said, here's your Black Card. And you can have it. I throw it in your eyeball. Take it. I don't care to trauma bond with y'all. I told some of my family members that I said, I'm not trauma bond. Don't come over here talking about, do you remember? No, I don't remember. I'm tired of remembering. I don't want to remember. I want new memories. Take your Black Card, take your trauma bonding, take your chitlins, take your Jordans, all that. I don't want it.
That part. Because most people stuck in the past. They just want to trauma bond. Nobody want to talk about the future and new and exciting things. You know, what's in the future? Let's plan it for this and that. People say, whoa, that's scary. You looking in the future. Let's back there. It's safer to look in the past. You start looking in the future. That's dangerous, boy.
I used to get made fun of between ages of 11 and 12. I was in my second foster home, and I used to tell some guys I hung with, I used to say, you got to think about the future. And they used to laugh at me. They ain't doing too well in life, but they used to laugh at me for saying that. Because I thank God for the little bit of understanding I always had. You got to think about the future. You can't act in the moment and sacrifice your future. Living in the past, how most folks in the hood do, is depression. Living in the future is anxiety. It gives you anxiety, a little stress. It does. I acknowledge that. And being able to live in the present at times is a gift. So that's the balance. You know, I think it's wise for us to focus on the future, but do your best to, you know, live in the present at times. Is easier said than done. And smell the roses, if you will. Shout out to Raquel.
That part, man.
Appreciate your deep thoughts. Says real bros like Mike Epps gotta tread the thin line. If he would have just got everything off the first time, brother Deep Thoughts, he could have bypassed this, but he left these details out. Appreciate you, Richard. Says college graduation. So what you gonna do now? You need to get a job. Released from a 15-year bid. Let's throw a block party in his honor. Facts. Oh, facts. Appreciate you, Omni Design Studios. Good to see you this evening. He says it's easy to do bad things. It's hard to do the right thing. It becomes easier with practice. But yeah, it appears to be true. Appreciate your deep thoughts. Says, okay, Mr. X, I know I have to admit being detained behind bars for several hours, and that was enough for me to say never again. I bet. Yeah.
There you go. So like I said, Mike up here backpedaling. There we go.
Come on, Mike.
What I was saying is that we need to break the cycle of being on food stamps. There's 3 generations of people that have been on food stamps. Of grandmother, mother, and daughter. That's crazy. We gotta do better. We can't think that we need assistance. I know there's some people out there that need assistance. That's well, fine, and understood. But there's people out there taking advantage of the system that's not good. So just want to apologize if I offended anybody. You know I love y'all, man, and keep on doing the right thing. Peace.
Okay, Mike Epps. I ain't gonna lie. When I seen that video saying that,
Where about the controller at?
I knew it was gonna be taken wrong. Just because, you know, people are living a certain lifestyle, and
It's not working.
that would be equivalent to somebody coming out and saying we shouldn't celebrate somebody who's on stage telling jokes.
Okay, Blueface, shut the fuck up, nigga. You are not the motherfucker who need to be talking.
Thank you, Unc. So Blueface just got released from prison, and they were celebrating him, and he told Mike Epps, you should just stay in your place. Tell jokes. Make us laugh. Why do y'all think people are not humans? All right, just because we got crafts and professions, like LeBron, shut up and dribble. Y'all can't put people in boxes. Y'all try to do that with me and Mr. Walker. Y'all try to put people in boxes. People are more than what y'all think they are. So, oh, yeah, you on stage telling jokes. You don't even got a brain. Well, obviously he do. He wanted to be this successful and made it this far. All right. That's just his brand and, you know, part of his business, but that's not who he is.
There you go. I like that. Try to put us in a box. No, can't do it. And that's fine. When folks try to put you in a box, here's protocol. You know, they can say you this, you that. Well, shout out to Mr. Wilson. Love you, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson say, he say, I don't come across as college educated. But you don't flinch. Don't flinch, because show them. Just show them. Blueface told Mike, you know, stay in your place, tell me jokes. Don't respond. Show him. Let time be your witness to that you ain't just a joke teller, a comedian. That's all. I ain't into doing all this explaining, because I see we have the luxury of observing how splaining, how it looks. It never looks good. From any of these celebrities that come up here and try to stand on their square and they have to turn back around and apologize. That's crazy. Mike actually said, I'm sorry. Like, you didn't have to read between the lines. That's deep. I would like to know what phone call or email came across And he just like, these are rich individuals. He just, I got to make another video apologizing or I'm about to lose a lot of bread. I don't ever want to be in that position. Let me say that. I don't ever want to be in a position where I got heavy stress on my chest, you know, to not tell the truth in exchange for worldly treasures. God, no.
No, thank you. Not only him, it just happened to Snoop Dogg. So Snoop Dogg was talking about the, you know, the LGBTs, and now they made him backpedal. He had to go on all these podcasts with these people and make a cartoon. They made this man make a zesty cartoon out of himself. They say, you will learn. Don't you ever get out of pocket. No, thank you. No, thank you. Like you say, go off into the woods and live a regular life if we got to live like that.
We see the dangers that come with the limelight. We see the dangers that come with social media fame. No, absolutely not. Yeah, LGBT says they made a whole cartoon. See, shout out to brothers like Ice Cube. You see what I'm saying? He stood his ground. I ain't never see him do nothing wonky. He fight for the folks. Yeah, Snoop. Come on, man. Come on, dog. I got to look into this. I hate that for Snoop.
Stage telling jokes.
Okay, Blueface, shut the fuck up, nigga. You are not the motherfucker who need to be talking and saying a motherfucking thing. You was fucking the crazy bitch with the missing tooth, nigga. Fuck what you talk about, nigga. Shut the fuck up. Just because you got your weight up in the pen, nigga, don't mean shit to me, nigga. You still lame. Fuck out of here, nigga. Get your ass in the studio and make your whack ass music, nigga. Nigga, like, who the fuck listen to this nigga? You a joke, nigga. Nobody take you serious? For real, bro. For real, nigga. Hey, what the fuck is you talking about? Mike can say whatever the fuck you want to say. And if he G enough to say, hey, man, this is what, because a lot of niggas are stupid. And you're the last nigga who need to step up and be like, yeah, mate, just shut the fuck up. 2025 moving to 2026, we ain't listening to you lame ass niggas.
Well, that's the problem, though. I agree with this gentleman. I'm calling him a gentleman, even though he owned one. But that's the problem. The worst of us have the most power when it comes to this type of stuff. Like I said, shout out to JPs of the world and all these people, the anarchies of the world. They got the power to revoke your damn card. The blue faces. So us intelligent people ain't listening to them, but we are outnumbered. Majority rules. We are outnumbered. The intelligent people are outnumbered by the idiots. Let's get this clear. And the idiots are making the rules, unfortunately. They can even revoke your black card.
Shout out to homesteading. Shout out to moving into the woods where I ain't got to deal with none of that bull jive. Absolutely not. You can have this black card. That's why you can have it. I don't need it. Yo, my black card is in my bone hair. You can never take it. And listen here, shout out to Unc. Don't play with Unc. Don't ever play with the man. Y'all ain't looking close enough at this image. Don't ever play with a man that has repurposed floor tile and made into a backsplash. Don't you ever test that man. You understand? He look at that. Y'all see, look at that backsplash behind that coffee maker. I can't help but look. He up here talking. He didn't. This is Melvin off of Baby Boy. He done came home, found him a sister that's gonna, put him up. And he said, look, he came home and he started repairing stuff. He said, you want a backsplash, babe? She said, I can't afford it because backsplash tile is expensive as heck. He said, I see some old tile you got down the base. I got you. Watch this. Watch me work, babe. Shout out to ambitious, resourceful, reform prison nug. Shout out to Melvin. I see you, brother. Yeah, y'all see that? That's floor tile.
Yeah, that's egregious.
God damn.
And let me laugh.
I wish I would sit down and ponder on the words from a nigga named Blueface. Are you out of your fucking mind, bozo? Be a fucking daddy and make sure your ass don't fuck around and fuck off time and be removed from your child's life again, nigga. Let motherfuckers holding these grown conversations to the motherfuckers who's really legit and solid like granite, nigga. Stupid ass nigga.
Do not listen to a man named Blueface with tattoos on his damn face. Like, get out of here, man. You are not what Malcolm X say, our entertainers and athletes, these people shouldn't even have a voice. They should have to pay tithes to the community. All they should do is fork over funds and ask us how they can be of service.
I love that, Mr. X. You ain't saying nothing but the tooth. Shout out to said in the chat. I don't know if it was Evie Reyes, one of y'all Jaff Chickens, said that everybody in jail and everybody in prison is afraid. That's facts. That's why Blueface gained some weight. Shout out to OG. He said, I don't care, you got a little swole. Had to. I think some reporter got Blueface. He said, you would gain weight too if you had to share, a cell with another dude. Do you know that thought process? Like, you can't come back from that. That full thought process. Why you got to gain weight because of this guy? Because he might physically impose his will upon you. You can't really come back from that. Shout out to all of the active war vets, man, that served and protect this country that we call home. But it's like PTSD. Similar, you know what you had to do. You know what you was up against. You know why you was afraid. You know the thoughts that went through your mind.
It's wild.
Shout out to Baba T. Says, if I was a child, Blueface would scare me in the morning. Man, Blueface, please. Appreciate you. Omni Design Studios says, YNs are demonic plants. Don't fall for the propaganda. Save the babies. Appreciate y'all, Baba T. So remember, ICE went on TV supporting illegal aliens? ICE.
Ice-T? I'm not sure.
Ice Cube? No.
Oh, okay. Oh, here we go. Nonetheless, Blueface to the pit. Mike Epps, you can join them if you want to backpedal. I don't know.
Yeah, come on, Mike. Mike, we just gonna hang you over a little bit, so you get the idea. Don't do it no more, Mike. Come on, Mike.
Fuck is you talking about?
This is Sparta!
You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to hide. You gotta count your blessings. You're sitting at the table. You hear me? Ooh, child, things will get brighter.
Pop quiz for my movie buffs. Where's Brother Jay Tillman? In what movie did Mike Epps play a zombie? A lot of folks like Mike Epps was a zombie? Yeah, in what movie was Mike Epps a zombie?
There we go. So right now I'm dropping the link. Y'all can come up. We can recap the show. Hopefully some of the critics and detractors click the link. I know, some of the usuals. We would love for the critics and detractors to click the link, come up out the chat, let us know what's on your mind.
There you go. Yeah, sometimes we may get things wrong, maybe a misunderstanding. Rainbow Kid, shout out to Rainbow Kid. Rainbow Kid been rocking with us day one. He be having little things to say. Come on up, Rainbow Kid. Let's see who got it right. Classy said Hills have ass. I know. Resident Evil. There you go. See, Stephen James, you said Resident Evil something. So I should disqualify you. But you got it. Shout out to Stephen James, you scoundrel. But yeah, he played a zombie in Resident Evil. He made it through like half the movie. Shout out to that. I think that's an accolade. A black man playing a zombie, not a thug.
That part. So here we go. Tonight, we've been talking about, YNs are crashing out. Who's the most responsible? And y'all see the thumbnail says fatherless. So I think that's the root of it all. We got to be in the house. 70% of kids at least are being raised by single parents, mostly moms. So if we got to change that, it just has to. Obviously, Bonquisha got to keep her legs closed. And granted, we talk about 20%. So we can't project that onto all men, but we got to do something.
And how does it start? How do we end up getting?
Hold on, Baba T, shut down. If you're watching it, shut everything down.
How do we end up getting men in the house? I think it's multiple. Either we mate with the men that stay in the house, or dare I say, don't mate at all. So there's no need for men in the house. But can we pick one and not trying to fall in the middle? Baba T, OG, how you doing? Welcome in.
Well, let me say this before we get you in. All right, if y'all coming up, make sure you camera ready. Make sure your mic good. All right, don't be watching YouTube in the background. We be having echoes, audio issues. All right, so make sure y'all on point. But we're going to get Baba T in. Baba T, we said the boomers. The boomers is responsible.
Listen, good evening, brothers and the family out there. Listen, I wanted to respond to one of your beautiful people out there, Miss Rachel. She put in the chat that affirmative action started in 1965. That was one thing she put in. And the other thing she put in about the Mason-Dixon line. Now, even though the Mason-Dixon line didn't originate from Pennsylvania, but it was never a big talking point because it moved toward it. It is what distinguished between the North and the South culturally. So you knew that as the Mason-Dixon line, not the one in Pennsylvania. That wasn't a part of history that was taught to me. So yeah. Then you had another brother told me, I just wanted to think about that 1965 affirmative action. That's all. We had Jim Crow, we had cats getting hung, we had all sorts of people. We had the guards marching students into school. So I wanted to think about that. Another brother told me, he said police didn't come out till the 80s. Okay. And I was like, well, if the brother knew history with clothing, police came out in the late 1700s, the 1800s, the zoot suits of the 1900s, the 30s with the gangsters, or the 40s with the gangsters, okay, the 50s, mid-50s. After that, the flat fronts came out. They worked their way all the way to 79, then the police came back. So I wanted him to get that history on clothing. Wrong information. But, man, I don't know. Don't become like no baby boomers, man. Okay? What you talking about?
Y'all boomers, y'all was tripping, Unc. Y'all was out here in the steel
What did I tell you before? Okay, I'm a different type of breed from them baby boomers. All right, I stand on business. I told you how I keep my neighborhood on my block. All right, I'll point you out to the police. Okay, with my pistol right behind me, and the cops know it. Man, get these fuckers off my street. Excuse my language. Listen, it bothers me when you do streaming and you got brothers doing all this cussing that are literally too old to be doing this. Were you trying to cuss like that to connect with young folks when you ought to be talking like a man? You're not talking like no man with all that cussing. I call you sound like an adult male. That's what I call you. Okay? And then when you're cussing so much, what is it? You have a limited vocabulary? Huh? You can't feel those words for nothing else but cussing. Them the only words you know. So that would help a lot of these young men as well. Okay, when you come across them, they talk about bro. Hey, bro. I don't go to school with you. I'm not your friend. That's what I tell them. And they say, okay, my brother. I said, you already know, OG. Okay, man. So, there's a lot of things that we could correct now, not no baby boomers, okay? Because you all seen what the hit is while you was coming up. And if you knew what the hit was when you talked about Biden and the drugs, man, you had the Nicaragua's conscious affairs going on where they was dropping cocaine in the neighborhood for arms. So, that's a big old hit. And I was trying to correlate between you all to understand how affirmative action played a part, the drugs being dropped off in our communities, and how crack destroyed our communities. Okay? And that's a plan. Everybody got a planning, right? You all got plans, right? Don't the city have a planning department? The state has a planning department. The federal government has a planning department. Okay? The original Rick Ross was in jail. So it's something. But when we talk about these young brothers, man, I can only feel for them. Nobody's around there with them. Nobody's telling them nothing. And it's kind of like me. You know, I told you, man, I come from simps in my generation, man. And none of them talk to me about nothing. I had to learn everything on my own. And I got nothing but men around me.
Well, here's
None
the
of
thing.
my brothers, nothing.
Here's the thing, Bubba T. Listen, most of those men, they're probably not around anymore for you, to blame them. But y'all are still here. And we can look at y'all. We got to have the conversation. Most of the men that's 90, 100 years old, they ain't alive right now. Just saying.
Well, we can see y'all, Bubba T.
Listen, do you think I go around blaming the silver era for what I was taught? That's the era before me.
Okay.
Huh?
You could.
I don't go around complaining them the stuff that I was taught and the stuff I seen and what I had to go through.
You could judge them.
What it did give me is a little bit more knowledge. Okay? That's what it did give me.
What gave you more knowledge? Them not teaching?
No, it allows me to get more knowledge. Okay? In spite of them not showing me stuff.
Well, here's the thing.
Blame them for. Like, I can blame them for not telling me how crazy white folks are. Instead of trying to simulate with it. My mama always looked at white folks on a higher level. You understand me?
Let me say this, Bubba T. I would say you got delayed knowledge, like most of us got. We got to quit taking pride in receiving delayed knowledge. Taking pride in having to learn everything on our own that our elders should have taught us. I think
we take man, I didn't get out the dinocracy mentality till I was 50. Okay.
Granted, but what I'm speaking on
that stuff was embedded in me.
We got to break the cycle. We can't sit here and play victim. We speaking to younger men. So we gotta, tailor the message a little bit.
So stop blaming baby boomers.
I'll say this because we're back on the whole blame thing. We just need y'all to take responsibility. Take responsibility, OG.
What's your responsibility?
It is. We're doing it right now. We are fathers. We are husbands. We are pillars in the community. I ain't out here robbing folks. I ain't out here smoking crack or selling crack. I'm doing all the right things.
That's what it's about. Not blame. Blame gets us nowhere, OG, right? I said blaming, our uncles or dads, you ain't gonna get us nowhere if we remain stagnant. It's that, like I said, that proper communication. Hey, we know where we missed the mark. We know where the silver generation era missed the mark. And it's like, we got to start making, I guess, baby steps. The silver generation era gave y'all no answers, no type of apologies or any type of explanations for their shortcomings. All right. So now the boomers can give a little explanation for the shortcomings, not actually to fix anything. Just say, hey, this is what happened, so we can know the obstacles you face so that we don't do it either. OG, crack is coming back. And I believe that's because they may not know the dangers of crack.
So, yeah. What you got real quick, OG? We're going to pass the mic. What's your rebuttal?
Well, listen, you hearing it from me. Okay? You hearing it from me. Okay? As long as, if you've known me a long time, because remember, I see what happens in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s, the 2000s. You didn't see what I seen back then. So it's a big difference, but I don't do no blaming. I say, okay, how can I help? Throughout my whole life, how can I help my people? I love my people. How can I help my people? You see what I got on, Mr. Walker? People without knowledge, it's like what? Huh? The most honorable Marcus Garvey. That's all I wear, messages, man. I mean, hey.
And
So
there
I
you
don't
go.
know.
And I'll say we're speaking in general, Unc, so I wouldn't take it personal. We ain't personally talking about you. We're just talking about a generation. That's all.
No.
Yeah, I would
And
love
that's
to have
what
you
I was
around,
telling
OG.
you. I was talking about your all's age. What are they doing? These cats cuss like the teenagers, man. That's
And there
scary
you
to
go.
me.
So, and you on to something. So, like you said, you ain't talking to us personally because there's a lot of men our age who ain't standing on business as well.
That's a fact. Yeah, we all got, dare I say, we all got it.
We're talking collectively.
Mm-hmm.
But nonetheless, I'll get you in, Classy. What's your take, brother?
Classy.
What's going on, good sirs? I think when it comes to that generation, like I said, it may not have been Baba T. It may be other people of his generation, of his ilk, that caused some problems, but there were some problems that was never explained to us. Now, me, I'm Generation X. So I saw some of the problems, but like I said, I think what the thing is for me, I can't use what they did wrong and do wrong in return. That's what my family used to tell me. But but on the other side of that, there are other kids that didn't have family members to tell them that. We did have a generation that was producing kids doing all the wrong things. They weren't taking responsibility of things, and this is what we come into now. But I can't just blame his generation because it happened in my generation, and it's happening in the generation of millennials and on and so forth. Nobody's pulling them to the side and teaching them nothing nowadays. And now, to a certain degree, Luther. But what I'm saying is that now in today's world, you have a lot of women that's just producing kids like crazy. That it's at the point where they don't even care who they produce kids with. And these kids, especially the males, they don't have no male guidance because their mothers decided to sleep with degenerate men, based on the fact that he probably had a couple of muscles, or he dressed nice, his hair, his teeth was probably white enough just for that one night. But she never took into consideration what that was going to look like in the long term. Was he father material for the child? So it happened amongst all generations and eras. I can't just blame them for it. It happened in my generation too. I saw it happen. But at the same time, like I said, now you have these women talk about, oh, now we're giving away stepdad applications. No, ma'am. I don't mind being a mentor, but I don't want to be a father to your child because he has a father that you decided to sleep with, a father that you knew that wasn't about nothing, but he was cute enough to put some smooth words into your ears, and then you opened up your beautiful pink white lotus flower to give him a baby. And then you went to the doctor's clinic and said, I want to have this baby to complain for the next 18 years. Ma'am, this falls on you, but it is both parents' fault because he decided to get that woman pregnant too, and he abandoned that child. So I'm putting the blame on both sides.
I feel you. There you go.
I stamped. I digress.
Shout out to Class C. Daggone right, brother. I feel you on that.
So what you got, Brother Luther?
Oh, you gonna let me tear into you before that beautiful lady gets to speak?
Pause. I don't even use pause, but we gonna pause.
Yeah,
that was a possible moment right there, Luther.
That was intense. Go ahead, Brother Luther.
because
you can lecture. You can give me a lecture. Go ahead. Let me hear you.
Gavin was talking to me because I was talking to you. Now, y'all jumped on Biden, but you was just talking about taking your and I don't want to get into your personal, but the reason you took your kids and you want to do private school is the same reason that Joe Biden was talking about. Now, Big Brother Baba T, which is the generation a little bit right before me and Classy, he remembers why Hillary Clinton said super predator, because of Yummy in the projects in Chicago. Because of there was reasons. We're not going to sit here and act like Joe is this super racist person. He was talking about people I can still picture. Was the way he said it and where he is from, he has no actual idea. But what he was saying was not false, because I can picture the people he was talking about. So we can't play the double standards, because that what he is saying is coming to fruition now. There's nothing that I can do for, I'm not going to say that. Let me take that back. There is something I can do, because that's my generation of children now. Baba T is done. He's supposed to sit back and be wise. Let me make this short. But I'm just saying, no, you're not going to attack Joe Biden for that, because you're blaming Hillary Clinton, you're blaming Bill Clinton, you're blaming Joe Biden. You're just going to keep passing it down? No.
What did they ever do for
now,
the people?
I would say blame them for what? What?
Well, no, what I was trying to say was, when y'all was jumping on him for what he said in '94, he was responding. He didn't say half the stuff that he didn't know what he was talking about, but what he was saying was not lies.
So ignorance is not an excuse. That was my thing. He was speaking on a minority and projecting it like it's all of us.
Yes, he was using very broad words on people he had never actually talked to, because he had never left Maryland. But what he was saying and what Hillary Clinton said and what Bill Clinton said was not false. Did they have the right to say it? Did they know what they was talking about without talking to brothers like Baba T? But what he said was wrong? No. Okay.
No, well, here's the thing. We never say anything about right or wrong. We talking about y'all people who voted for him in spite, knowing, because there was a lot of misinformation. He was projecting it like it's all black people and we need to lock them all up. He gave no context. He gave no numbers, no stats. He just sat there and spoke broadly, and he demonized all of us. So that is egregious. We should never have voted for him. Obama should never have put him on the ticket, but how quickly we forget.
Well, getting all into that conspiracy stuff, I don't think he really wanted Joe Biden. I think Joe Biden made it easier for him to be put in. That's a whole different thing of why he got selected.
But we voted for these people over 90% clips every time.
I don't think it makes any sense, Brother Luther, for melanated folks to vote for a man, whatever color he is, that voices that he doesn't care about your plight. He acknowledges that it exists. He just says he doesn't care, and to lock him up. Like I said, these criminals do need to be locked up, but these, I'm not voting for you when you tell me you don't care about why these young individuals are in this circumstance. You just say, just lock them up. Don't care, just lock them up. Like,
especially when you want compassion once your son get locked up for smoking crack. Now you want us to be understanding and compassionate, and he just needs help, and we need to understand. To hell with that. Quit letting these people play in y'all face.
Well, he was put in. I think he was put in just like with Kamala. She had to pick who she had to pick. She was told to pick that person. I'm not going to go all the way down that rant because I want to make it short so that everybody can speak. But what I caught on to was when Mr. Walker said that he's taking his children out of school to raise them because he didn't. And it's like, well, if you're doing that, you understand and you're fearful of the problem to make sure you do right by yours.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, it's kind of like you recognize that problem and you're pulling away from it. But Joe Biden was kind of saying that. I didn't say what he said was right, but not everybody.
Well, the thing, he should have spoke about humans, Americans. It was not just, he should have spoke everybody, because as we see, his son was in prison and he had to pardon him from not only the crimes he committed, but any future crimes they come up with. He got an eternal pardon for anything he ever do in life. So we don't get them benefits. When his own son is a crackhead, he ain't the messenger.
That is correct. And he did. And he pardoned him just because he wanted him to be out before he passed away, I think. But that is hypocritical. It's very hypocritical when you solve the problem and you take care of it completely with your children, but you recognize the problem with us, but don't do anything actually about it. Maybe that's what you.
I feel what you're saying, Luther. Like, yes, I acknowledge the problem, and I am going to remove mine from the situation.
Yeah, I don't want to get
where he was saying, I'm not saying to incarcerate anybody. I'm saying I acknowledge the problem, and I'm going to remove myself and my family. Not just, I don't have the power to start a crime bill and start locking up folks for 50 years for a candy bar. There was some wild fallout from that now.
Yeah, they were locking people up for non-violent crimes as well with the 3 strike.
I just trip on the official Mr. Walker hater. That just kicks me off. But let me step down because I want to make more time to listen to the lady. But I'm gonna get you, Mr. Walker, Mr. X. We're gonna go back
here.
But yeah, let me step back. Let me listen.
Okay.
I don't
we'll get Brother Steven in. What you got, Steven?
Nothing.
Evening, men. Evening, panel. Hello to everybody. I'm just coming. Okay, so politically, I'm not a political person. To me, the whole system's doomed for failure, as you have seen if you pay attention. But I will say that in my experience, when has a politician who doesn't look like any of us on this panel, when have they ever not used lock them folks up to get voted in and not get voted in? So that's all I'll say about that. Okay. Yeah, this is not my wheelhouse or whatever. But I will, I can't believe I'm about to do this. Real quick, I'm about to raise the drink. Thank Mr. Walker Clip this, Mr. Gavin. I'm about to thank Mr. Walker for helping me expound on my mental vocabulary by using words like, Mr. Walker, your face is like a Sasquatchian butt. I defer. Miss Ebony Rose, love the hat. You have the floor.
What you got, Sister Ebony?
Hi, I can't be up here long because I'm on my way to a holiday party, but I definitely could not stay in the chat just because of all the things that we were talking about. But I think the biggest thing, just with all the stories, like you guys were talking about NBA YoungBoy and the Mike Epps situation, and then the whole crime, Joe Biden and the crime bill situation. I'll start off with the NBA YoungBoy situation. We all know that rap got started, and it was more of conscious. We were talking about a lot of things that were happening in our culture and everything. And we all know what happened once the record executives started learning about how gangster rap kind of took over and kind of changed the trajectory of the culture. They only started giving deals to people who promoted degeneracy. And that goes along with the women singers and rappers and everything. That's what they are paying for, because there are a lot of conscious rappers that are underground that speak real stuff, and a lot of singers that speak real stuff, but they don't get the record deals. This is who they're promoting. And to keep it a buck, it's not only are people going to these concerts and supporting these these rappers and stuff. There's a whole bunch of white fans and stuff that show up to the concerts, buy the music. It's not just us. So as long as they are in control of what music is being promoted, now we don't have to become the rappers or whatever, but it all goes back to economic deprivation. People are trying to find a way to get out of the hood. And if I got to promote this, if I have to promote this degeneracy, then I'll do whatever I need to do to get my family up out the hood. And that is what is portrayed to those rappers and those young rappers, whether they know it or not. It's up to us to buy the music. It's up to us to listen to it. It's up to us to go to the concerts and all that. That's why it's important for us to have channels like this and for you to educate yourself and really learn the reasons why things are the way that they are. Because we all know our rap growing up, it was all conscious, it was all positive, and it was all like there was rhyme and rhythm, and there was so much cohesiveness with the culture. Now it's just mumble rap and they're just promoting whatever. So that's what I want to say about NBA YoungBoy, and kind of the same thing with Mike Epps. He's back behind people that want him to only say specific things. And unfortunately, we're not canceling Day Day. I'm just going to say that right now. They kind of have him by the neck a little bit, trying to, make sure that he only says certain things. And that's just the game, man. That he is back behind people who only want him to talk about certain things. It's not that he's not, with us or whatever. We're not canceling him. We just need to understand that there's bigger players at play, and people need to do what they need to do. I'm not saying, just like Mr. Walker and Gavin said, that's not something that I would ever subscribe to, because I want to be able to have a voice and to speak whatever I want, regardless of people telling me. I would never do that because I'm, a free thinker or whatever.
And think about what he said. He's talking about people on food stamp Section 8 and Nug Nug getting out of prison, and they trying to cancel him behind those three things.
Right, because it's all real stuff. But the problem is that they don't want him. It's kind of like what you guys said, shut up and dribble. They only want him to tell the jokes. They know that people are going to listen to him because we all love Day Day. So they're trying to put a censor on what he can talk about and what he can't talk about. So I don't blame Day Day. I mean, you got to do what you got to do, but we have to understand the bigger picture at play, along with other people that get silenced for saying stuff or they start to backpedal. It's because of their money. Like, it's not because they don't believe in what they're saying. Mm-hmm. And like you guys said, they're kind of backed by these people and they have to do what they have to do. But it doesn't mean that they're going to lose their black card or whatever. There's a reason behind it. And with the whole Biden and the presidents and all that, first of all, they created a system where prison is a business. And so all these prisons are made, they have to have a certain amount of inmates every month in order for them to make the money. They're using all these prisoners in order to produce all these different supplies and things that they sell. It's all basically free labor, whatever. And so they have to have all those beds filled at all times. And who were the first targets? It was us to fill it up. So for him to be saying, just lock everybody up, okay, because you guys made it into a business. These are the bills that you guys passed along. So you guys were wanting all this. So don't try to act like we are the problem now when you guys created a whole system to have us involved in it in the first place. Like, it's bigger than all this stuff. It's all backed by them and the economic systematic deprivation that they created for our people.
Hey man, Sister Ebony D, always coming through cooking. And to touch on the tainted lyrics, more and more of these artists now, older artists, are coming out and they are confessing that you know, whenever they got their record deal and they was in the studio, that the big dogs, the small hats in them, would come in and say, "Yo, lyrics need to include these things, or you will not be getting paid." Folks that say conspiracy, we can say what we want, but put yourself in that position. You just signed whatever, a $10 million deal, your mama and them, or you already done bought cars for everybody, and now they come in, and they say, hey, ain't not guaranteed unless you throw this stuff in your lyrics, you go back to the corner. Like I said, I don't ever want to be in a position where I got to deal with that kind of stress, because folks will sacrifice their morality or soul for that if they think they're doing it for their family. I'm pretty sure that's how they rationalize that. Oh, I ain't doing it for me. I got folks depending on me. I got to sell this debauchery. It's tough. I get it. I don't excuse it, but I could kind of understand it.
That part. So welcome up, EV. What you got, brother?
You know, I want to start off. I always want to start off with this right here. This right here. That is my favorite line, man. Y'all gotta cap that. Y'all gotta pinpoint that. Man, it is so much stuff that I want to unpack about this whole thing. I've been listening to all this, and I kind of want to start with Bobby T. I'm gonna just kind of do a little something here. Each generation is supposed to get better. We're not blaming the generation, but it seems like our generation before us don't want to take accountability, just like the Kendra G people. One of the things that I would say is that I look at my former self and like, man, I should have done this, I should have done that, I should have done that. So my nephews coming behind me, what I do for them is say, okay, well, this is what you're gonna do, and this is why you should not do X, Y, and Z, so that they will have all the information possible. I think our people, I believe our people are I think we're being thought of as commodities. Because you look at it, Ebony just said something about the prison system, but not just the prison system. We're also look at the nursing home system. Like, they have beds to fill, and they rely on you not eating well, not taking care of yourself, not going to the doctor. They require, they put you on that. They also count us in the system with low income housing. We are a means to an end, and how they keep us down is by us celebritizing people who are celebrities. We celebritize celebrities, from our politicians to our preachers to the people in the hood to all the YNs. And so by calling the coon dog whistle and all that other crazy mess they say, it keeps you in line. When are we going to break that? When are we going to break that? When are we going to ever just start to really just sit back and just think for ourselves? That is the biggest fear, I think, of not just white America, but I think just even in Black America, because I think the most egregious people are the people who make a grift off of us. It's no way possible I can talk smack about Joe Biden if I got Jasmine Crockett doing worse, who has my same melanated skin and who grifts off of our people worse than any white person. I'm not excusing the white person, I'm not excusing them at all. But what I'm saying is, if there's a person in my community that looks like me, that has been through my struggles, that the dominant culture will look at them side eye, but they're going to grift off of my community. I think that's more egregious than than the person that you know, the white supremacists that you do know. So, the thing is, we got to stop celebritizing these people that go to jail, these actors, these celebrities. I mean, these Roland Martins. Who cares? I mean, I think that, I look at Walking Gab, look at your stories. Your story is a whole lot better than somebody that's got a podcast of people that's getting $350,000 from Kamala Harris. I mean, this is a more solid podcast than any former governor from Florida. So what I'm saying is that we got to look to the people that are just in, we got to look at our people as not just brothers and sisters, but we're not capital. We're not, it's like someone said in the chat, we're not capital. We're not expendable. So I'm gonna say less on this one.
I agree, brother EV. And I think Gav puts it a little differently. He says, we need to just stop, putting certain people on pedestals, just because somebody may come up and like I said, they're well known, or they may say one or two things that you agree with and you feel seen or heard. Yeah, stop putting folks on pedestals just to be let down.
And people talk about the system, but I think we can change the system. We can change the system, but we got to change it here. We can't change it through going out robbing people and doing all this crazy marching and stuff like that. We can change it through the way we interact with each other and just our whole mindset of thinking.
That part. So welcome up, Richai. All right. We've been trying to get Richai up here for a long time. He finally blessed us. I don't know. I feel like he's about to go in, but we're going to let him.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. So, you had a couple of former in the past, some topics that I was chiming in on in the chat. And this topic here is close to home because I'm a baby boomer. I'm 1955. All right. I'll be 71 in January. Okay. And I've seen a lot of stuff coming through the years. One of the things you all were talking about, and one of the topics was about the It was the public aid. I lived through that. My mother's on public aid. I'm from the projects. Lived in the Robert Taylor homes, not far from where Corey Holcomb and Maurice Cheeks lived. Okay, Mr. T was my neighbor in the next building as we was growing up. All right. But even before then, I was over there from that little clip you showed a couple of weeks ago, Gavin X, about those women on welfare. I lived in that community on 48th and Calumet. Bubba T knows what I'm talking about. All right. I'm talking about back in the 60s, So I come from a line of people from Mississippi. What were they doing down there in that time? Come on now. Let's be real. I have my grandmother has 15 kids, and she has 15 kids by maybe 4 or 5 men. Okay. One of the men she had kids by had 36 kids. These are my my aunts and uncles. He had 8 women, 3 of them living in the house with them. We're talking Mississippi, Rolling Fork, right? Down Greenville, Highway 61. Bubba T knows what I'm talking about. So I come from a generation of people who did not have fathers in the home. My father don't know his father. Okay, so this stuff was just passed on. That behavior was passed on. He did not know how to raise a child or boy, right? My father drank. How did my mother and father meet? Okay, my mother was 15 years old when she got pregnant with my oldest brother. Okay, my grandfather at the time and his sisters and brothers made that a shotgun wedding. Oh, you're going to marry her, all right? And then he ended up going to the army for whatever, but he's an alcoholic. He was an alcoholic. He stopped drinking some years before he passed away. But he didn't know how to raise a child, okay? He didn't know his father. I don't know where this, but anyway, get more to the point. So this is how I was raised, all right? Public aid, projects, food stamps, to the point that my mother said, no, that's it. I can't handle this. And she went out and got a job. So now we all latchkey kids. Here I am, 10 years old, right? 1965, I'm running wild. I got 2 older brothers. One of them is well known for a lot of reasons I don't want to talk about, but he's passed away now, but he was very active. Okay. But I'm saying that to say this, that you're saying, where do we start? There's a generation of people, a couple of generations, we just got to throw away. We got to look past them. Okay. Because right now, what I'm doing, I'm the example right now. All right. I can tell you a whole story about myself. All right. I revolutionized my life 3 times. 3 times. Okay. I recreated myself 3 times. All right. That stuff back here on this wall. All right. That was 3 lives ago.
You ain't got no Stratocaster back there.
Oh, I got 2 Stratocasters. I got an Ovation too. I got 2 keyboards down here because I play keyboards. But anyway, I revolutionized my life 3 times. All right. That was my first life. What I'm doing right now is more on the professional side. You can find me on LinkedIn. I'm not on Facebook. I'm not on Instagram. I'm on LinkedIn because I changed my life to that point that I had to be the example. I had to break that cycle of having kids, not having a father. I mean, it's gotten so deep that my 2 oldest brothers got kids, got male kids, right? And they weren't around for their kids. Okay. All right. So I looked at myself when I had my first child. It was a boy. Okay. I'm gonna get into some of that stuff later, but I looked at myself and how my life was going, and then I made a choice when I was 40 years old. I got some enlightenment. I said, you know what? This cycle is going to repeat itself. I got a daughter right now who's 4 years old. And if I continue on this same behavior that's been passed on to me for 4 generations, my daughter is going to run into somebody just like me. All right. So I say, okay, all that stuff's going to end right now. All that stuff's going to end right now. So I'm going to take responsibility. I'm not looking at anybody else to do this for me, but it's me. And I need to do it for all the rest of them. That's how I thought about it. Okay. So my 2 oldest brothers have passed on, and the brother up under me, he's passed on. And so I'm the only one left. All right. So I'm the example. So I grabbed my son. Me and his mother never married. I got a story about child support too. But anyway, I grabbed my son and I said, listen, this is how it's going to be. All right. If you want me in your life, fine. This is how it's going to be. If you don't, I can walk away. Okay. I'll be crushed, but I can walk away. But I made it his decision. I took his mother, removed his mother from it. He said yes. Okay. So I embraced him. So fast forward, I embrace all my nephews. Okay. Cause I tell them that, just because your father wasn't there, doesn't mean that that you need to carry on this same type of behavior. You need to change the behavior. Let me be the example for you. And it's, I'm not going to say it's hard, but it takes a lot of effort on my part. Okay. It takes a lot of effort on my part to be that example, but they need an example because I didn't have one. I could not afford to leave them out there without an example.
Why?
Okay?
You made it. That's what they'll do. Why you made it, Brother Richard? Why not?
Okay. But that's what they need to see. Because before all that, before I came along and said that, we had no example. All right. My uncles, my mother's brothers, I love them deeply. All right. They drank. They I think it was who was that on there? Evie or whoever said something about how we we like shiny stuff. We spend a lot of money on shiny stuff. We like sparkling stuff. I remember back in the 60s, early 60s, especially 63. That was a hot year for Chevys. Remember that, Bubba T? The Chevy Impala, the Chevelle, all that. So my uncles worked at the steel mill, and I tell you, every year they bought a new car. It was shiny. They could have kept that old car they had. They were buying Thunderbirds. I had one uncle who had 3 cars. All right, because that's how even today, we see it even on these rappers. Was just like the guy that got beat up over there. What was the first thing they buy when they get that check? The record company signs them $100,000 check. I had one before too. All right, but I didn't go out and buy watches and diamond rings and chains. I did other things. I reinvested my money. But anyway, that's what they do. I gotta look the part. I gotta look like I got money. All right. And I think that's what we're infatuated with, as far as a I can't say a community because we don't have a community anymore. As far as a group of people, we're infatuated with shiny stuff. We allow people to talk to us in any kind of way. We go out here and vote for people because it's been ingrained in us to always vote this way. Just like, please forgive me, just like going to church. Why do you people go to church? Well, my mother did it, and my grandmother did it, and blah, 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 blah. That's all. But that's no reason. For me, that's no reason. And that's because they did it. I got to do it? No. So anyway, all I'm saying is that being the example is what I'm doing right now for my family. I understand even in my own family, there's a group of people that I'm just going to have to overstep. I'm going to have to step over them. I can't bring them to the cookout. They're not even invited to the cookout. Because at this cookout, it's going to be some knowledge shared. It's going to be some examples. And I'm going to surround myself with people that's exhibiting that same behavior and examples, because I need my grandsons. I need my nephews and their kids to see that so we can make that change. And that's all I'm going to say.
Okay, let me ask you this. The one question, we'll go around the title of the show. The YNs are crashing out. So I'll say who or what is the most responsible for the state of the community right now?
It all begins in the household. It's what they see.
And it depends. It starts with who's in the household, right? Can we blame the app? Do you believe that we could not blame? I don't want to say blame. Do you believe we can put accountability on the absent party or no?
No. Listen, there was an absent party in my house. Okay. My oldest brother worked ever since he was 16. He always had a job. My second oldest brother gangbanged. He was a hustler. Okay. I worked. I always had a job. Right. At 16 in high school. Okay. My sister went to school and graduated, went to college, and boom, she became a housewife. She did what she was trained to do. My brother that was under me was a hustler. It's got nothing to do with who's absent. It has everything to do with what that individual is being influenced by.
Fair. That is fair. That's my thoughts exactly.
Well, is it systematic then? What are we dealing with?
What do you mean by systematic? What do you mean?
I don't know. That's what we're trying to get to the bottom of. Who's most responsible? We're not trying to blame anybody, like Mr. Walk said, but responsibility
again, it's in the household. What's influencing that individual in the household? And then we take it out the house. What's influenced that individual once he's around in the community or he's with his people? You know what? Here, let me tell you something. Again, I didn't have a father in my house. All right. So when I was in high school chasing girls, I always chased the girls who didn't have a father in their home. What does that tell you?
Why? Wow. Yeah.
What does that tell you?
How could
you know what I'm talking about, right?
I know what he's saying.
That's still a thing to this day. Yeah.
Yeah.
But okay. So it's what's in the home and what I'm surrounding myself with. I'm being influenced. What I watch, what I listen to, what I eat, believe it or not. Okay. What I'm consuming. All right. If my crew is wearing all Jordans, I'm gonna do my best to go out and get some Jordans. All right. Because they were at that time, some of the people I was hanging with just wanted to fit in. Just like in my chat, I said, you always talking about these people, these young people with guns today. Man, they was doing that when I was in school. I'm talking 1968, 1970s, man. Come on. All the guys I ran with in high school, because I was the cool one, they all had a piece.
So what does that mean, though? What does that mean?
What you mean? What does that mean?
Are we accepting that just because we did it 50, 60 years ago?
I'm not saying that. That's not what I'm saying.
I'm trying to see what we're saying here.
I'm not saying all I'm saying is we all get influenced by what we see and what we're surrounded by.
Gotcha. So the influence is I love the way you're saying it. It's the mom. The kid is we can only put.
But wait, Mr. Walker, you can't blame them. Don't put all here. This is something I thought about before I got on. Somebody said about having two parents in the household, mom and the dad. Suppose that dad ain't shit. Suppose that dad is a drunk.
But she picked him. But she picked him.
Okay,
but like if he's absent, then no. But if he's present, yes. If he's absent,
there's two parents in the house.
She picked him.
So it doesn't matter. There's two parents in the house.
She picked him, bro.
It doesn't matter, EV.
It does matter. And
the child is going to be influenced by what they see.
And I'm gonna tell you why. Because if there's a dominant man in the house, that male, that child's gonna take on the traits of his father. If he's a strong man,
child's gonna be a drunk.
If he's a strong man, but if he's not, but now these households are run by feminist women. And they're run by women with no accountability. And these men have got to be simps in their homes to just be happy. So no, I do blame the women for this because a lot of these kids have taken on this feminine trait where they're emotional, where they cannot make a decision without being upset, without being angry. So no, I do blame them. And you know why? Because they were incentivized years ago to get rid of that man out of their house and get on government assistance. You can say whatever you want to say. I get influences, but let's not try to conflate two generations. In 1965, your gun was different in 2025 because you would go and knock someone in the head that you knew, as opposed to today, you'll knock grandma in the head.
Don't get it wrong. Don't get it wrong. Don't get it wrong, dude.
Grandmas would get knocked in the head in 1965. There was no respect.
You was going to get it if you had something that I wanted.
What I'm saying
is
you
was going to get it.
So you're saying that there was less respect in the same lessons. No, what I'm saying is that the respect level was different, and I know a whole lot of killers from that time frame, but there were certain lines they would not cross. Now today, these kids cross any line.
That's true.
They cross any line. So we don't want to mix up the generations because this generation is a whole lot different from the last generation.
No, wait. I think it's more of them because they're being influenced by social media. See, when I was coming up, we didn't have that.
But
we had movies and we had pimps and hustlers.
But again, there's still some of those households had fathers, some didn't. Some knew their fathers, but there was still a universal respect level among the community. There was still a respect. Blacks respected each other. We don't respect each other.
Where do you live?
I'm in Virginia.
Okay. So we talking geography then, because I came up in Chicago.
Well, half the people in Chicago moved up, like you just said, from Mississippi, Virginia, from the South. They moved. They all moved from down here. So they all say all y'all Virginia people.
No. My people from Mississippi. We came to Chicago.
The South.
I grew up in Chicago.
The South.
I know Chicago.
Yeah.
So I don't know what's going on in Virginia, but I can tell you about Chicago.
What I'm saying is that there was still a level of respect, whether it was Chicago, whether it was Maine, whether Florida, whether it was California, that people, black folks still respected each other. And now today there's still a systemic problem. There's a systemic problem to where women are running households and they're not teaching their children respect because they feel like they don't have to.
And that was going on when I was coming up.
So what I'm like, and I don't want to go too far, but there's a video out where I think there was a white guy, a little guy, he robbed a household, white guy's house. The white guy shot him, and the woman is in court saying, all my son was doing was trying to rob you, and you took his life. What in the hell are you talking about? And then people say, oh no, don't blame the women, don't blame the women. What man is gonna go into a courtroom? How many fathers we got up here? How many of y'all gonna go in the chat? How many of y'all going in court and try to justify your son robbing some man's house? You gonna be like, your dumb ass shouldn't have been in there robbing him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with that. I'm not a father. I'm too ugly to be a father, but I do.
You and I both. We're too ugly to be fathers. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, but look at the separation. The woman goes in jail and blames the man who's protecting his household, and then a man gonna go in there and say, your dumb ass should have been out there robbing. What are you talking about? What are we talking about?
Okay, again, young people are influenced. It's what they're influenced by is going to determine their behavior and how they act and how they respond.
Okay.
I've seen it, man.
Well, listen,
I'm a product of that.
Well, I think Richard, what he was saying earlier, you do make a lot of sense. We're not trying to negate that. What are you saying about the respect factor? I'm a Gen X. I remember back in the 80s, if I did something wrong, the next door neighbor would have told my mother or my father, and I would have got a whooping. In today's era, you can't do that nowadays.
Right, that's true. Yeah. What
We're not saying that you're wrong, but that was the point he was trying to get across. But those things did happen. We're not negating that part of it. But what he's saying, there was still a respect factor within the black community.
Right.
In today's world, in today's society, you try to check a kid right now, he may come at you with a gun, or his mother may come cuss you out, knowing that he did something wrong. Just like what they're doing with the school teachers nowadays. These school teachers are quitting because they can't control the kids because the parents can't control the kids.
Okay.
That's facts.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
Facts.
I seen similar in my day. Okay. If you was in my way, I don't care who you were, and you had something that I wanted or I needed for whatever reason, like maybe I got a monkey on my back, right? Maybe somebody's got a gun in my. If you got what I need and I need it,
cold-blooded, right? But most of those guys back then did that in the isolated era. They wouldn't do it around a group of people. These kids nowadays, they're doing it around people,
and then making a song about it.
They're making songs about it.
Somebody mentioned Yummy. Who mentioned Yummy? Oh, he's gone now.
That was Luther.
You all need to look up Yummy. Yeah. Robert Standiford, 11-year-old kid from Chicago. You need to look him up. That was the guy that was being used, as somebody said on the panel, as the super predator. Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton tagged onto that. This happened in 1994. You got to look that up. He was 11 years old.
That was the guy that Tupac was talking about when he was locked up and he did his infamous interview. I forgot which publication it was with, but he had the poster of Yummy in the background and was talking about his story. That was when he was locked up. Yeah.
I'm gonna look into that. I imagine it's a dark one.
I remember that. I was a teenager. I remember that.
And he wasn't the only one out there like that. Okay. So, I'm not going to discount what you're saying, Evie, but yeah, there was a certain level of decorum.
Respect. Yeah, decorum.
And respect, but hey. Anyway, okay. I'm done.
No. Like I said, we do understand that those things did happen, especially in Chicago. That's a huge city.
Absolutely. That's crazy.
We get it.
That's
but at
crazy.
the same time, you and I know, even when I was a kid, when I was trying to hang with the bad people, the OGs would be like, boy, get your young butt home. Take your little butt home before I spank it for you, or you can't drink. We had those back in our day. We're not saying that didn't happen, but we had some level of decorum and respect. Some OGs will pull you to the side and tell you this ain't for you. Get your butt back in those books. These OGs nowadays.
One of my brothers was involved. And anybody on here from Chicago? Oh, Bubba T. You know about the hump? Bubba T? You know about the hump? 71st Street? 68 in Halsted?
I know where that is.
All right. So anyway, one of my brothers was heavily involved. And the guys I went to school with were the guys that was running with him. And he told all those dudes, listen, man, if you see my brother up here, man, you all send him back home. Don't sell him nothing. Don't give him nothing. In fact, don't even let him up here. I went up there one day to buy some weed for some people that I knew. Man, I'm 21 years old. I walked up there, and the first thing that boys did was, oh, man, you ain't supposed to be up here. I'm like, what? I'm trying to get some weed, man. If your brother finds out that you, man, come on, Red, you got to go, man. You got to go. Here, go and take this and get out of here. Because they were more afraid of my brother than I was. Okay? That's the kind of people I grew up around. All right? But they were influenced by what was in their immediate environment. And a lot of those guys did not have a father in their home. Okay? They didn't even associate with people who had fathers in the home. And if the father was in the home, the father was in the gang too. Or he was drunk.
And here's what I'll say to that. Like I say, I don't think anything is new under the sun. I don't want us to be the all police. So I want to say like, oh, obviously there was people doing bad back then. I think nowadays, these young guys are more brazen, right? We are out here. Everybody got a cell phone. You got Ring cameras, drones, all this stuff. There's a camera on every telephone post, but yet people don't care. They will look in the camera and still do whatever they're going to do. So,
but yeah, you know what, Gavin X, why that? Okay, this is last I'm going to say something. Sometimes I can't help myself, but I like your broadcast, Mr. Walker, Gavin X. I really love your broadcast. I don't know if you all know that or not, but anyway, Gavin X. When I was coming up, we knew the policemen. We knew them by name. We knew their behaviors. We knew when they were on patrol in the neighborhood. We knew when to be out there doing whatever we're doing, and then, whoa, man, it's 7 o'clock, man. Crow and Bailey coming. It's time to clean up a bit. Back then, police used to bust heads. Okay? You get beat up. My brother came home a couple of nights beaten up. They didn't take him to jail. No, they beat him up. Then they drove him somewhere like in Disciple neighborhood or Black Peastone neighborhood and dropped him off. Then you got to walk home, right? If they took him to the west side, he was still around family. He didn't care. Them vice lords knew him, right? But that's what they used to, but we knew the police. Today, the police don't have that type of power, let's say. They can't do that. All right? Police ain't around here beating up people now. Right? Because too many cameras around, too many mothers start screaming, and then a preacher comes out, and now they got a big protest in front of the police station, and now they need to lock the police up or take his badge. Okay? Back then, you got your ass whooped.
Let me say this, Rachel. I think y'all were more resilient. Y'all had more fight. I think the fix is in. The police don't have to do anything anymore but sit back and eat donuts because we done made it this far by being debaucherous. They don't have to beat us up, drive us across town. We're doing it to ourselves anymore. So,
yeah, that's wicked. I think I see movies like that. That's intense. Letting us eat one another, beat you up and drop you off in a rival gang's territory.
That was huge in the 90s. Bill Gates, when he was in charge, the chief of police in Los Angeles, they were doing that. They were taking black gays and dropping them off in Mexican neighborhoods.
Yeah.
That's what Menace to Society was based around. They were doing that for real.
And then come scrape you up after you don't make it home.
Yeah.
That's weird. You could be an officer. You could be an officer, drop somebody off in the wrong hood, then get the call later to go identify him. Call the coroner.
Yep.
That's wild.
Yep. And if they had a murder out there and they couldn't find anybody, well, guess what? You fit the description.
Yep.
Yeah. So I want to get Brother Rachai
a couple times like that.
Or not Rachai, Divine. I'm doing it again. Divine Photos and Triple X. I see Triple X. Where you go, brother? Come back. I want to get Divine and Triple X in. What you got, Divine?
Welcome in, Divine. See that Montclair.
I mean, I can't top what Shai was saying, but I grew up in a single parent household where it's like, even though it was just my mom and I, but like my mom always taught me, even though your father and I are separated, you still have to respect that man no matter what. And also too, I just think that there's a lot of deep-rooted jealousy that's going on in our community where it's embedded in us, like you see in movies too. Like for example, in that comedy movie, like Don't Be a Menace while sipping juice, where like if you make it out the hood, all of a sudden you get hated for it, and like they look at you like they think you're better than everybody else, which is nuts. And also too, like it doesn't take one person to change it. To change it, it takes a whole community. And even though we don't have that right now, even though we don't have that right now, it's gonna take the new young men. I'm not to say why it's the new young men to change the narrative, which some of them have been doing as of lately with the quarter zip. With the half from quarter zip, like change your image, like because image is everything, especially when you're looking for jobs.
Yeah, I agree. And you said, I think it does start with each individual. I love referencing the Michael Jackson song, the man in the mirror. It starts with each one of us. That's how you don't get a community. What would my coach say? Go quiet you, Divine. What would my coach say? He say, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. So even though it's a tall task, you gotta start somewhere. We can't say, oh, we got such a huge problem, and we do. We got such a huge problem, we shan't not ever start. One little bite at a time. Start chopping wood. That's just it. And that's easier said than done because you don't exactly see the payout. You don't exactly see the light at the end of the tunnel. You just hoping and having faith.
And also too, Mr. Walker, I think the problem with our community, like we don't call out certain things. Like for example, when they came out with Malibu's Most Wanted, he had Jamie Kennedy impersonating how black people talk and all that stuff. I didn't see the black community. They never called it out. They never called it out because it's in the movies and all that stuff. You see people in other communities, they don't like the image of being tampered, so they will call it out. And then the movies will have to cancel it.
I think that's interesting. Malibu's Most Wanted because I think that went over so smoothly because they were making fun of rich suburban kids that wanted to be part of the culture. So I think that overall joke made all the other wild-ish, palatable.
Yeah, and it's the small things that started. Like when you had Malibu's Most Wanted, because now you have guys like Aiden Ross who admitted that he says the N-word in songs. Sadly,
Like I said, that stuff has always been around. It ain't going nowhere. We just need to strengthen our message and strengthen our position. And I want to get Triple X in. So we talking about, who's most responsible, brother? I know you've been catching some of the show. What you got?
Yeah. Shout out everybody on the panel. Proper respect. Salute to everybody. Hey, good seeing Rachai Media up here for the first time. Yeah, definitely. Speaking of which, you touched on something in Gavin X Willie Walker. I went in on this earlier this year. It was something similar we was talking about with this. I would say, first and foremost, the situation that Rashad talked about his grandmother having 15 kids or something like that, and then several baby dads or whatever, that goes in line with what I went in about earlier this year, and that's primarily that post-slavery, many FBAs, black people from this country, never found their footing. What you're seeing now is the results of decades after decades after decades, after generation after generation after generations of families that were not whole. They were broken families. There were women that came from broken families. They weren't able to get with solid guys and get married and have kids and have a family and everything. And what he's talking about, I've witnessed that firsthand. I've been a part of that firsthand. I know exactly what he's talking about. My mom is 5 years older than him. You know, my auntie is like 83. She's the oldest living. My oldest uncle would be like 99 now if he was still living. You know, so I talk with most of them. He was much older. I never had much of a relationship with him, but I talk with all of them extensively, and what he said is primarily what I've witnessed from many families close to us and within my own family. So that's why we found our way here. Some people were able to figure it out along the way. You know, some girls were able to get with a guy. He was solid. He worked at the plant and they got married. Then they had the kids or whatever. And he was able to establish some structure. He had some control. Some were, but many were not. What we're seeing is the result of the many that were not. You know, I mean, ultimately, it's tough. You want to blame somebody for it. Ultimately, you say, "How do we get here?" You know.
And I'll say this, Lex, not to cut you off. I was going to say who, then we can put what, right? Because it don't have to be a person. It can be, you know, the system or the schools or the neighborhood, whatever. But
it's a combination, Gavin. It's not just one thing. That's a good point. But it's a combination of things. The system was clearly against us, you know, from get, you know, heck, it took us 100 years, exactly 100 years to get that civil rights bill passed. So we was compromised big time before that, even after. So, but especially before that. Then in addition to that, like I said, unfortunately, when we started out in this country post-slavery, we didn't have a homeland to pull from. Like when Italian people started making their footing here, you know, the Jewish people, like all types of people, you know. Once they started making their footing here, they had a homeland to reach back to and get structure and get game and get plans, business ideas, etc. You know, like, hey, you should get married, you know, have your family, you do it like this. We didn't have that. You know, even the Russians, anybody, there's no homeland to pull for. We don't have any direct descendants that we can just go to wherever we're originally from in Africa and they got the game. You know what I'm saying? Like, that doesn't exist for FBA, you know? But maybe you got some Jamaicans or, you know, you got some other immigrant blacks that have that to a degree, but we don't have it. So we're looking at the end result of decade after decade of that. And even like my mom, like I said, she was born in 50. She was the result of that. She was in that. She was in the same situation I was in 31 years later when she had me. You know, it's unfortunate, man, but she didn't have a game. She was not given the game. Hey, you know, it won't happen this generation, though, because I done got out there and I done got that game, and I ain't had no kids. I ain't having no kids unless I get married. I ain't having no kids. Whenever I get married, I have some kids. No family before marriage. That's how that works. And hey, it will be one of structure. Won't be no games played. Yep.
Amen, Lex. I know that's right. You
Good
always
job, brother.
Always come with that ism. Listen here. That's just well in my spirit. It's not an excuse. I like it's understanding. And it you know, the dots connect. A lot of us didn't get our footing. That's fair. That is why I often say I acknowledge our unique journey through life as melanated folks. It's unlike anybody else. It's like I like the way you paint that picture. We don't, too many of us don't have a home base, known established roots to reach back to for wisdom, knowledge. You said the game, and that's tough. I agree, brother.
Yeah, we're unique from every other race and demographic in this country because all of the other ones do have that. The ones that were able to make it over from Africa, they have people back in the home.
Let me ask you this, Lex.
Go ahead.
I cut you off. Shout out to my guy Indigenous. What's your take on this? Indigenous, he stand on this. This ain't the first time. So.
Oh, yeah. I would say, it's a lot of truth in that statement, man. Pan-Africanism, to a degree, post-Garvey, man, does it really exist? Think about it. Of all of the countries that's over there, who and Black Americans got money compared to every other Black demographic in the world. Why aren't somebody opening their country over there and saying, hey, the red carpet's out? If you guys are serious and you looking for a spot to land in Africa, this is it right here. You get your citizenship. We got land that y'all can purchase, and hey, let's make it happen. None are doing that, man. Like in a serious manner.
You know what? Yes, it's funny you bring that. It's interesting you bring that up because my wife and I have been talking about where we're gonna plant our roots once we get some land. And she talked about moving out the country. And I keep saying, the more we talk about it, the more, I keep seeing these reels. And let me it's a scary thought. It really is scary. Like, I ain't scared of much. You know what I'm saying? But, I feel like I can control the madness. I could be wrong. I feel like I could control the madness here. In such a far off land is I ain't gonna hold you.
Yeah.
If I can't get a hold of no tools and get my bearings, it's very scary thought, man.
No, I get it, man. Hey, if I had Elon Musk or Bezos money or whatever, it would be a United States of FBA, man. I will carve out a tiny spot of the Sahara, man. We work a deal out because those guys got unlimited money with those neighboring countries. And hey, we get it cracking, man. We just have to watch out for infiltrators.
I got an idea. Why don't we just all go to Mississippi and make that our homeland and state? And then we can get some elected officials that are going to work.
He got a good point.
Huh?
I said that a couple months ago. I said we need to go take over a couple states and settle up.
Well, shoot, it's over. Gates has bought up all the land in Louisiana. Mississippi probably next. Gates own like over 20,000 acres in freaking Louisiana. They buying up all the land. We better hurry up.
You know there's oil in Louisiana, right?
Well, there's God dang. I'm wondering why. I'm like, why everybody
off down there?
Yeah, it's oil there.
Everybody going to Louisiana. 50 Cent done build a studio. Everybody, they about to pillage the poorest states.
Oh, they've been doing it. Ain't nothing in this country ain't been pillaged already.
But I like that, Gavin X. We should go to Mississippi.
Yeah.
Here's what I'll say about going to a different country. You better learn how to speak the language. That's numero uno. I don't care if you talk about going back to Nigeria. I don't care where you talk about going. If you do not speak their native tongue, don't go. You got to understand what's going on around you at all times. You can't have people just sitting around you talking and communicating, and you don't know what the hell they talking about. That was that's my greatest pull away from my, experience in Jamaica for them few weeks.
Yeah.
I don't like being around people who I don't understand what the hell you saying. That was one of my pet peeves. I need to know because I don't know what the hell y'all talking about. Y'all get to laughing and giggling. I don't know what's going on.
And I felt the same way myself because when I went to Brazil, you notice that slavery started there 200 years before ours.
Yeah.
But I feel the same way, Mr. Gavin X. When I first got there, I felt uncomfortable, although they made me feel uncomfortable, but I knew I had to learn the language because there's going to be some entities that look at me different because I'm from America.
What about, I've been thinking about it. So I've been working this out. So we move across the pond to one of these far off places and try to reestablish some roots. Like, what about Google Translate? Huh? Take the starter before you can learn the language. Don't they got a Google Translate thing? No, that ain't gonna work.
It's best to get a teacher that's from the land. That
It's
other
not
stuff,
efficient like you're
no.
talking about. Now, if you're talking to somebody directly, I seen when I was in New York here last week, a lot of that people got Divine. No, they use Google Translate. When we at the massage parlor, the lady say, "Hey, you gonna tip me a little more?" Showed me on the phone. I said, "Babe, she wants some more money." So yeah, they go, "Hey, I need another $20."
That's greed, man. That's the greed of NYC, man. That's why if you live in New York, you know.
Yeah. So, but nonetheless, if you are having a conversation out, it's gonna be too hard to be having, good. That ain't gonna do it. You need to know what's going on.
But listen, shout out to Indigenous Stallion, our sister Ebony Dean. Yeah, this is our land. Yeah, this here, whether or not some of our ancestors came here on ship or not, our blood is in this soil, all of the above. This is our land just as much as anybody, if not more. And I'm resting on the ladder, but we got to just reclaim it. This is the United States was taken by gangsterism. We got to get our gangsta on. We got to learn the rules of the game to succeed. And once I learned this in football, all right, I understand nobody. I don't want to play the rules of this game. I didn't either. You got to learn the rules, learn the ins and outs, and then once you become good enough, you can start to mold things the way you want them. When I was a freshman in college, I tried to do things my own way. I got benched. But by the time I was a junior, I was helping make plays. I was helping create plays, defensive plays, because I showed that I understood the rules and that I was consistent. And that's what we got to do. If we're going to reclaim this land that we say is ours, we got to learn the rules to the game. Shout out to the game Monopoly. It is what it is.
And I want to say, I'm sorry.
And I was going to say, I was going to say also too, right? And it's our job to keep to know our history and keep it up, because a lot of people are almost forgetting their history. Like always remember George Washington Carver, like Black American scientist in the 1800s.
There you go.
And I also want to say one thing too. I'm not telling anybody to disrespect anybody that's Black from another land or from another country that's coming to America. You people, we need to understand those people are going to defend and build for them. And we need to do the same thing. I'm not saying you got to be rude. I'm just saying they're here for them. Like I said, I don't respect what the Somali Ileana Omar did up in Minnesota, but at least I can say she will say we're for the Somali people. I'll give her that small credit.
And also too, classy. Also too, I just don't respect when they come to America and they want to disrespect Black Americans, like you left your struggle to come to this struggle. So how does that make any sense?
No, and that's the reason why I said what I said. Everybody can't be invited to the party the way we would like it to be, because everybody's not on our side. They're going to be for them first. And that's why you see all these immigrants talk about, where are the Black people? How come they're not coming to fight for us? Oh, no. We fought for our part. You're here. It's your turn.
Yeah, we done been y'all dummies.
Yeah.
They didn't click up when they came. So, like if you're going to click up, like if you really riding with the nation, the single by choice nation, hey, riders only over here. Don't get in no trouble out here in these YouTube streets and be talking about what single by choice at. Oh, we back home watching it live, eating popcorn. That's where we at. We ain't pulling up over there.
They're going right. It's propaganda, man. Why they come over here disrespecting us was FBAs, because the propaganda that I'm positive the United States shoots out, over the ocean, showing us in the worst light. And that is why we got to check ourselves. Yeah, I guarantee you, whenever the United States broadcasts us over to China and other places, they're not showing Bill Cosby. They ain't showing the Huxtables. They're not showing.
Let me share something with you, Mr. Walker. Let me share something with you. I had about as many jobs as you had in my career. This one job I had, I was working. I was an accounting clerk, and I was a temp on contract, and I got hired the same day as a guy from India got hired. Same day. right? And I would come in and say good morning to everybody, but this guy never said anything to me. Worked with this guy for an entire year, right? Worked with him for an entire year. And I'd be, during the day, I'd be sharing little tidbits, some wisdom, dropping some jewels and stuff. And then I started dropping jewels about his country, things that I learned, through my study and whatnot, and dropping names on him that he's familiar with, okay? And then one event happened that he and I both were being called out by the supervisor for some old BS. And he has a real thick Indian accent. And when he was talking, you couldn't understand what he was saying. But I understood what he was saying. So I was acting as his translator. I worked with this guy for a whole year. So throughout that time of a whole year, this guy and I became close because of the things I was sharing with him. I was just dropping some jewels on him. Anyway, my contract came to an end. And so this guy, the guy I was working with that was driving me back and forth, he was going to take me to the train station. And this Indian guy begged him to let him take me to the train station. He begged this guy, no, please, I'll take him. So I took him to the train. He took me to the train station. So we got out the car and he said to me, his exact words, he said, when he walked in the office, he saw me, he said he was immediately upset. And he said he went home and told his wife, there's a black guy in my office. There's a black guy in my office. I just looked at him. He said, but the things that you were saying and sharing with me changed my mind. He said, because in India, everything they showed us about your people was always negative. They told us not to interact with you. Don't become their friends. Don't eat. He told me everything that was negative. He said, but you just broke all that. He said, you and that guy that you work, he said, are all your friends like this? And I said, yeah, people I associate with are like this. So he said, this is what they told him in India about black people.
I got a similar story. And that's my story similar. And that's why I kind of knew that back in college.
Well, I was going to say this real quick. I'll say it's a two-way street. So I would say America does the same thing. So that they try to keep us from going to Africa. They going to put on commercials with kids with flies on their head and poop. And they paint a picture like you don't want to go there. It's a bad place.
Right,
and
exactly.
Shout out to people like, Killer Mike and them. And they say they in Africa, they showing resorts and infrastructure and buildings. They say, don't believe what they telling y'all. There's resorts here.
I saw it.
But Gavin X, America shows that propaganda. And people who ain't going nowhere, ain't never been anywhere, they're going to believe that. That's that influence again. They're going to look at that and say, well, this guy be better than over there. So at least that, I'm living in the projects, I'm getting public aid and whatnot, but at least I'm eating every day. I ain't got flies on me. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But also,
the same stuff goes on here. That's what I was going to say. I'll let you go, Classy. But the same stuff goes on in America. There is a dark side to every country. There's going to be good and bad. Some countries just got more good than bad. Yeah. But you can go pretty much anywhere and find the good parts.
Yeah, and they actually what's not also being told too is they don't want Americans actually leaving out of the country because they want to keep the economics here, meaning the money. So if we go to other countries, we move to other countries, we're helping build their construction with the money that we're giving to them. But I digress. Go ahead.
And I was gonna say too, right? Like you ever seen like the immigrants why they voted for T money? They thought that they thought that they could get rid of FBAs, and that was their original thought process. But sometimes to them like, no, T money meant you. He didn't mean FBAs. And now they come back crying to FBAs about, oh, why don't you help us? I'm like, no, you was always against us.
Facts. Yeah, you can't be in a deficit and tell somebody to kiss your rear end, and then you're like, oh, let me get some help. Oh, no.
Shout out to the choosy beggars.
Not how that works. No, I agree too. I want to say this, Mr. Walker. I definitely agree with what you're saying. this is our country. You know, we helped build it. I mean, of course, the United States of FBA would be awesome as a homeland. I definitely would never want to abandon this, though, because we definitely built this, you know, for sure, for sure. We definitely got to get in where we fit in. I'll say this. The biggest thing that we face in this country, especially FBAs, we don't have a real unified ideology to really put all the blacks on and get everybody on board too. I don't have the answers to that or that game plan or what system should be introduced or incorporated to be able to do that. But if you can get something like going like that has proven results and has at least some immediate results in the Sims for people, I think you can slowly start getting people on board. They'll see things. Other people will go back and be like, hey, you know, I was over there at that situation or whatever. It was cracking. You'll get more people to come and you could just build from that, man. And then we at least have something going. The only problem is if you get something like going, they're going to be coming hard to try to dismantle it. So you're going to have to be real solid.
I like ideology.
Yeah.
Brother Lex, I think Kev said it best. Moving like something we all can agree on.
Yeah.
Something that all of 100%. And I believe that should be moving away that's good for the children. And that's a lot. So whatever, I don't care what you do, whatever you do, make sure that it is best for the upcoming generations. I don't care what it is.
Yeah, I would say that, and definitely, man, if we had some sort of social media weapon like TikTok or one of the big players, man, really black owned, not infiltrated or anything, that would be huge because we could counter a lot of stuff, man.
Well, hold
all
on.
over the world.
Y'all do. Y'all got the Kendra app. Hell.
That don't count.
You're talking about size 22 for 4 kids that want 100K. That's gonna counter everything.
No, we got caught before the horse.
Right. Hey, this is the beginning. This is something for sure, man. For sure. Oh man, you said the Kendra app. I'm done after that, guy. I'm going on mute, man.
Shout out to Deep Thoughts on Life. Appreciate you, OG. Says Sister Soldier and Chuck D addressed the hypocrisy of the rap industry in the 80s. There we go.
That part.
Money. Shout out to Baba T. Appreciate you, OG. Says Robert Taylor, 4022 South State Street, apartment 1403, 1962.
So there you go. Look, salute to y'all brothers made it through the Robert Taylor projects. Man, a lot of trauma.
You know, I love this because look at Baba T and Rachai. Like, we cannot really feel, what they experienced. You know what I mean? Like, they the stuff, the smells, the horrors. All we can do is live, through that. We appreciate y'all OGs, man. This is
nothing but respect. Like I said, we do have to remember a lot of those guys was fighters, man. You know, the H-Rat Browns, the Malcolm X's. Hey, man, respect and shout out to Clarence 13X, man, the 5%ers from New York. They don't get enough shine, So, yeah, man, it was a lot of riders even back then, but it just was tough, man. They was up against a lot, man. COINTELPRO, we had nothing to counter that then, man. Nothing.
And I'll say this.
Yeah.
Shout out.
See,
shout
now
out to,
we could put up a fight against it. Go ahead.
I was going to say shout out to Baba T and Richa. Y'all coming up here standing on business. Y'all are definitely changing my mind and my perspective on the boomer generation. Because like anything else, it's always a minority that ruins it for the group. So we're never speaking in absolutes, but shout out to y'all.
Here we go. Shout out to King Keon. Appreciate you, brother. Says, how can Evie tell this Rachai what was going on in 1965 when he wasn't there living it? Shaking my head.
Hey, well.
Yeah, EV was up here cooking. He got up out of here.
Shout out to our sister Ebony Dean. Says, talk that talk, Triple X. It's the system that destroyed us. We have to work together. Reparations now. Get a freedom riding sister.
How we gonna get it? I know that's a rabbit hole. All right, before we do. Sister Ebony Dean also dropped 25 in the Cash App, sponsoring the show. She says, off to get my party on. Salute to Truth Over Lies.
There you go. Enjoy yourself, sister. Keep it looking snazzy with your cowboy hat. Enjoy yourself. Be safe.
Shout out to Ebony Dean. And
appreciate you, Richard. Says, was that supposed to be 8th? Or is that supposed to be 8th, Richard?
Robert Taylor Holmes.
Robert Taylor Holmes, 4037 South Federal Apartment 1105, 1962. Y'all was there at the same time. Okay.
It was in the building next door to each other.
Okay.
1403, 1105.
Oh,
yeah. Thank God they tore that place down.
Hey, Gav, can I respond to a comment real quick in the chat?
Go ahead, brother.
He said, Speeds, Lions for Lamb said, so we had no way of governing ourselves, G's or whatever. Hey, man, what I was saying was, in case you missed it, brother, is that those groups and those guys I mentioned, that was the early part of beginning of them developing an ideology and starting to put those things together for black people to govern themselves. COINTELPRO eliminated that. Post that era, no one else has stepped up and been able to do it, man, collectively. So that's what I hope you're not missing when I said that.
Wait, Gav, can I say one thing too? I think in order for FBAs and like ourselves to do better, we have to handle constructive criticism. That's the only way we can move forward and get these ideologies together. That's why I talk about the deep-rooted jealousy for no reason. As a people, we have to get out that mindset.
You know what I've learned. You know what I learned, Divine? Folks that have too much hurt and feeling sorry for themselves, they cannot take criticism. You can't criticize me whenever I'm in so much torment. I agree.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're above reproach. Facts, man.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, I want to go. I have to go, but I do thank y'all, and I appreciate y'all for letting me on the show. The OGs above me, hey, it's all respect always. We all got a lot of stuff we got to figure out. Because if we don't, I think in the next 5 years economically, we're going to be wiped out like Claude Anderson said. But that's just
that's what he said.
I agree. I
agree.
Right. But y'all have a blessing.
Classy, I really respect and appreciate your comments. So, yeah, you're one of the guys besides Gavin and Mr. Walker that I truly respect and appreciate on the panels. Thanks.
And I appreciate that, sir. Thank you very much. All of you, you have a blessed one. I'll see y'all again. All right.
Appreciate you, Classy.
Can I say one thing too? It's like I don't want to blame like Generation X or boomers. I just feel like we all make mistakes that it's up to us to rectify it. Like we can't just put blame on previous generations. That's how we'll never get past anything. If I'm being honest about that.
For sure.
And I want to get Brother Steven in. I know you ain't talked in a while. And Baba T, I don't know where he went. With you guys, Steven, you've been taking a lot of information in. I know you ain't political or nothing, so you ain't got nothing, huh?
And what was you drinking? What's that you drinking, Stephen James?
First, I start off with hot tea, and then some V8 stuff that I picked up real quick. But
wait,
I'm
V8
trying not
what?
to get sick.
V8 what? V8 Splash?
Berry blend something.
That's garbage. But go ahead, it's junk. Go ahead.
Of course it is, but I needed something else besides water. Yeah, Mr. Gavin.
No, you don't. You don't need anything but water. Go ahead, though. Got to correct you. I love you.
Little brother. Let me just say, no, I'm not political, and no, I won't get into the thing of, although that is an interesting question, without going down the rabbit hole of reparations or whatever. I think to answer your main question of what we can do to make the community better, Richai said it best. It starts in the home. And the reason why I say that is because if whoever is in the home in my lifetime, I'll be open and honest with you guys. My father left me and my sister in 1984. Okay, so he came. He's a truck driver. He came past.
You had a father?
He taught me how to fight.
I had a father? We taking your black card. We taking your black card. You had a father. No.
You had it too easy. Yeah, you ain't black.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, and we grew up in the burbs because our parents did not want us to grow up in Philly around people who was the YNs of their time. They did not want that for us. So they said, no, we got kids, we out. Okay. But after he taught me how to fight, he got in his truck and he rolled out. I never saw him again. Right. The person I was left with was my mom, my older sister, and 2 dogs. My mom was a housewife. She didn't go to college. She didn't go to a tech school, right? So now we have to deal with that. So growing up in the 80s, in the 90s, because I was born in 73, yeah, there was music I couldn't listen to. There was movies I couldn't watch. There was things that I better not do it in the house. So who was there? My mom was there, reinforcing those standards. So I say all that to say this. If whoever the adult is has a firm set of standards, that's the best that they can do is to try to impart them to somebody else, into their children. Whether or not as their children grow older, whether they take to those standards or not, but at least they have a start. Start with the standard and whoever the adult is in the house. I hate to say this. I don't want to say this. Okay, so I live where I live, right? And you guys have seen part of where I live on one of the other Truth or Lies. I went into the carryout. There was a younger mom, and let's say her 7-year-old daughter in the carryout. They got whatever they got. The mom was dressed in, I want to say a halter top, but a low cut top or whatever. Of course, she's overweight and booty shorts, right? Okay, fine. So was the daughter. That's the problem. The problem is that the daughter. Yeah, my son's getting excited. The problem was the daughter was 7 years old. So therefore, if you have this mom who's maybe 20 with a 7-year-old and they both dress in the same way, okay, I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to blame anybody. What I am going to say is you already have now a pattern of what does not work. You have decades to look back and say what does not work. So if you don't want to repeat past behavior, what must you do? If you do what you've always done, you'll always get what you've always got. So therefore, if it didn't work 20 years ago, if it didn't work 30 years ago, it's not going to work now when the world is worse. So if you want to affect change, do the opposite. If you're going in the wrong direction, you do a 180, not a 360, because the 360 will bring you right back to where you're at. You do a 180. If you want to go north, you go south. Or if you don't want to go north, go south. So much respect to Triple X, Brother Rachai. That's all I got to say about that. But yeah, somewhere along the line, somebody has got to make standards and somehow make it so people want to abide by those standards. The last thing I'm going to say is that I grew up with Public Enemy. I grew up with KRS-One. I grew up with Kumo D. All right? I don't know who those artists on that level are now. I was just listening to Rise and Shine by Kumo D when they had KRS and I forgot the other rapper's name. Kumo D or whatever. Rise and Shine was basically rise above your surroundings. Be better than where you're at. Amen. Dr. Phil, in his book, when he was in his heyday, He had a chapter in there that says, rise above your raising. There is no excuses. You're correct, Mr. Walker. No one's going to give a damn about where you come from when you're standing in front of somebody with authority. It's not going to matter. What's going to matter is the man that you are when you stand in front of the mirror. If you learn how to have standards and be that man, it won't matter what man of authority you stand in front of, because you already have in yourself a great measure of self-respect. That's also gone. But if there's nobody to teach that in the home, how are they going to have it? Why should they pay attention to it? That's what I'll say for right now. Thank you, Mr. Gavin.
And Stephen James, you know what the sad thing is too is like in every generation, right? So sometimes you have like a couple of parents that'll pass on to kids, like build the wealth, and then for every one or two you have one or two fuck ups that actually destroy it. So that's why it's gonna be hard to break that cycle, because that's a circle of life. That's always gonna happen.
But salute to you, brother Stephen James, man. Appreciate that, man. Like, yeah, that's tough.
But
that's
where you cut those people off.
Yeah.
But that's where you had, like somebody said on the panel, is that everybody's not going to make it. You can't be friends with everybody, even in your family, because if you're going in a different direction than what people who follow whatever's happening now, or the social society or whatever rules and regulations, they're not for you. You can't have somebody who is trying to be a classy, but then your little brother is trying to be prisoner 547 698, and that's what they're working towards. No, you got to cut bait, because one is only going to be like the other. You can't have that poisoning.
No, I agree with that. You know, definitely respect. I experienced the same thing, man. You know, one day just didn't come back. You know what I'm saying? So no, I know exactly where you're coming from with that, man. You know,
that's I want to speak to that. That's tough, man. I got a theory that I believe it is best to not have a father at all, not know who he is, than to be aware of this man and then he just vanished. So like, yeah, my heart goes out to y'all. Like I think that's tougher. I do. You can't miss what you don't never had. That's what I'm getting at. But you guys had something, and you got memories. So salute to you guys, and salute to you on navigating the world like that. That's, you know, not the trauma bond, but it's tough, as you very well know. Like you said, navigating, you gotta, you know, your dad teach you how to fight. That's like a damn scene out of Fresh Prince with Will Smith, man. Like, all right, I'm gonna teach you this, then I'm going. Like, God, no.
And you know what the killing part is? I didn't even get that.
If y'all niggas sound soft. Y'all sound soft, man. Listen, I was born by the river in a little tent.
Hey. A change gonna come. Hey, Gav, let me say this. I'm gonna get off, man. But, you know, respect to everybody. But I was gonna say one other element that we haven't touched on that's really, really overlooked is that when I mentioned earlier, many families not finding their footings post-slavery, the other biggest things besides the government and other infiltrations and everything is drugs, alcohol, and dope and drug selling. Those three things have been an extreme detriment to the community post-slavery in an insurmountable way. I've seen people, older people above me that were a little bit older, a lot older, they got messed around and got in hardcore dope drugs in their teens, man. In their mid-teens, by like 15, 16, they was already on hardcore stuff. I ain't talking about weed. We talking about like drugs, you know? So those people are ultimately compromised. In fact, these people are like 50, 60 now. They're still messing around with that stuff, man. You know, once you've been doing it for so long, like, you're basically compromised, man. You're no real benefit to the family. Those people are scandalous. Can't really trust them. hey man, like that stuff has like had an extreme effect on the community, man. Like
I'll say this.
yeah.
You know what's in now? Gambling. All right. These little poker machines everywhere and stuff.
Yeah.
They're getting us with that.
And also,
and
also, yeah, also too, like in the hood, you have every chicken spot and not no health food store in the black communities.
Yeah.
Pizza and chicken. Yeah, that's so true. I'm riding through our old neighborhood and just all you see, it's like they turning the abandoned, storefront, anything. They just throwing in slot machines. And it's so daggone predatory because I get it. It's psychological in the hood. You're not saving up for retirement. You only making ends meet. You living for the weekend. You're stagnant. What's your only shot at getting out of this? Winning the lotto, hitting a number, luck, gambling, and
parlays too, Mr. Walker. The sports gambling.
They ain't even they just at the freaking the skill games. They just sitting there depositing money. It's insane. I hate it.
Yeah. Hey guys, all right, guys, take care. Much respect, and I'll see you guys soon. All right.
Michelle, don't be a stranger.
Triple
man.
X, you the man.
All right. All respect.
Appreciate you, brother.
You're the man, Lex.
Triple X coming through. We appreciate you, brother. Also, shout out to Brother Beans in the chat. I see you, Beans. Beans says, salute nephew, Gavin X Mr. Walker.
Salute to Beans. Keep working, Beans. You're going to have that Cadillac V in no time. That Escalade V.
I want to get Baba T in. We're about to start getting final words. What you got? You disappeared for a minute, Baba T. What you got?
Oh, freezing rain up here. Plus, I had to get my tea.
You ain't got no sea
What type
moss.
of tea did I use? Is
You got sea moss? You got sea moss in there.
No, not sea moss, man. No, not sea moss.
got some
Soursop dried leaves tea. Did you hear me? Soursop dried leaves tea.
There
Okay?
you go. That's good stuff.
And I make my teas with leaves and everything, so it's not in the bag. I gotta let it steep and everything. Wow, I've been listening to, man. It's a lot going on, and my thing is, it's gonna be, we're gonna have to lose a lot. The main thing is try to get the earliest we can with these children, and it's bad. Some areas I look at when we start seeing children out here, teenagers, 300 and 500 here in Chicago like that, you have to sit down with them parents, man. You got to get them parents because it starts at home. And if you're not advocating anything to those parents that held responsible, that you in Section 8, against the rules, we'll put you out, but we're going to give you a chance. So, a lot of these things going to keep happening, man. It's not going to get better. Man, I'm just amazed in how in the short period it took us to be almost designated as second-class citizens, which one of my brothers used to say. My man, Power Economics, he said, if we don't watch out, we're going to be a permanent second-class citizen. And as you see with these illegals.
Claude Anderson.
Huh?
Claude
so
Anderson.
We down another level with these illegals. Okay? We first started this thing black and white, and where we at? We at the bottom now of getting these resources. So we at the bottom. So man, it's a lot. It's just a short period of time. And
Well,
I
here's
can
what I
only,
would say.
I can only go with
say
the two
real
and the
quick.
families, man.
Go ahead,
What
go
you
ahead.
listening to? Like my brother Ricardo said, what's in your environment? When you in your car, what kind of music your kids are listening? I don't allow none of that crap in my house, nor in my car. You know?
Amen.
So what are you looking at? I mean, we have to monitor that stuff for the young kids. You can say, hey, you around people, they got their kids. Hey man, cut that crap off. You don't want your kids listening to that. And I tell people that, especially in my car. And they tell me, man, can I play this? No, you can't play none of that crap. Do you want your kids listening to that? They looking at you. So, I mean, that's where it got to start, man. And sometimes you can just tell a brother that you might know, hey man, you know your kids watching you, right? I mean, hey, you know. So, and that's what I tell a lot of young brothers when I see their pants off in stores. You know what I'm saying? They work in the store and they hanging their pants. Hey man, come here, come over here. I say, listen, I'm gonna tell you this because I love you. All right. But when we working, we want to hold our heads up. We want to wear our clothes right, so people will respect us when they're talking to us. Look them dead in the eye, and they said, "Okay." I said, "All right."
Amen.
You know, because
Amen.
I'm coming to you with love. I'm gonna tell you I love you. You know, and I told you all before. I told a bunch of kids out here. I apologize for leaving you all out in the rain. Okay, but I'm gonna call the cops on you if I see you doing dirt. Okay, you need me? I'm here for you. You understand me? You know,
Yes,
I
sir.
can't get this and not have that. I got to have the yin and the yang with them. So,
Yes, sir.
you
Love
know,
that.
and let
It'd
me
have been
tell
nice
you,
to have
it's a
you around,
beautiful
D.
experience when you can sit outside your house and the kids are rolling their bikes up and down the street. The kids are playing basketball and everything on your street. Okay? That's a beautiful sight, man. Because you got a man sitting out there, not a woman. Okay? That's a beautiful sight. I'm glad I'm retired.
Well, let me say this, Baba T. I agree with you. You know, I think it starts with family. We got to get the men back in the house. And we asking who are most responsible. I think both men and women are responsible. I think the man is responsible for knocking a woman up and being an absent father. And I think that woman is responsible for allowing the absent father to knock you up. And that's why we talk about marry before you carry. So it's a two-way street. But the question is who's most responsible? That's where it gets dicey.
And here's the thing. Here's the thing. So I agree, Mr. X. Both sides are accountable. At the very same time, we have seen too many examples and we know too much now. Like all, Nug Nug ain't been lying to Bonquisha the way she has been putting on. These women are making the conscious decisions to procreate with that guy, even though he has shown, said, and expressed. That's where it comes that he ain't gonna be there. We done seen it. He done toss her plan B. And a couple like, here, I ain't coming around. She's like, I'm keeping this. Those are the ones that is their fault. I understand mistakes happen. Folks get together, things don't work out. There's that side too. But there's too much intentional single parent homes. Too much.
So what you got, Brother Rachaf? Your final thought here.
Okay, so sometimes I got to write stuff down so I don't go off script.
Me too.
But if you never smelled a rose garden, how would you know you live in an outhouse? Okay, so people are living in in some conditions, and they believe and think that this is the way it's supposed to be, and this is how it is. That's why some people say it is what it is. Okay. I've had a conversation with someone and they were ragging about politics. I'm like, you can stop talking that, because if you ain't doing nothing about it, then don't talk to me about it. Okay. But anyway, I said to this individual that you probably have people in your community that had never left that community. They travel in a 5 or 6 blocks radius, even with their car. They go to the gas station, they go to Popeyes, they may go to the grocery store, they go to the liquor store. Okay? They have never been downtown. Why? Okay? They can look outside their door and see it. Right? But Walker said it's that comfort zone. So they don't know what a rose garden is. They think that outhouse, they don't know it's an outhouse. But it is what it. So I'm saying all that to say that the change got to start, and I can't talk about anybody else, but the change starts with me. I have to change. when I make the change and I set the rules and I set the pattern, right? I create the program, and the people that are aware and want something different, and they look at me, they say, wait a minute, he changed. Let me go talk to that brother. Or let me go talk to my uncle. Okay, put me on some game. How did you do this? Help me through this. Because I need a change in my life. Okay? So it starts with me. I have to be the change. I don't, just like Bubba T said, about checking people in the car. I got nephews that smoke, okay? And they do a whole lot of other things too. If I'm taking them somewhere, before they get in my car, I tell them, drop everything. If you carrying, no, you're gonna leave it behind. You're not riding with me. Okay, you're gonna have to get an Uber or get on a bus.
Amen.
Okay, I check them before they get in the car. I'm not gonna let you get in my car and I'm start asking questions. No, that's too late. No, before you get in the car, you need to empty your pockets. Oh, come on, Hunk. No, fuck that. This is me. This is my life. And I'm looking out for you. So anyway, so I have to be the change. And what's the influence in my house is peace. Okay? It's peace. One of my nephews, his mother passed away recently in Chicago. And some of us are addicted to chaos. Okay? Some of us cannot function without chaos. So anyway, his mother had passed away, and he was trying to work with the family to get the obituary together. And he called me up. So, hey man, what can I help you with? He said, Unc, I just need somebody to talk to. He said, because these folks over here, they start fighting and stuff. They're fighting. I said, them people addicted to chaos, man. He said, yeah, I know, man. That's why I called you, man. I had to talk to somebody who had some kind of peace. Because, hey, I'm like, dude, okay, I got you. I got you. Okay? Some people are addicted to chaos, but it's in the home. They were raised like that. It's generation after generation after generation. They don't know any better. They don't know they're in the outhouse because they've never smelled a rose garden. Okay, but the change starts with me. Okay, I'm building my rose garden. Okay, so my daughter and my son, when they bring their kids over, shit, this is granddad. I can just kick back. Okay, all right. The change starts with me. When my nephews talk to me and they bring their kids over, right? It's peace. Because the one thing I learned that the word uncle in some cultures mean the same as father. Okay? Their father's not around. So I got to be the one to set the example to help them. So I think, again, it's what they're being influenced by. Okay? What they're being influenced by. My daughter today plays Motown music in her home. Okay? My son today, he's 40 something. He came up in that, he plays Motown music in his home. When I was growing up, that's all I knew was love songs. I haven't heard a love song yet. When I was growing up dating girls, I didn't have to say anything. I just throw on some Smokey. I put on some Marvin Gaye. And it was on. Put that blue light on, boom. All right? But again, it's the influence. It's what they in their home being influenced. All right? My son knows his mother's father, but he knows him as a drunk. And all his uncles, all her brothers are drunks. Okay? That's the influence. So when he comes to my house, with my family, he's like, damn, it's always cool over here, man. How do you all get together? It'd be 25, 30 of us in the house singing, dancing, having a good time, right? That's alcohol, yeah. But if you go to their home, they're fighting. You can tell by the furniture, right? Anyway, if you never smelled the rose garden, how would you know you live in an outhouse? Some of our people are addicted to chaos. Those people are going to be left behind in my world. They're going to be left behind. I can't change them. They got to change themselves. So that's all I got.
Amen, brother. I agree. Because I like that, from the outhouse to the rose garden. It's that contrast, right? You don't know what you're not missing. I remember, I think it was my senior or junior year. I think it was my junior year. And me and my girlfriend, now my wife at the time, we're going to Myrtle Beach, Virginia Beach, and for spring break. And I realized just what being in college, being in that healthy, nurturing, challenging environment did to me. It was so inspirational. And I remember I said, you know what? And I made it a point to go get Gav, because I was in college and Gav was in the streets. Gav, your favorite trapper's favorite trapper. And I said, I got to get my brother out so he can see this, because he was in the thick of the madness. And I remember we went to the beach, and I know for sure that contrast, he's able to see. We both were able to see. That was our first time both going to a beach. And that contrast, which I agree. You got to get out that outhouse. You got to stop smelling those pissy hallways, my God, and go see what is out, because it motivates you. The world is bigger than your hood. The world is bigger than your project. Growing up, driving, 15 miles from where we stayed to the city of Pittsburgh was like driving across the continental United States. Like you said, it's right in your damn backyard. But why go? The liquor store, the jitney station, the Loan Shark, all within 10 blocks. Why I gotta go into the city? It's a shame.
And the last thing I want to say before we go, because Bubble T, 1962, Robert Taylor Holmes, 4037 Federal, apartment 1105.
Oh, that's when they first built them. A lot of folks don't know.
That's
the Kennedy Expressway wasn't even done, or they were actually doing the Kennedy at that time.
They were building the Dan Ryan then.
Okay, the Dan Ryan, yeah. Yeah, they were building the Dan Ryan. There wasn't even no roads.
That's right. So Bubba T, remember those rock battles we used to have for 3919?
Well, listen,
tracks.
People don't know that America built all these major highways through low-income areas. It was intentionally done. So, all that. Go down to Miami-Dade, all these places. They start building all the major freeways right through the ghettos.
Well, you know why, right? Because most of the major projects was closer to downtown, so they were keeping an eye on us. They wouldn't know where we were.
it was a concentration camp.
Right. That's what it was.
Hey.
They said that's the worst thing they could have done in Chicago, build them damn Robert Taylor homes.
Yeah.
On State Street.
Done for us. You see this one man? I got hit with an axe right here in the Robert Taylor homes.
Oh, I got scars, man. I can show you too that. But
Bubba T took an axe to your skull?
With an axe right there.
Right, you remember the church that was on State Street, right across from your building, 4022?
Yeah.
That church over there. Always had double parking. Did you know that was the church where they had Emmett Till's funeral?
No.
That was the church where they had Emmett Till's funeral. Right there.
Know that.
Wow. Yeah, there we go.
I did not know that.
Yep.
Yeah, rest in peace to brother Emmett Till, man. Holy cow, yeah.
Anyway, I'm done, y'all. I got so much history.
Listen, Richard, you did not disappoint. Your first time up,
more history than they know. Right, Ricardo? We done forgot more history than they know.
For real, man. For real. For real. You know, okay, Jesse Jackson.
Oh, man.
Okay. I can't stand that. Anyway.
Come on, man.
He been ripping off the neighborhood.
Not flaky Jesse.
He been ripping off the community in Chicago ever since April 5th, 1968.
Operation Breadbasket. Huh?
There you go. You know it, man. You know it. You know it. I was going down there on Saturday mornings at the Capitol Theater. And then he changed it to Operation Push.
Push. That's it. Yeah.
And then now it's Push Rainbow.
Oh,
right?
That's right.
He been ripping off the community, man,
Woo.
since April 5th, 1968.
And remember, he was the one standing up there with Martin Luther King pointing.
Right. Exactly.
But here's the deal. Well, here's the deal. Why do we have to wait till 2025 to start calling these people out? That's why we call the boomers out. Y'all should have been called these people out.
No.
Not all the time.
Wait. Let me tell you something, Gavin X.
Listen. Y'all see how we do Dr. Umar? We call him out in the moment.
Here. So there were certain groups, Bubba T knows this, that was benefiting from Jesse Jackson.
Oh, yeah.
That didn't call him out. And one of them was a big group on the east side. All right? A big gang on the east side that was benefiting. Okay? In fact, the leader's in jail now. All right, for some he was arrested by the FBI for working with Libya.
That's right.
For explosives.
That missile.
Right, missiles, right.
That's right.
Rocket launchers and shit. Yeah, we're talking 1972. All right. But Jesse Jackson was feeding him money and feeding that organization money that he was getting from us. He was feeding it to them. They would go out and was trying to make deals with Libya and sell drugs too. Right. So that's why he wasn't getting called out. Then he had a lot of preachers in his pocket. And during that time, in the late 60s and the 70s and 80s, you didn't go against the preacher.
Daily.
Not in Chicago. You didn't do that.
Well, listen, that's why we stand here today. We strong.
Mayor Daley.
Listen, we fight the machine. We fight the machine, brothers. We go against Creflo Dollar, Dr. Umar. We call them all out.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah. Because you all seen it. You all seen the playbook.
Granted.
You seen the playbook.
There you go.
Right.
Yeah,
Right?
I done brain wrestle with a couple preachers in my
That's why I
hometown.
said y'all need
That's
to
the
relinquish
difference.
power. Relinquish the power to us.
We're not holding the power.
Yeah, not you personally, but yeah, y'all is.
No, we're not. It's in your hands now.
Okay. Didn't I
It's
tell
in
y'all
your
that
hands
before?
now.
Y'all in the way.
It's in your hands.
No, we're not in the way.
Y'all stopping progress.
No, we're not stopping progress.
I'm not talking to y'all too. Why y'all taking this personally?
I'm not taking it
No,
personally.
I'm looking at the whole group.
Jackson. I'm talking
I'm
about
looking at
taking
the
it
whole
personally.
group.
I am
They all
not taking
sitting
it
back in
personally.
their homes. They don't care about nothing.
we called out the people that need to be called out. Oprah and them. All right.
We've been calling out Oprah. Hey, we tired of her. Shit. We did that in the 90s.
That's right. That ain't new to us. We know we hip to that.
Listen, she still lived on. Y'all ain't do a good enough job.
She
Well,
filthy,
we're not gonna
stinky
kill her.
rich.
Well,
There's
not
too
the
much
leader,
money out
but
there.
as far as her public image. All right.
Okay, well, she got money to keep her public image.
Hey, too much money out there.
Sound like excuses.
There ain't no excuses in your hands now. We done passed the baton. It's up to you all now.
That's what
I'm gonna let my uncles know, Rashad Baba
keep
T.
telling
I'm
them
gonna say these OGs from Chicago, Baba T and Rashad, they pass the baton. Now all y'all non-resourceful ninjas, boomers, not y'all. Now y'all gotta pass the batons too, because it's the
Hey,
non.
all I can do is help you. All I can do is help you. That's all
I'm
I
here
can
to
do.
support. I'm here to support financially, spiritually, whatever. But I don't have the legs that you all got, man. I'm 71 years old. You all got the legs and the lungs to do that.
And we will.
And
You
the
got that youth.
mindset.
I don't have
You
that.
got the mindset.
But that's the structure, right? The elders are supposed to teach and guide, and we supposed to go do the legwork. And then
Yeah.
the cycle continues. That's fair.
Yeah, you all get put in jail, I'll bail you out.
No,
I'm just saying support. That's what support is.
Now that's okay. I got you, but I won't be doing anything to get put in jail. I feel you. Though. I appreciate that.
Focus on something
I got
positive.
you.
You on some negativity, you can forget me. Don't call me.
No, don't call me if you're doing some bullshit. Oh, hell no.
There you go. You know, that's going. See, that is powerful. There you go, y'all brothers out there doing a freedom march or whatever, you know, sit-in stuff. Y'all get locked up, causing good trouble. Come get y'all. That's what's
But you
up.
know what,
Yeah.
Mr. Walker? All that marching shit got to
We
stop.
wasn't doing no freedom march.
You know what? Here's the one thing that I'm so disappointed about. When the Million Man March was going on, they were gearing up and getting people to sign up and do this Million Man March.
Right.
And they went to Washington. I don't know how many men went. Okay, then the men come back home, and then I asked the question: what policies was introduced to Congress for change? You had a million men, black men down there, and you all didn't present a policy or come back with a plan for, like, so what? So you went to Washington.
And that was Louis Farrakhan.
I was so disappointed.
He got paid under the cover, though. He was all right.
He got paid.
No. Hey, don't do Farrakhan. He was young. He was young.
Rabbit hole.
No. We know the
they
game.
don't know us like they don't know we know Farrakhan like he is.
Listen,
We
hold
know
on.
the
We ain't gonna have no Farrakhan slander, Jeff. We got to stick together.
Okay, no slander.
I ain't slandering him, but we know the
I
game.
got receipts though.
Y'all grew up with him. We didn't.
That's right.
Some of these OGs are heroes. We like to keep it that way. All
Yeah,
right,
I
let's
got
get
receipts.
That's
You
fine.
gotta go with Malcolm X as your hero.
Malcolm, he is.
Yes.
Rest in peace, Brother Malcolm.
Show.
Yeah. But you know, again, the young people, you all got the legs, you all got the lungs. Okay. You know, that's why I support Jason Black. Okay. All right. Dead on his message, man. You know, hey. So anyway, we passed the baton. There you go.
Okay. So what you got, Divine? What's your final thoughts, brother?
I just want to say a shout out to Rachai and Baba T. It's always good to listen to your elders. I'm like, they set the forefront. But yeah, I took some notes too. The only thing I can say is, like, we all made our mistakes, and you have to remember, it's not the end all be all. So remember, we are evolving as people, and we don't have to be a product of our environment. And a couple of things to change. It's like what Rachai said. Change starts with us. That's individually. Right. Like, if you see bad behavior, just ignore. Just don't indulge in it. Even though it's not simple, it's not easy, because it's like I said. Sometimes your environment can have more influence than what's going on in the home. Because nowadays kids follow other kids for influence. And also too, you can't, even though you can't choose what family you're born into, only you can make that change.
I like that. I like that saying. Yeah, I chose my family and I discarded the old one.
That part. And I'll say shout out to Baba T and Rachai. Like I said, we definitely appreciate the old heads coming up. I like to challenge y'all, though, from time to time. That's why I like to challenge the boomers and see how y'all react. Because my experience, they get overly emotional, and I see y'all was holding y'all own, though, y'all. Y'all can have the conversation. Sometimes the boomers like to explode. That's why I like to cry.
I understand how they think.
Appreciate you, Rachai. You did disappoint, OG. Yes, it's nice to finally have you up, and you did not disappoint. Don't be a stranger, man. Good to see you.
Yeah, seriously, Rachai, was a good having your presence, brother.
Yes, sir.
Great. Thank you all for allowing me to join.
For sure. Anytime. Take care of yourself, man.
All right, fellas. Good night. You all ending,
Good
right?
night, my beautiful brothers.
Good night. I got a 4 a.m. wake up call, man.
There you go.
And
I'm
me,
still
I'm going
working, but
down
I'm
to
gonna
the
retire
city council.
Gotta retire, man.
Rakai, I'm going down there to the city council and start talking about some receipts and these other fools out there screaming. I'm gonna throw some receipts down there.
All right, my man. There you go. All right, guys. Talk to you later.
Hey, Rachai, before you go.
Peace, my brother, and blessings.
Yes, sir.
Rachai, before you go, let me ask you a question. Have you ever considered doing a video log of your experiences. Back in the day, it used to be like, write a book. But I'm pretty sure if I could listen to you for hours, all that knowledge and wisdom now that you have, you can put that out on the internet and it'll last forever to reach people who would never know about your experiences. Give that some thoughts.
I like a vlog. Just start recording and upload it as private until you get what you want. I agree. Yeah, that, like I said, that was nice. It was good to listen to you, brother. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll try that. I'm going to retire, and Gavin X, I'm going to work on my my YouTube channel. I got this YouTube channel.
There we go.
Shit, I forget. It's about history.
There we go.
Black history. Delving into historical Black figures that people don't know about that made positive impact to our society as a whole. Like some people don't even know about Percy Julian. Percy Julian was the first one of the first Black men to he's from Chicago. That had a pharmacy.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right? He's a botanist, but he had a pharmacy. All right. And a lot of people don't know about him. And there's other things too, but I'll give that some thought though, Stephen James, and I'll do that because I got a man. Oof.
Imagine that.
Anyway,
imagine
that,
guys. What about the slavery votes over 600? Huh?
Well, I got some stuff I'm trying to do about Tulsa. The Tulsa. Do you know that in January this year, I read it in the Wall Street Journal. How many of you all subscribe to the Wall Street Journal?
No, not
me. I used to steal it.
But I read this in the Wall Street Journal. Okay, that the U.S. government aims to correct the record on the 1921 Tulsa massacre. It's been over 100 and so many years.
Yeah.
Now they want to say, before they were saying that the Black people started the riots.
Yeah.
Now they want to change it to say, oh no, it was the white folks. The white folks started the riot.
Statute of limitations. What I almost cuss. What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
See, the reason they doing this is because 100 years have passed, and they feel that there is nobody alive that could foul suit.
Remember, it was one person.
But there were two women. One of them just died recently.
And she just passed away.
Died recently, right? It was two women.
110, something like that. There's one more left.
They said they wasn't giving them a dime.
That's what they said. They're not giving them a dime.
Well, I tell you what, that's interesting.
But
Stephen
Wall
James
Street
actually had
Journal.
a good idea.
Hey, I saw this I took my wife to the the doctor's office in January. It was January 13th. I took her to the doctor's office and I saw the Wall Street Journal. I picked it up and they had it on the bottom of the first page, a little block. And I said, "Oh, let me read this." So I was like, "Isn't that interesting?"
There you go.
That's just
my history channel called History Notes. I'm working on that right now to publish that, but I got to update it now since that woman passed away.
I'm
gonna consider that, Stephen James. Yeah, that's.
Keep us informed, Richard. We definitely keep eye on it and let us know where we could be of assistance, OG.
You're right.
Yeah, because the problem is, Richard, is that
I couldn't do that, man. The FBI probably watching me. I was a straight militant.
There he is. I'm watching you too, Baba T.
I told you they tried to get me starting a race ride in the military. Please.
What was you gonna say, Stephen?
I was going to tell you, Richard, is that part of the problem is in this Black experience in this country is that unfortunately before the internet we had to have somebody else in history, which is his story. We didn't have people like you who survived and went through things to counteract what was actually put out in mass public.
Oh.
So if something happens to people of your generation, we're never going to know. We're never going to find out what the actual ins and outs of these things were. Like you probably went to a school that was segregated, right?
Yes.
Okay, then. So your story about the first day of school that you went, that it wasn't that was unsegregated. What was it like? Things like that. See, not save it for your channel. See,
I got you.
Yeah, is that the younger people, 20 and under, they have no idea about the progress that was made.
Thanks.
It's foreign to them. They think it can never happen to them. You don't understand that there's only one reason why it can never happen to them in this country. But we'll get to that another time. So I got you. Hey, go to bed. Go to bed, sir. Go to bed. We will talk later. I appreciate you coming up. We'll talk.
Okay, guys. I think I'm gonna go now for sure.
All right, my brother Rick. All right, soul brother.
All right, Bubba T. All right, Stephen James, Mr. Walker, Gavin X. I appreciate it.
Appreciate you, brother.
From my heart.
So listen, we appreciate all you brothers coming up here. You know, we talking solutions as far as trying to help the youngsters, education. You know, we got to start family back. Young brothers need to go to trade school, and young sisters. Stop spending so much money at college. You know, get into content creating and not just trying to create content. Some of y'all need to learn how to use this AI and this AI boom, how to use this software, how to edit and do different things. All right. Everybody don't need to be on camera. Some of our mugs ain't built for it, like Steven, but some of us can work behind the scenes. You understand? So we just got to know.
There we go. Listen, shout out to Richai. Be the change you want to see.
That's right.
That be the change you want to see. I live by that. Learned that in football, leading by example. You want to be on the championship team, be a champion. You want to see change in the world, be a part of the change. And like Gavin X said, you know, get a job, learn a trade. Look at this. I meant to put this in the Patreon. Home Depot offering free training and certificates in HVAC, carpentry, electrical and construction trades. This is real. Like if my son, one of my sons was old enough, free, might as well go ahead and learn one of these skills and make some money and buy your own daggone car when you turn 16. God dang it. Come on, we got to start doing this. The trades, especially the women, I'm stressing. This is my theory. Young ladies, get yourselves together. Y'all winning this. Y'all win so much. Y'all learn these trades. Like, folks are a lot. I'm telling you, just do it. Learn the trades. I'm going to leave it there.
Here's what I'll say. I'll say start learning early. You know, I think we learn things too late in life. Yes. So we need to be teaching these people, whatever you're going to do, you should already be passionate about it. Because if you want to go to school to be a plumber or electrician, and you go into that school and you're around different people, all right, you're around the white boys and they got experience already. And you sitting in this class learning everything for the first time, and everybody already know most of this stuff. That was kind of my experience when I was, you know, in trade school. I was kind of the one behind everybody else. Like, hey, I've been doing this with my dad, and
that's right.
I already been doing this, and I'm sitting there learning this stuff, and it can be discouraging. Yes. So I would say you know, because you like, man, you behind. You don't want to start asking questions because you don't want to look goofy. But I think we need to start knowing things before we dive in. That's why people quit stuff so much, because they get discouraged. So know what you're getting into.
There you go. And that's why, Mr. X, you know, through a lot of thinking and meditation, I got my son into, you know, target shooting. And he's at the age where he could just get into it. And when he grows older, this could be something, a skill he's acquired, and he can do whatever he wants with it. But I agree, start him young. If I can instill in my son the knowledge that I have at this age, by the time he's, you know, mid-20s or earlier, man, that's amazing, because we learned so late. So that's a big part, being present. and pouring into the kids. That's part of being the change, man. Children are not liabilities. They are assets. Plain and simple. We got to stop treating them like liabilities. We got to stop treating our children like nuisance. We got to stop with this saying F the children. That's why we are here.
That part. Like I said, we appreciate you brothers coming up tonight.
Shout out to Frederick Howard. Says Black people have 1/5 human acknowledgement by a class of people that had rule and law making abilities. Bonquisha got hungry for biscuits.
Shout out to Frederick Howard. I guess that's a good way to end the show. As y'all know, we'll be back up here Thursday. We back up here Thursday for SBC Madness. I think this was a pretty good show tonight. I don't think many people answered the question, but I think it was a good conversation.
For sure. To answer the question is tough, right? Who's at fault? We kind of got, some roundabout answers. It's the person who's present. That's for sure. Whether the mom and daddy ain't ish and they causing the damage, or it's just whatever single parent, whoever is present they got blood on their hands at the least. They ain't got to take accountability, but God dang it, judgment is upon you. Plain and simple. We cannot blame the absent party, whether it's the woman or a man.
And there we go. So don't know if there is any solutions. Good luck. We'll be here to document it, but the more we talk to people like Rachai and Baba T, we start to understand that these issues are not new. We've been dealing with pretty much the same issues for almost 100 years. So I don't think they're getting better, but we'll see.
A start is acknowledging the problem. Isn't that the first step to recovery? You got to admit that there is a problem. Otherwise, you won't look to correct the problem. So we call out the problem. We're voicing it. If this been going on for many a year, here we are. We're voicing it. We're walking it how we talking it. And we urge and encourage you all to do the same. Do the same. Put your best foot forward. Move in a way that's good for the group. That's how I live. No selfishness. We come from too much selfishness. We need selflessness. Love on the kids.
That part. So, yeah, it's unfortunate. The YNs are crashing out. The young Bonquishas are crashing out. I'm here for it because a lot of people are just sticking their heads in the sand and act like it's going to go away, but it's going to take some real sacrifices that we don't want to make.
Go away. Shoot. Keep your head in the sand. Eventually it's going to go away in devastating fashion. It's going to go away by being overwhelming amount of casualties. Yeah. It's gonna go away, just not the way that it ain't gonna fix itself. It's gonna correct itself by getting rid of folks. Shout out to Thanos.
That part. And I see you, brother Steven. What you got? I'll bring you back up. I'll tell you what, we ain't got another second after the show in. I'll tell you that. What you got?
You terrible. You terrible. One question I got for you is show topic. What are like the top 3 or 4 things that you are king of all you survey? There's no Senate, there's no Congress. Whatever you guys say goes. What are like 4 things that you would immediately do specifically just to help the Black community? I'd be curious to see what everybody's response would be for that topic.
I got one. Number 1, taking the book out of the book of Mr. X. You have to qualify and test and be accepted in order to procreate. If you procreate without testing and being authorized to procreate, there will be repercussions. And that'd be the first one, because there you go. It's extreme times calls for extreme measures.
Interesting. Okay.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, that's a good question. Definitely got it written down. We'll look into it.
Mm-hmm.
That's a whole show right there.
Yeah, it is.
Random thought from a crazy man.
You ain't crazy, just wonky.
Appreciate it. Good night, guys. Oh, what about me? My final thoughts. Wait a minute.
You don't have about 3 of them, but go ahead. You have about 10 seconds. What you got?
10 seconds. Okay. So I can't remember how long I started watching this show. I can't remember what shows that it was, but eventually it took me a couple shows to tell you guys in the chat that your show, I wish could be broadcast in every middle school and every high school in the country. You guys probably don't remember that, but that's why I started watching your show.
I remember.
That's one of the things that I would do. And because we have this internet era that people in my generation, we didn't have, a lot of the things that you guys take for granted, there was nowhere in the world we can get all this information and bound it together with everybody around the world. So I appreciate you men for that. And that's why I rock with y'all, because I see your message. I see your vision. You know, if I had you guys back when I was in high school, maybe things would have been a lot different in my life. Shout out to y'all.
Amen, brother.
Except for your face, Mr. Walker.
We here now. We here now. Appreciate you, Stephen James. Stick around, man.
Appreciate you. And yeah, like you said, you know, we wish we had, you know, people like us as well growing up. So we're learning every day.
For sure.
But nonetheless, shout out to Brother Stephen. Shout out to the whole SBC Nation. We'll be over there Thursday. We're going to try to come back up here later this week. Maybe Friday we can try to do a pop-up. You know, try to do a part 2 to this if we have time. We'll see.
There we go. Nevertheless, man, we appreciate y'all coming up here, rocking with us for over 5 hours. Today was a treat, man. Shout out to the OGs. Can I stress that enough? Man, it's just powerful having positive, strong, masculine energy, just as it is powerful having soft, nurturing, feminine energy. Need that balance. Appreciate you, OGs, man. It'd have been nice to grow up with Baba T as an uncle. Somebody halfway resourceful.
That part. So shout out to everybody. Make sure you guys hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Shout out to I think we hit 2,000 subs. So shout over 2,000 subs. Also, shout out to Sister Raquel. Make sure y'all go subscribe to Raquel. I know she's trying to get to 2K subs as well. So she right there on the borderline. I see Truth Over Lies just crossed over. So make sure y'all go subscribe.
There you go. And listen here, man. Shout out to the brother G Honda. G Honda, make sure you letting us know when you going live, brother. Make sure you're giving us a heads up. Let's make sure we support G Honda when he going live, especially when they doing his interviews in the stores, man. That's really, really dope. Want to support the brother. He walking it like he talking. He trying. Make sure you're getting in the weight in the gym. Then just see you getting a little stomach. But yeah, let's make sure we support him. G Honda, make sure you letting us know when you going live so we can do so, brother.
That part. So yeah, make sure y'all supporting Black media. Anytime you see Black folks, just watch them without a bias or with the bias. You know, that's what other cultures do. So you talk about Africans and stuff, different cultures, they'll all watch each other's social media. That's why their numbers be crazy. They don't care. They're just going to support each other because they know I'm helping you make money. Let's all help each other.
That's it. That's what time we got to be on. That's part of being the change we want to see. G Honda live tomorrow, 4 p.m. Be there, be square. There we go.
That part. So shout out to G Honda. Shout out to the whole Truth Over Lies family. We over 2K. Let's see if we can get to 3K by the end of the month. Let's see.
There we go. Be nice to stop being shadow banned. I don't care. I don't care. I do not care. We are shadow banned, my baby, and it sucks. Resting my hat on that. Ain't no way, boy. I see what's available out here in these YouTube live streaming streets. Yeah, that's not cool, man. Come on, YouTube. We ain't doing nothing crazy. We love folks. We singing kumbaya over here.
That part. You know, like I said, we'll be back up here Thursday night for more madness. Make sure y'all catch the replay if you came in late. Share the content. Until then, I'm Gavin X.
I am Mr. Walker.
And we are Cart Before the Horse Production.
A good evening.